Photographer. Photographer. Tanya, sorry. Claps, please, claps.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The program is about to start within 20 minutes. We are running a little late. We are waiting to receive our chief guest and also one of our guests of honors. Kindly bear with us. Your patience is highly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? A very good morning to all respected dignitaries, eminent engineers, distinguished guests from the government, from the industry, and from academia, and senior members of the Institution of Engineers India. We welcome all of you. Forgive us for the technical discrepancy. Please allow me to begin once again. We warmly welcome all dignitaries from the industry, from the government, from the academia amongst us here today. We warmly also welcome the international delegates, the students, and friends. It is our proud privilege to welcome all of you to the inaugural session of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, organized by the Institution of Engineers India, hosted by the Durgapur Local Center, with the National Institute of Technology Durgapur as our knowledge partner. Founded in 1920 and incorporated by Royal Charter in 1935, the Institution of Engineers India is the largest multidisciplinary professional engineering body in our country, encompassing 15 engineering disciplines and serving a membership of over 2.5 lakh engineers. Over more than a century, IEI has remained closely intertwined with India's journey of industrialization, infrastructural development, and technological advancement. The Indian Engineering Congress, which began its journey in 1987, has evolved into IEI's flagship national conclave. Over the years, it has provided a respected platform for engineers, policymakers, academicians, and industry leaders to deliberate on engineering challenges and national priorities. The Congress has been inaugurated by the highest dignitaries of our country, underscoring its stature and relevance. The 40th Indian Engineering Congress, themed Innovative Engineering Solutions for Vikasit Bharat 2047, holds special significance as it aligns engineering foresight with India's long-term vision for inclusive, sustainable, and technology-driven national development. To usher in such an auspicious event, I request the SDG of IAI, Major General Seali sir, to kindly escort our esteemed guests, our chief guest, and also our guests of honor to the ceremonial lamp. We are going to now begin our auspicious event with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a very small but a significant traditional ceremony which marks our identity as Indians. We request all the members sitting in the Great Hall to kindly stand for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. After the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, I request SDG sir to kindly escort our esteemed guests onto the dais now. Sir, please. With them, we also request SDG sir to kindly escort to the stage President sir of IAI and President-elect sir as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for honoring such a small but a traditional ceremony, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I now request the team members of the organizing committee to kindly step on the dais and also to help our president and president-elect sir, both of them, to kindly present a bouquet of flowers to our esteemed chief guest and also our guests of honor. Ladies, please. President sir and president-elect sir, we request both of you to very kindly present a bouquet of flowers to our esteemed chief guest. I request President Sir to also kindly warmly welcome amongst us our guests of honor. We are truly honored that they made time for us here today. This is a joyous moment, a celebratory moment. I request our team to also kindly felicitate We request President Sir and President-elect Sir to very kindly present a bouquet of flowers to Chairman of DVC. Okay. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please, for the gentlemen that we see on the stage. And we sincerely thank President Sir and President-elect Sir for very kindly, warmly welcoming our guests on the dais. It is now time to begin our ceremony and directly hear the welcome address. To formally welcome our erudite gathering here, I invite Engineer Safiqul Islam Sir, Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, to very kindly deliver the welcome address, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, eminent personalities from industry, academia and research, honored authors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as the chairman of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress and on behalf of Durgapur Local Center, my heart is filled with immense pride, gratitude and emotion as I welcome all of you to this historic gathering. This moment is not just an eminent event, it is a collective dream, a shared journey and celebration of the engineering spirit of our nation. First and foremost, I offer my deepest gratitude to our Honorable President of the Institution of Engineers India and the respected council members for placing their trust in us. Your belief in the Durgapur local centers has been our strength and inspiration. Hosting the 40th Indian Engineering Congress is not merely a responsibility, it is an honor that we cherish from the core of our hearts. I also sincerely thank the Director of the National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, whose generous support and continuous cooperation have made this Congress possible in such a esteemed academic environment. Sir, your commitment to the fostering innovation truly reflects the spirits of this year's themes. Ladies and gentlemen, this year Congress carries a powerful and emotional theme: innovative engineering solution for Vikasit Bharat at the rate of 2047. This theme chosen the visionary call of our Honorable Prime Minister to build a developed India by 47, an India that stands tall in technology, infrastructure, research and human development. As engineers, we are not just problem solvers, we are nation builders. We shape bridges, highways, satellites, power systems, communications networks, and technologies that carry the hopes of 1.4 billion people. Every blueprint we draw, every idea we trust, every innovation we create in step towards Viksit Bharat. On this emotional and proud occasion, we are blessed by the presence of extraordinary leaders of India's scientific and engineering excellence. Mr. Sanjay C. Kiloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kiloskar Brothers Limited, as a guest of honor, said Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Chairman Damodar Valley Corporation, as a guest of honor, and said Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Saini, Director General Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, DG EME, and Colonel Commandant is the guest of honor, and Mr. Dr. Ajay Kumar, Chairman, Union Public Service Commission, as the chief guest. Please welcome all of them with a loud applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this presents events, this Congress with immense inspiration. Let us welcome them with a warm and heartfelt round of applause. This Congress is special in every sense. Over the next 2 days, 8 prestigious memorable lectures will be enlightened us with wisdom and experience. 9 distinguished engineers will be honored with the Glimpses of Engineering Personality Award for their remarkable contributions. We will celebrate the brilliance of our women engineers meet and reconnect through the IEI alumni meet. More than 300 technical papers will be presented by researchers, scholars, and professionals from across India and abroad. Each paper a reflection of dedication, innovation, and aspirations of a rising nation. Dear friend, as I stand here today, I feel deep emotional connection with each one of you because together we represent the engineering fraternity of India, a fraternity that has built this nation brick by brick, idea by idea, dream by dream. Let this Congress ignite new collaborations, let it spark new innovations, let it empower us to contribute boldly to the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. May our discussion, ideas and solutions over the next 2 days become part of the foundation on which future generations will stand proudly and say, yes, engineers helped build the India we dreamed of. With this hope and heartfelt emotion, I once again welcome you all to this Engineering Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a warm and inspiring welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership ensures continuity of vision and purpose. And to reflect on that, I now invite Engineer Manish Mahendra Kothari, sir, President-elect of the Institution of Engineers India, to address our gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, respected Dr. Ajay Kumar sir, is an chairman UPSC, Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahani, Shri Suresh Kumar, IAS Chairman Damodar Valley Corporation, our own Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, sir, तुमचं इथे स्वागत आहे दुर्गापूरमध्ये. Industrialist, a very known, renowned industrialist, of chairman of Kirloskar Brothers, our own President VB Singh sir, all the past presidents, our mentors present over here, all the council members, delegates, members of the Durgapur local center, office bearer, and all the invitees and the eminent speakers. A very warm and graceful good morning to you all. Friends, today I stand before you as an president-elect of the esteemed Institution of Engineers organization. We stand here, such a distinguished assembly at the 40th Indian Engineering Congress is both an honor and a humbling privilege. Today, surrounded by the finest minds of our professions, one truly feels that when great minds gather, great destinies has to happen. We meet here on the verdant and vibrant campus of the NIT Durgapur, hosted with admirable precision by the Durgapur local center, whose office bearers and volunteers have left no stone unturned in ensuring that this Congress unfolds with the dignity, depth, and destination. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to them on their tireless dedication. The theme of this year's Congress, Innovative Engineering Solutions for the Vikasit Bharat 2047, which is a vision of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is both a clarion call and a campus. As India marches towards the centenary of its independence, the expectations from the engineer community is memorable. We all call not merely to participate in nation building, but to spearhead it. The technical coverage of the program provides a landscape of existing and ambitious areas: artificial intelligence, machine learning, green hydrogen, smart grids, next generation mobility, aerospace innovation, resilient infrastructure, biotechnological breakthroughs, material sciences, digital governance, and more. Each one is a powerful lever capable of propelling the India into a league of globally dominant technological nations. This Congress carries a legacy that stretches back to 1987, when the inaugural session was graced by the late Prime Minister Sri Rajiv Gandhi. Since then, the IEC, the Indian Engineering Congress, has blossomed into a national forum where knowledge flows freely, where young minds find directions, and where transformative ideas take place. As President-elect, I am deeply conscious of the solemn duty entrusted to us. IEI, incorporated by the historic Royal Charter in 1935, is not merely an institution, it is a guardian of standards, a custodian of ethics, and a true cheller of engineering excellence in our country. With over 2.5 lakhs, now almost 3 lakhs corporate members, 132 local centers and state centers throughout India, nationwide, that is the intelligent research, mentorship, and professional development. India today stands on the cusp of the technological resonance, global competitiveness, energy transition, defense preparedness, food security, digital sovereignty, and environmental resilience, all hinge on engineering innovation. In sciences, it is mind of progress. Engineering is surely its beating heart. To the young engineers gathered here, I wish to say, seek inspirations from every technical session, every memorial lecture, every conversation at this Congress. Let curiosity be your compass and innovation your constant compassion. To our senior fellows, past presidents and council members, we draw strength from your wisdom and legacy. Your contributions have built the very foundations upon which next generation will rise. Before I conclude, let us express sincere gratitude to all our dignitaries, our international guests, and the organizing committee of their painstaking efforts. The stage is set, the minds are ready, and the resolve is firm. Together, let our engineers be a future worthy of our dreams. Together, let's stride confidently towards the Vikasit Bharat. Friends, last but not the least, let's join hands together, build our engineering fraternity, a very big pride, a very big legacy which we had, and let us form that we are the proud engineers of our nation towards the Vikasit Bharat 2047. Once again, thank you very much for the patience listening. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
We sincerely thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of the Institution of Engineers India, to kindly deliver an address for this great hall.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Chairman, Union Public Service Commission. Guest of Honor, Mr. S. Suresh Kumar, CMD, Damodar Valley Corporation. Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahni ji, Director General EME. Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, CMD of Kirloskar Brothers Limited. President-elect Mr. Manish Mahendra Kothari. Honorable past presidents present here of the Institute of Engineers. Their presence is a source of inspiration for all of us. Esteemed council members, corporate members of the institution, Secretary and Director General, Major General MJS Siali ji, office bearers of the Durgapur local center, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, good morning and warm greetings to each of you. It is with immense pride and deep personal joy that I welcome you all to the 40th Indian Engineering Congress being held in the industrious and culturally vibrant city of Durgapur. The very air of Durgapur carries the spirit of steel, science and perseverance, a fitting venue for a congregation that seeks to chart the technological course of our nation. The Indian Engineering Congress has traveled a remarkable journey since 1987, when its maiden edition was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister, late Shri Rajiv Gandhi ji. Over the years, it has been graced by governors, presidents of India, eminent technologists and global leaders. Today, I feel proud to say that our chief guest and all the three guest of honors, they have engineering background. Today, as we celebrate its 40th edition, this Congress stands tall as a flagship intellectual forum for the engineering fraternity of the nation. This year's theme, Innovative Engineering Solutions for Viksit Bharat at 2047, is both visionary and urgent. As India prepares to step into its centennial year of independence, it does so with the ambition of becoming a developed, resilient, technologically leading nation. Achieving this aspiration will require engineering solutions that are bold in imagination, meticulous in execution, and sustainable in outcome. The technological coverage of this event unfolds as a wide and vibrant canvas of technologies poised to shape India's destiny. It spans the vision of smart cities and resilient, sustainable infrastructure, the promise of advanced manufacturing and robotics, and the transformative potential of renewable energy systems and the emerging hydrogen economy. It embraces the frontier domains of aerospace engineering and satellite technologies, the growing imperatives of cybersecurity and digital governance, and the rapidly evolving landscape of biomedical innovations, agricultural technology, environmental engineering, and material science, among many others. Taken together, these are not merely thematic streams for discussion. They stand as the very pillars of Viksit Bharat, the foundations upon which a developed and future-ready India will rise. At this juncture, allow me to briefly reflect on the institution of engineers that has convened this august gathering. The Institution of Engineers India, established in 1920 with its headquarters at Kolkata. As you know, at that time, India's capital was Calcutta, and incorporated under Royal Charter on 9th September 1935 by His Majesty King George V, stands today as the largest multidisciplinary professional body of engineers in the country. Protected as a statutory body under Article 372 of the Constitution of India, it has been serving the engineering fraternity for over a century. With an extensive national and international footprint comprising 124 centers spread across the nation, 6 overseas chapters, 7 fora, and 1 organ, that is the Engineering Staff College of India at Hyderabad. The Institution of Engineers spans 15 engineering disciplines and represents a vibrant professional community of over 2.5 lakh corporate members. The institution proudly represents India in leading global engineering bodies such as World Federation of Engineering Organizations, World Energy Congress, Commonwealth Engineers Council, Federation of International Debutant, and FIEP, while maintaining bilateral agreements with professional societies worldwide. Recognized as a scientific and industrial research technology organization by the Ministry of Science and Technology, the institution promotes cutting-edge research, supports students through grants, pioneered national standardization, and culminated in today's Bureau of Indian Standards, and publishes internationally peer-reviewed journals in collaboration with Springer Nature. Interestingly, the institution accredited that first IIT of India, that is IIT Kharagpur, in 1956, based on a request by the Government of India. In every sense, the Institution of Engineer continues with transformation and engineering excellence with national development. The Indian Engineering Congress gives us opportunity to honor excellence through our Industry Excellence Awards, Engineering Education Excellence Awards, institution prizes, and through multiple memorial lectures that celebrate the giants upon whose shoulders we stand. We are privileged to have among us distinguished past presidents whose wisdom continues to guide this institution, esteemed council members who steer its present, and our 2.6 lakh corporate members whose participation keeps its spirit alive and dynamic. I also acknowledge with deep appreciation the office bearers of Durgapur Local Center, whose diligent work forms the backbone of the Congress. To the young engineers and research scholars present here, I would urge them to embrace every opportunity these 3 days offer. The world today belongs to those who can think across disciplines, innovate without fear, and envision solutions where others see problems. Let this Congress be the spark that ignites a lifelong quest for excellence. To our invited experts, speakers, and international delegates, I may say your presence enriches the dialogue and strengthens the global fraternity of engineers. Your contributions are the wind beneath and the wings of this Congress. My heartfelt compliments to the organizing committee for orchestrating this event with such fineness. As the saying goes, well begun is half done, and the remarkable arrangements here assure us that the coming sessions will be intellectually stimulating and profoundly rewarding. As we set forth into 3 days of discussions, debate and discovery, let us remember that the story of Viksit Bharat will be written not in ink, but in innovations, not in hope alone, but in hard work, not by a few, but by all of us engineers united in the purpose. Let us walk this path with determination, imagination, and unity of spirit. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, engineering leadership truly shines where innovation, ethics, and national service converge. Our guest of honor today exemplifies this ideal. A mechanical engineering graduate from the Illinois Institute of Technology, he leads Kirloskar Brothers Limited, India's largest pump manufacturing and export enterprise with a strong global footprint. A pioneer in advanced manufacturing and digital technologies, he has also guided contributions to landmark national and international missions. Please allow me to invite Shri Sanjay Kirloskar sir, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, to kindly address our gathering.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Ajay Kumar, other dignitaries on the dais, my fellow engineers. It's a profound privilege to stand before this august gathering at the 40th Indian Engineering Congress of the Institution of Engineers India. I'm deeply humbled to be asked to speak over here this morning by an institution that has shaped India's engineering identity for more than a century. In fact, the company that I run was also founded in 1920, like the Institution of Engineers. So I would like to thank the NIT for hosting this event from this landmark Congress. As I stand here today, I am reminded of my great-grandfather, my grandfather, and my father. These 3 generations actually built the Kirloskar Group on a simple but powerful belief that engineering excellence can transform India. They created a globally recognized Indian engineering brand that exported products all across the world. Established in 1888 by my great-grandfather, Mr. Lakshman Rao Kirloskar, and incorporated in 1920, Kirloskar Brothers is one of India's oldest engineering companies. Manufacturing the first iron plow in 1902, the company went on to manufacture many engineering products for the first time in India. The first centrifugal pump in 1926, the first diesel engine in 1927, the first machine tool in 1938, the first electric motor in 1940, the first air compressor in 1952. And all these products were manufactured not in any town or metro, but in a village called Kirloskawadi, which is in Sangli district of southern Maharashtra. However, this legacy does not belong to one family alone or one organization alone. It belongs to every Indian engineer who has devoted his or her life to building this nation. The theme of this Congress, Innovative Engineering Solutions for Viksit Bharat at 2047, could not be timelier. India stands today at a defining moment in its engineering journey, one that will determine not only how we grow, but whether we can lead. For over 100 years, the Institution of Engineers has been the backbone of India's engineering ecosystem. From pioneering the AMI examination to shaping institutions that eventually evolved into today's Bureau of Indian Standards, IEI has helped build the industrial architecture on which modern India stands. It has nurtured generations of engineers who have designed our infrastructure, powered our industries, and strengthened our nation. When I was growing up, engineering was considered a safe and predictable career. Engineers followed specifications, executed predefined designs, and India supplied technical talent to the world. That world no longer exists. Today, engineering is not just a profession, it is a capability platform. The opportunity before us is not merely that engineers can do almost anything, but that Indian engineers are uniquely positioned to do it first, do it better, and define global standards. India is no longer just exporting talent, it's exporting innovation. We're living through one of those rare moments in history when rules suddenly change, not gradually. The global engineering services market, valued at $2.34 trillion, is expected to reach $4.65 trillion in the next 7 years. However, this value is not going to be distributed evenly. It will flow to those who understand a fundamental shift, that we are no longer in the business of engineering individual products, but in the business of engineering intelligent, interconnected ecosystems. This transformation is being driven by three powerful forces. Sustainability, this is despite Mr. Trump's policies, has become non-negotiable as climate pressures and net zero commitments reshape how systems are defined. Digital transformation through artificial intelligence, digital twins, robotics, and immersive technologies is ushering in the area of Industry 5.0. At the same time, unprecedented global investment in clean energy is placing engineers at the center of one of the most critical transitions of our time. Together, these forces demand new skills, systems thinking, interdisciplinary collaboration, and a commitment to lifelong learning. India's rise in engineering is not accidental. We possess one of the world's largest engineering talent pools, spanning IITs, NITs, state universities, and technical institutions. Our cost competitiveness makes India an attractive global partner, while our rapid progress in digital technologies has strengthened our engineering capabilities. Supported by various initiatives over the past decade, India has emerged as one of the fastest growing creators of engineering value globally. And yet, despite these strengths, there remains a troubling paradox. When we speak of self-reliance, our procurement practices often tell a different story. Too frequently, foreign solutions are preferred over Indian ones, even when Indian solutions are technically superior and cost-effective and better suited to Indian conditions. Allow me to illustrate this with a few examples. And since I'm from a pump manufacturer, and pumps, I believe, are the second oldest machine invented by man, these are indeed troubling for me. During a procurement discussion with a municipal corporation in Maharashtra, an American consultant recommended glycol pumps, equipment more suited for sub-zero climates where water freezes at temperatures as low as -10 and -15 degrees Celsius. Indian water systems operate between 10 and 45 degrees Celsius. In our conditions, glycol pumps offer no functional advantage. Instead, they result in higher costs, oversized equipment, and lower efficiency. Despite explaining these technical realities, the recommendation was accepted from this American consultant, possibly because it came from a foreign company. Although we developed and tested these same kind of pumps in record time, the corporation chose to award the contract to the foreign supplier. To date, unfortunately or fortunately, this project has not been executed. This is not an isolated incident. We submitted a proposal to a municipal corporation in South India for a water supply project. Our proposal met all the technical requirements and was cost-effective compared to the Japanese competitor. The contract was awarded to the foreign company, and the explanation that was given was that Atmanirbhar policy applies only to the state governments and not to only to the central government and not to state governments. In another case, for a critical metro project, a foreign manufacturer proposed a technically unsuitable pump configuration. Although we demonstrated why an Indian alternative design was better suited for the system requirements, the imported option was initially favored. When Indian companies were eventually given this opportunity, the results spoke for themselves. Today, Indian solutions command over 97% market share in that segment. These experiences, and I'm bringing them up over here because they highlight a fundamental issue. India does not fall short in engineering capability. What we lack is self-esteem and confidence in our own engineers and manufacturers. As mentioned earlier, 2026 will mark 100 years of manufacturing centrifugal pumps by Kirloskar Brothers Limited. We are an MNC and we are also Britain's largest pump company. Our pump range is from 0.3 kilowatts to about 35 megawatts, and our products are used whether they be in the primary circuit of nuclear power plants, fast breeder or heavy water, large irrigation and water supply projects, oil refineries to API standards, green hydrogen and fertilizer plants, as well as some of you know, homes and farms. Yet, we are asked for a proven track record, as if we started making pumps yesterday and not allowed to participate in local tenders. When we develop new products for the first time in the country, and obviously it's the first time and these are very critical products, we are charged high liquidated damages for small delays and sometimes threatened with blacklisting. On the other hand, there are so many examples of foreign manufacturers delaying supplies and yet no action is taken on against them. Why are we so scared? Are we compromised? If we are serious about building a Vikasit Bharat and achieving true technological sovereignty, this mindset has to change. Public procurement must move beyond rhetoric and actively support and build domestic capability. Tenders must be evaluated on technical merit rather than country of origin. And clauses such as international proven track record must not become an entry barrier to capable Indian firms. Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat 2047 are not separate aspirations. They're part of the same continuum. Self-reliance is the foundation on which a developed nation is built. If India is to become a truly developed country by 2047, critical technologies, infrastructure systems, manufacturing capabilities, and digital platforms must be designed, owned, and continuously improved within our own country. Engineers must think beyond individual projects and contribute to building long-term national capability, strengthen domestic supply chains, reduce import dependence, and create solutions that are rooted in Indian realities. This journey must begin right away. Engineers must consciously choose innovation over imitation, quality over mere compliance, and responsibility over convenience. This means investing in research and development, embracing advanced digital tools, designing for sustainability and life cycle efficiency, and embedding ethics, safety, and inclusivity in every solution. It also means mentoring the next generation, collaborating across disciplines, and working closely with policymakers to translate that vision of our Prime Minister into execution. At the same time, India must strengthen its research and intellectual property ecosystems. Many MSMEs are rich in ideas, but are constrained by limited resources. Patent filing must be made simpler, more affordable, and better supported through institutions such as NITs. Incentivizing R&D through favorable tax policies is essential if India is to raise its innovation spending to global levels. Initiatives such as Zero Effect, Zero Defect, SIDBI partnerships, Samarth Udyog, and innovations for defense excellence demonstrates what is possible when government acts as an enabler. These efforts must now be scaled across sectors. Ultimately, Atmanirbhar Bharat cannot remain a slogan. It must be reflected in everyone's decisions, everyday decisions, especially in how public money is spent. Self-reliance means trusting Indian capability as much as we demand accountability from Indian companies. Without alignment between intent and action, self-reliance will only remain an aspiration rather than a reality. I'm not aware whether everyone has noticed how various countries are ensuring that industrial policy becomes a weapon of national security to dominate in strategic industries. They're now connecting economic strategies with national security concerns. Technology denial, as the US tried to do with artificial intelligence chips against China, or China's blanket ban on exports of rare earths to the rest of the world, shows the extent to which countries will go to remain dominant in their respective fields. Just see how the US is threatening the EU on its digital taxation proposal. And the question comes, what is our game plan as a nation? Do we have a plan? If we do not realize where the world is going and do not create our own national champions, then Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat will just be wishful thinking. To my fellow engineers gathered here today, the future of our profession is evolving rapidly. Those who will lead are not just those with technical expertise, but those who cultivate a problem-solving mindset and choose to adapt. Engineering today is creative, ethical, adaptive, and deeply human. Engineers are becoming architects of intelligent systems, custodians of sustainability, and designers of an interconnected world. The question before us is simple. Are we ready to design a future defined not only by technology, but also by values, imagination, and responsibility? As we look ahead to 2047, the question before us is not whether India has the capability of becoming Viksit Bharat. We already do. The real question is whether we have the confidence to believe in ourselves, the courage to trust our own engineers, and the conviction to act on that belief every single day. History teaches us that nations are not built by policies alone. They're built by people who design, create, solve, and persist. Engineers have always been at the heart of India's progress, and they will be at the heart of its future. The bridges we build, the water we deliver, the energy we generate, and the systems we design will decide how India lives, grows, and leads in the decades to come. If we place our faith in Indian engineers and in Indian innovation and back it with Indian resolve, the world will not just witness India's rise, it will learn from it. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here today. Jai Hind.
We sincerely thank you, sir, for such an insightful address in this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say that infrastructural development and engineering governance are foundational to sustainable national growth. Our next guest of honor brings with him rich administrative experience and strategic oversight in one of India's most significant power and river valley organizations, which has been central to the development of Eastern India. Please allow me to invite IAS Shri S. Suresh Kumar, sir. Sir, please. Chairman of Damodar Valley Corporation, to very kindly address this learned gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members present here, industry leaders, dear fellow engineers, chief guests on the dais, other dignitaries on the dais. Today is a day, I think, in which we have heard certain very inspirational advice from the previous speakers. And I don't want to merely speak about what you already know about. I want to talk to you about the dreams, destiny, and the duty of Indian engineers. As India marches towards 2047, 100 years of independence, we stand at historic crossroads. The decisions we make, the problems we solve, and the values we uphold today will define what kind of a nation India would be. And at the center of this transformation stands one community, the engineers of India. And for that, I think we need to understand the moment of our responsibility. Every generation is tested by history. Our grandfathers fought for freedom. Our parents built institutions. Our generation must now build the future. Indian engineers face today an immense challenge, many challenges in fact. Rapid technological change, climate stress, climate change, urban pressures, global competition. But I think everyone remembers this. Challenges do not weaken a nation. They reveal its character and they can, if we resolve them, strengthen it. India has never lacked talent. I think our previous speakers also mentioned that. What we need now is courage, creativity, and conviction. From degree holders, we now need to transform ourselves to nation builders. An engineering degree is not just a qualification, it's a responsibility. A bridge is not just of concrete, it is a hope for connectivity. A power plant is not just megawatts, it's an energy for inspiration. A line of code is not just logic, it is access, inclusion, and empowerment. Engineers do not merely design systems, they design lives. Now, rising above today's challenges, well, we do face a lot of gaps in our skills, innovation, and infrastructure. Yes, technology is now moving faster than textbooks. Sustainability demands difficult choices. But India has always risen not by imitation, but by innovation rooted in purpose. When the world doubted us, we built affordable space missions, digital public platforms which serve billions, infrastructure at a scale and speed unseen before. This is not just coincidence, this is the true Indian engineering spirit. What should India do by 2047? So we have to imagine an India where clean energy powers every home, smart, resilient infra-cities balance growth in nature, indigenous technologies drive our global industries, and no child is denied opportunity due to lack of access. Innovation serves not the few, but the many. This India will not emerge by chance. It must be engineered thoughtfully, ethically, and fearlessly. The innovation that we need to look at is innovation with soul. The engineer of 2047 must be more than technically brilliant. They must be curious, willing to learn every day, courageous, willing to challenge the status quo, compassionate, designing for the last person in the queue. True innovation is not about complexity, it is about impact. India's strength has always been doing the jugaad, frugal, inclusive, and scalable innovation solutions that are affordable, sustainable, and human-centered. The next thing is the engineering with ethics and purpose that we need to look at. As technology becomes powerful, values must also become stronger. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digital systems must protect human dignity, respect privacy and safety, serve society before profit. The greatest engineering achievement will not be speed or scale. I think it will be trust. How much can we trust in our own tech? The call to India's engineers, I think this is where the most important and the crucial thing that we need to deliberate on for the next 3 days. So dear engineers, do not ask what India will be in 2047. Ask instead, what will I build for India by 2047? We need to build systems that endure. We need to have or build solutions that include. We build technologies that heal the planet. Build institutions that inspire the next generation. We have to remember that nations are remembered not by what they consume, by what they created. Progress is not measured by GDP alone, but by dignity, sustainability, and opportunity. The future is ours to engineer. Friends, the India of 2047 will look back at us. It will ask whether we chose comfort or courage, whether we copied the world or led it, whether we built only structures or built a nation with soul. let history record that Indian engineers rose to the moment. Let us engineer not just for today, but for generations yet to come. The future is calling, the nation is watching, and the blueprint of India at 2047 is in our hands. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I noticed that, one issue which still is very, very important, but it's not addressed, is the very small sprinkling of lady engineers within the audience. This is a major issue which I think is not being addressed in our engineering community. Until unless we improve the diversity of gender, things will still remain where they are, and until unless, as they say, the left brain and the right brain, both the brains need to talk to each other, we will not be able to address one issue. More than that, I think as an institution I come from is the Damodar Valley Corporation, which is one of the first corporations that independent India made in 1948. We celebrated our 78th year of foundation, and we've been instrumental in building up the entire roar of India, as they call it, the Damodar Valley, with its power stations, when support to the collieries which generate all the coal for more or less 80% of India. The immense amount of industries which are here in terms of the fertilizer factories, the chemical industries, so on and so forth, all of which are powered, supplied with reliable and very cheap power. In fact, our cheap power is cheapest in the entire country, industrial power. We have been supporting the industrialization of the valley, and most importantly, we have also managed to control, or I wouldn't say control, I would say tame the river Damodar for the last 78 years. This is something which independent India, when it brought about its initial activities of engineering into play, we did do a lot of work on building the temples of modern India. I think, friends, this is an area where we need to now look forward to for the next 20 years and hope that we build a modern India by 2047. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It must be said here that engineering leadership finds its highest expression where technology, preparedness, and national service converge. Our guest of honor today brings his exemplary service in the Indian Army and his deep expertise in electronics and mechanical engineering systems. He has played a pivotal role in strengthening India's defense engineering capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Shahni, sir, Director General of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, DGEME, and Colonel Commandant to kindly deliver the address.
Honorable Chair, the dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first thank the organizers for this very fine opportunity to speak to some of the finest engineering minds across spectrum, the government, private, public, PSUs, academia, across. And today, coming from the stream I choose to speak to you and connect with you on the innovative engineering solutions, which is exactly the theme of this Congress, from the national security perspective with the military context. So, as I was introduced, I was wearing the twin hat when I was the Director General of Information System, which required the data to congregate at a place and a time of choosing so that the Indian Army could take the right, correct decisions in the timelines given. And of late, I just switched side to be the Director General of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering to provide the combat force regeneration and safeguard the same data from the Indian Army's perspective and provide the regeneration both in peace and war. I will contextualize the whole thing from the continuum called Sindoor 1.0 to Sindoor N.X. and would like to thank each one of the vertical present out here. We were not alone. Each one of the engineering mind got us on in providing us the solutions from the two perspective, ladies and gentlemen. So when the post 22nd April, when there was strategic signaling being carried out, when there was whole huge amount of societal resolve shaping up, when there was noises galore, two things which as DGIS were keeping us busy. First one, creating the QOIP, as we call it, the Common Operational Intelligent Logistic Picture. This common sheet of music is very much required, in which each one of you helped us out, because this sheet provided that the way my CDS or the three chiefs of army staffs connect to the apex leadership, same picture is visible to my frontline commanders, that is the battalion commanders and the company commanders, that the target which is told, the same target is engaged on the front line. So this kind of a common operational logistic picture was the primary agenda. And the second thing was the precision targeting. I hope most of us understand Hindi here. From the historical perspective, the target engagement, sometime it was said, 4 बांस 24 गज अंगुल उष्ट प्रमाण ताके ऊपर लक्ष्य है मत चूके चौहान. But it was only the FPS system of measurement, single dimension. So that time the distances were only 4 baans 24 gaz. But when you are hitting out at 400 kilometers deep, while my firers and my equipment is good, but the extrinsic environment I need to be very, very careful about. 18 additional parameters from the MET, where the NCMRFWF, Ministry of Earth and Sciences, IMD, they were all absolutely co-jointly standing with us to give those applications right there where our weapons are firing, because we're very sure that the engagement will be 0.3 meter by 0.3 meter, a commitment to ourselves that there will be no collateral damages anywhere. So when I say this common operational intent logistic picture, I will just give you a glimpses of few of the applications that were creating a kind of a fused image for all commanders to be on the same page, I said. And this basically is to tell these innovative engineering minds across that more we require. We really require all hands on the deck to refine these systems further and further. So when the first thing was to get the electronic picture right, and it was called the Elent Collation Analysis System. All our EW, early warning cells, who were on the western borders across, they were pumping in the information to us through the mobile ground sensor platforms, which was pinned into this application, and we were able to get the right frequency the emitters are on, how they are moving, that is a fingerprinting, which headquarters they belong to, and hence what is the enemy electronic order of battle. This was all about their radars, all about their weapon locating radars, all about their surface-to-air missile batteries. Suffice to say that the application maturity finally we got in, that 20th December 2028, we can say with surety of 90.4% that which emitter will open up. While our adversary, definitely both covertly and overtly, created and managed multiple additional emitters, which we took some time to crack. All those HQ9s and all, which we also destroyed later. Coming to the next one was so this was the one picture. Second layer which we created was the battlefield surveillance system, wherein every possible sensor which is 24 hours deployed, call it optical, thermal, Doppler, whichever. So those pictures are being pumped in by the man-portable satellite terminals, and we were creating a picture with all the multi-sensor and multi-source data fusion so that there's no duplicity involved, and we see only single version of truth across. The third application which we were working on, that was so this was with the support of, when I say all hands on the depth, it was the Bell which was supporting us in this part of it. The situational reporting by the troops in contact, They were pumping in information 24/7. That is what is the movement of the people who were right in contact with us. That will help us ensuring that what kind of ammunition trains or their reserves, where exactly they were moving. Our eyes and ears in the sky, called the UAVs and RPAs, they were constantly giving us both the lat-long to be engaged and also giving us the post-strike damage assessment if any repeated lethality punishment is required in terms of TNT around the western borders. So huge amount of startups supported us during this endeavor. We didn't have actually multiple ICD codes. So these people with the Python script, these startups helped us decoding those ICDs and getting the right lat-longs with multiple equipment. Satellite tracking, ladies and gentlemen, thousands of satellites were watching over us all the time, but we needed some kind of a blind spots, some kinds of a windows of opportunity so that we could move our long-range vectors, so that we could move our ammunition trains. And IIT Delhi and more incubation hubs pitched in to ensure that those minimalistic windows were given to us in time so that we could place our weapons at the right place where we could engage them from. All of it, next round, we wanted to have our logistics data, where how much of missiles, how much of ammunition, how much of reserves, how much of blood transfusion, how much of medical support is required. All of this, we could pool it from the real-time applications by the API programming interface, giving it the additional layers. So suffice to say that all these layers actually, along with the OSINT and CyberInt, we were actually could fuse them and show it to the commanders at all levels that if the targets are got to be engaged, here exactly is the target. Next thing I spoke to you about after the COIC was the precision engagement. And I said that every year, all our weapon systems, whatever the range is, they are zeroed in our field ranges. Our firers fire to ensure that they are absolutely battle hardened. But we created something called a Anuman application, where, as I said, with the help of NCMRWF, Ministry of Earth Sciences, 18 parameters we were obtaining, so that at 400 kilometers we exactly knew what kind of wind direction, wind speed, precipitations, and 16 more. So that 400 kilometers, 0.3 by 0.3. So that was the kind of a precision with which we engage. And to our credit, we ensured that there were minimum number of civilian casualties, if at all. And happy to share with you that this application we have further, in fact, just last week, Honorable Raksha Mantri inaugurated the same, the Center of Expertise for Military Climatology, so that wherever our forces, our services are in support for providing the disaster relief operations, for flood relief or avalanches, they could place their resources right in time, especially close to the border areas. We created Anuman Engage, that any soldier anywhere on the western borders could click a picture both on the ground or in the aerial systems, and it could pass on what we call it as Sambhav, an encrypted mobile application, back to my shooters, which we called it Shakti, and the Army Air Defense Cloud, so that both our weapon systems on ground as well as air defense, they could negate and engage them. We created a drone management portal wherein we ensured that all whatever we are flying in blues, all what my neighbors' paramilitary forces are flying in yellow, so it leaves only one color, red. So anything which is not blue and yellow, all the weapons were free to engage, and which we did so very, very positively and lethality. Coming to the AI inclusion, because so much of data was coming at the rate at which was coming, it was not easy for the commanders to understand and make the sense of it. So the huge amount of AI incorporation was done all across, whether it was discriminative or agentic or the generative part of it. There were AI at the edge centers, which could ensure that the classification of targets across against the multiple backdrops of terrain or the visibility we could identify, so that while definitely as a responsible nation we could kept the human in the loop, but yes, this AI systems did serve us absolutely well. We had the generative and the agentic AI solutions, both for intelligent analysis, threat assessment, as well as the situational reviews. So the agency which came to help us in big way was METI, by way of huge amount of GPU resource and the compute pipelines. So now, as I said, the change of the role from the data creator, from the data-centric operations to now kind of carrying out a combat force regeneration in peace and war, my new role. So I'm very sure that whatever we could do, my adversary, especially with his newfound friend, the Friends for Life, similar kind of expertise I have to do, I have to give it to them. So and for that, and to safeguard against that, I'm sure as a DGME, the endeavor is to make those kind of a man-machine teams right at the front end, so that all those network redundancies, the data connects, the sensor shooter links, the optoelectronic devices, the drones, the loiter munitions, all, whenever they are any kind of issue, any kind of a defect, they could be regenerated in a minimum kind of a downtimes. While this support comes from the organization in the Army I lead, that is the core of EME, the industries and the DPSUs and academias are always welcome, and we are doing it all it takes to take them along and so that we can garner all the support, and as I said, all hands on the deck. Towards the intermediate and the depth repairs, the innovation technologies, the tech upgrades, the kind of all three, that is the firepower, mobility and protection, endeavor is to get in the industry 5.0 across, so that our productivity as well as the sustained development goals my previous speaker was speaking to, they could be well ensured. And towards the end, the tech supremacy. Ladies and gentlemen, you're aware that somehow our infantry soldiers were still on the hold. Our armored tanks, our RT guns were still on the hold, because it was the technology which was actually prevalent. And as we say, the war is on, the color may be grey. So whether you say the quantum or the big data or AI or the robotics or the drone counter US, there we need more of it and most of it. While our smartization of the legacy weapon system, it's always on the mind, but the more and more technology, because one who really has mastered the technology today, he will definitely be able to ensure the combat power prevails and our effectivity against the our adversary. So with this, I come to the end of my small connect, and with the kind of asking each one of the engineering minds that these are some of the initiatives that we are carrying forward in the forces. Rest assured, you're in the safest of the hands, but we would like to welcome as many engineering minds to come along with the most innovative solution going by the theme of this Congress. Thank you so much.
We sincerely thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Engineering Congress has a long legacy of being inaugurated by leaders who have helped shape the nation's institutions and governance. Our chief guest today embodies this tradition. With a distinguished career that spans public administration, technology policy, and institutional leadership, he has contributed significantly to strengthening India's civil services and governance framework. May I now have the honor to invite Dr. Ajay Kumar Sir, Chairman of Union Public Service Commission, to deliver the inaugural address as the chief guest of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests of honor, Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahani, AVSM, VSM, PhD, Director General, EME, and Colonel Commandant. Shri S. Suresh Kumar, Chairman, Damodar Valley Corporation. Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers. Shri V.B. Singh, President, Institutions of Engineers, India. Engineer Manish Mahindra Kothari, President-elect of IEI. Distinguished guests on the dais, respected past presidents of IEI, members of the council, delegates, young professionals, members of the press, media, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a matter of both honor and deep personal privilege to address you today at the 40th Indian Engineering Congress here in Durgapur. First of all, my gratitude to the Institution of Engineers India for inviting me for this event today. It's deeply humbling to be here in Bengal, a land which has given India's most decorated stalwarts like J.C. Bose, Satyendranath Bose, Meghnad Saha, Praful Chandra Ray, and many others. These towering names before whom we stand in homage, whose lives and work continue to command our deepest respect and shape the soul of Indian science and engineering. And of course, it is equally a matter of great privilege to be here in Durgapur, the very first time for me, the steel city of India. And it obviously is a perfect backdrop for holding the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. For me, my association with the Institution of Engineers India is actually more than 5 decades old. I first heard the name of Institution of Engineers India in my cradle. In the early 1960s, my father was a proud member of Institution of Engineers India. And like many other engineers of his time, he wore that membership not as a credential, but as an identity. Every month, a journal would arrive by post, wrapped in brown paper, addressed carefully, carrying within it articles on engineering challenges, innovations, and debates. As a child, I did not understand the equations or the diagrams, but I understood something else, that engineering mattered. Decades later, standing here today, I feel that the circle has completed. Engineering is seen as a technical profession. My own journey as a civil servant and later as Defense Secretary taught me exactly the opposite. Public policy today is deeply technological. Decisions on defense preparedness, infrastructure, cyber security, space, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, energy transitions, climate resilience, all major policy decisions of today are extremely technological. And nations that do not embed engineering competence into governance structures will simply fall behind. In my present role as Chairman UPSC, I have realized that UPSC has had a very long bond with engineers, conducting India's premier examination for recruiting engineers into government service, the Indian Engineering Service. And for more than 1 century, this examination has selected men and women who design, build, maintain, and safeguard nation's critical infrastructure. But UPSC's relationship with engineering does not end there. It is also the constitutional authority responsible for career progression and promotion of the senior-most engineers of Government of India. Engineers who rise to become Director Generals, heads of technical services, and so on. And what is even more telling is the profile of the Indian civil services. In the civil services examination, arguably the most competitive and closely watched examination in the country, a very large proportion of successful candidates today come from engineering backgrounds. Mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers, electronics and computer science graduates, and they now populate every cadre of public administration, district collectors, secretaries, regulators, and policy architects. And this is not accidental. This reflects a deep reality. Governance in 21st century is inseparable from technology. Whether it is the digital infrastructure, public infrastructure, energy transition, climate, the mindset that engineering education ultimately provides becomes a major asset. Let me share with you some of the areas which I was exposed to when I was in the Ministry of Defense. One of the lesser known organizations in Ministry of Defense is the Border Road Organization. BRO engineers do not work in air-conditioned offices. They work where oxygen is thin, temperatures are brutal, geology is hostile, and timelines are unforgiving. And yet they have achieved feats that few nations can replicate. Atal Tunnel Rohtang, the world's longest tunnel above 10,000 feet, was achieved by our BRO engineers. The difficulty was that it has been built on the most fragile and unpredictable rock formations imaginable under extreme climatic stress. This project was not merely a civil engineering project. It was India's assertion to conquer geography through science. But Atal Tunnel Rohtang is not the only one. BRO has also built the world's highest motorable road in the Omingla Pass at a height of over 9,000 feet. Many other roads, including the road leading to Lipu Lake, which has made the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra much more easier, and many other such very difficult terrains have been conquered. This engineering achievements remind us that it is only engineers who have the ability to redefine what is national sovereignty. But it is in this context I would like to share something which remains one of my proudest moments of professional life, both as an administrator, but also more importantly as a fellow engineer. During my tenure in the Ministry of Defense, I had the privilege of recommending the highest service award of Param Vishesh Seva Medal for the first time ever to an engineer. Normally, these awards have been reserved for uniformed military officers only. When the Honorable President of India conferred this highest presidential honor for service of the most exceptional order on one of our outstanding engineers, it was of course a personal recognition for that great engineer who richly deserved the award for his service to the nation. But it was also a moment of collective pride for the engineering fraternity of India as a whole. friends, we have often questioned what we can achieve in this country as engineers. I would like to share my own experiences with respect to what our engineers can do. In the Ministry of Defense, we launched a scheme called Innovation for Defense Excellence because we found that several of the problems that our defense forces had were not getting solved. The question was, most of the technological components and solutions were being imported. The question was, can we do it in India? We launched IDEX and offered these problems as challenges to our young engineers. I will relate to you one example of such a challenge. This was about creating a 10 megapixel camera, which was being imported from Israel. In the year 2018, typically such a camera would cost about ₹1 crore a piece. Some young engineers from IIT Delhi took up this challenge to develop a 10 megapixel camera. All what we offered to them was a grant of 1.5 crores, subject to their bringing in matching contribution of 1.5 crores. So they had to bring in their own 1.5 crores. Something which we had been importing for decades. Lo and behold, 12 months later, these engineers came back and said, here is your 10 megapixel camera. And said, this was not so, we were very impressed, of course, but what they said next was even more surprising. They said, we can do 1 gigapixel camera, give us another 24 months. Only in very few countries, 2 or 3 countries in the world, 1 gigapixel camera is made. And this is these youngsters making 1 gigapixel camera right here in India. This was not flash in the pan. Today, this startup has been roped in by Department of Defense in US and NASA for making chips for them in that country. And the Space Command of Department of Defense in US is setting up a fab with them in India to set up their chips for the first time. When did we hear of India exporting technology to the US? We will have to go to the 5,000 years back. But once again, we are seeing technology, US Department of Defense coming to India, asking Indian engineers to make chips and send it back to them. They are funding the fab here in India for this particular startup. There have been multiple such stories. Let me share with you another stories. Some of you may know or remember that till August 2021, it was illegal in this country to make drones. The government created a new policy in August 2021 where drones could be designed by academics, by startups, by industry, or by anyone. As a kind of, and since I was closely associated with this new policy decision, to mark this major policy change, we thought we will celebrate it by doing a major drone show, 1,000 drone show in the next Republic Day and beating the retreat ceremony in in January 2022. And we looked around. The kind of show we wanted to do, there were only 3 places in the world that kind of show was available. One was in China. Obviously, we did not want to go to China. The second was US. And when we contacted the organization in US, they said, we are still testing 1,000 drone show. We are not ready to do it right now. And third was Russia, who said, we will do the 1,000 drone show for you. And we contracted with them. And then at that time, sometime in September, some engineers, young engineers, came up and said, sir, we will do this show for you. So I said, but do you know how to fly swarms? They said, we know how to fly swarms. So how many drones did you fly in your swarm? So we do about 30 to 40 drones in a swarm. I said, I'm talking of 1,000 drones. They said, no, sir, we can try. Please give us a chance. So since, as engineers, we know as the numbers increase, the complexity doesn't increase linearly, it increases exponentially. So 30 to 1,000 is not 30 times more difficult, it is, 2 to the power 30 times more difficult. And which was a challenging task. But by the time, because of IDEX, I had also got a little bit more willing to take chances. We said, all right, if you can do it, we'll give you, but you must give me the 1,000 drone show by December end. Because January we have to do. They agreed, and then they came back. They said, sir, if we have to do 1,000 drones, we have to make 1,000 drones. We don't have money to make 1,000 drones. And I said, look, in Defense Ministry, we don't fund any startup or anyone for making this. We can't give you money. But what I can do is I can talk to Department of Science and Technology, because they fund such things, and I'll talk to my colleague secretary, and he will possibly help you. And I spoke to then Professor Ashutosh Sharma, who was Secretary Science and Technology, who graciously agreed to support, and he said, I will give them grant of 2 crores. This was the amount which was being given to the Russian company for doing the drone show one time. But as you know, in government, a sanction letter and money are 2 different things. So the sanction letter came, money did not come, and we were working against a deadline. We therefore, these people had this sanction letter, but they didn't have the money, and said how to buy the chips. As destiny would have it, one of them landed with an inheritance. He got some 60-70 lakhs as inheritance. And he said, I will put all that money into buying the chips. So they went. Now, this is 21 post-COVID, and some of you remember how the supply chains had got totally disrupted in post-COVID time. So when they went to buy the chips, chips were not available. No one was willing to give them chips in the short time period in which they had to make the drones. They kept on scouting. Finally, they found a small company in Taiwan who was willing to give them the chips. And they paid that advance to that company with an assurance that chips will start coming in 4 weeks. But the chips did not come. Time went by, and we reached end of November. And I had very serious doubts. Now we are end of story. When we were finally about to close doors on them, the chips started to come. And they said, sir, give us one more week, 2 more weeks. In phased manner, the chips kept on coming. And every week they would continue to work. From 30 they went to 50, 50 they went to 100, with 100 they went to 200. By December they had drones for about 400 drone shows. And we had also started getting a little bit more excited by that time. So we said, all right, we'll take a chance. You continue developing your drones. We told the Russian company, we don't want your thing. We will go. And in my own mind, I said, all right, it's an indigenous show. Even if it is 400, we'll do with 400. We'll not go with 1,000. These guys kept on working. This project generated a fair amount of interest. And even the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, was himself following up how the progress was going on. Came the important day, and the drone show, 1,000 drones, went absolutely to perfection. You know, after the meeting retreat, we all line up, the chiefs and the defense secretary line up to see off the Honorable President, the Vice President, the Prime Minister. And each one of them stopped when they was being seen off and congratulated me. But whom do you think should have been congratulated? The company, possibly some of you may know, is today a very big company. In fact, each of these companies are today, there are, one of these companies today, for example, raised money at $900 billion in defense. Started in 2018-19 out of engineering technology. Several of them are very big companies today. But the question why I made this whole story was to make a point. I started by saying that we did not allow to make drones in this country in August 2021. They did not get chips in November 2021. And all in 1.5 to 2 months, they could create 1,000 drone shows. But I also mentioned only 3 countries could do it. What was the reason other countries could not do it? And we could do it in 1.5 months. That is the real power of this story to my mind. Our engineers did something which other rest of the world could not do without any restrictions. We did it in 1.5 to 2 months. Today this company is making drone shows all across the world, and that is the power of Indian engineering to me. So friends, as I stand here today before you, reflecting on this journey which has taken me from my childhood to corridors of power, from defense installations to policy tables, I would like to repeat something very simple yet very profound. Engineering at its core today is not only technology. It is public service, it is national service. Whether you design a bridge, whether you design a chip, a tunnel, or a system, you are shaping how people live, how they move, how they communicate, and how they feel secure. And institutions like the Institution of Engineers India today remind us that engineering is not just about careers, it is about civilization building. Let me conclude where I began, with memory and continuity. From a journal arriving by post in my childhood to standing before you today, I see a thread that connects generations of engineers. That thread is of responsibility. India's future will not be built by accident. It will be engineered. And I have no doubt that engineers, very eminent people like yourself, gathered here today, are equal to the task. With these, I wish the 40th Indian Engineering Congress great success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
We sincerely thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to a very special and inspiring segment of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, the glimpses of engineering personalities. This program that comes up next celebrates eminent engineers, technologists, administrators, and institution builders whose professional journeys and leadership have made lasting contributions to the engineering practice, infrastructure development, governance, and nation building in India. As a mark of respect and welcome, may I please request the team members of the organizing committee to kindly present flowers to our chief guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sir, Chairman of the UPSC. I request President Sir to very kindly felicitate with flowers our chief guest of the day, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sir. To formally welcome again and set the context for this important program, I shall now invite Engineer V.B. Singh Sir, President of the Institution of Engineers India, to deliver the welcome address. So, we request you to very kindly proceed.
Distinguished delegates, past presidents, vice presidents, members of the council, corporate members, dignitaries on and off the dais, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Engineers have long been regarded as the true agents of change, shaping national progress through innovation, systems thinking, and institutional building. In keeping with the enduring mandate, the Institution of Engineers India continues to promote excellence of the profession, and through this session of the Indian Engineering Congress honors eminent engineers whose contributions have significantly influenced public administration and national development. And at the same time, we introduce them to our delegates as glimpses of engineering personalities, so that they may take a lesson and try to become true engineers and achieve the heights which they have achieved. So it is indeed a privilege to share this platform with such a distinguished personality and draw inspiration from his experience. We have with us today Dr. Ajay Kumar, Chairman, Union Public Service Commission. I now request Major General Dr. M.J.S. Siali, VSM, retired, as SDG, Secretary and Director General of the Institution of Engineers, to formally introduce him to all of you on this great occasion. Dr. Siali.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ajay Kumar, an eminent Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1985 batch, retired as Defence Secretary of India in October 2022 after a distinguished career spanning leadership roles in defence, electronics and digital governance. An alumni of IIT Kanpur with an MS in Applied Economics and a PhD in Business Administration from the University of Minnesota, he played a central role in major reforms such as corporatization of the Ordnance Factory Board, the IDEX, Agnipath scheme, and boosting India's defense exports. As DG NIC, he led landmark Digital India initiatives including MyGovernance, Jeevan Praman, and National Biometric Attendance. Widely published and honored with awards such as Silver Elephant, Technovation Sarabhai Award, Champion of Change Award, and IIT Kanpur Distinguished Alumni Award, Dr. Kumar assumed charge as Chairman, Union Public Service Commission on 15th May 2025. May I request Dr. Ajay Kumar to kindly say a few words to the gathering.
As I said, I have already said more than few words, but I am deeply honored and grateful to the Institution of Engineers for having recognized me here and having recognized my work. And like I said in my speech, I think engineering today is the bedrock of governance, bedrock of public policy. And that is why today I think nations which will not actually have engineers in its public policy decision making will struggle to compete in the global stage. So much of the scope of technology is increasing so much in overall society's sphere. When we started, when technology initially came in, if you look at it, it was initially a source of social development. Because the wheel came in and society could move faster, you learned various, metallurgy came in, you could make tools and so on and so forth. The next wave was when technology became a source of military power. And you could create weapons and you could win wars, etc. And that kept on becoming the next driver of technological advancement. The third wave of technological quantum jump came when technology itself became a source of wealth. And this is where IP became more important than the physical assets. Today you can buy a company's IP with zero assets and it costs billions, sometimes trillions. And this is the phenomena of the last 30, 40 years that you're seeing technology as having so much of economic wealth. But now we are seeing the fourth phase, and that is the point I wanted to make, is where technology is geopolitical leverage. And that is why you see increased sanctions being used through technology. I won't give you this tool. I won't allow you to have this chip. I won't allow you to have these minerals. Today, technology is actually absolutely 360-degree encompassing all spheres of human activity. And that is why, to my mind, the role of engineer is actually paramount in policy, in governance, in our lifestyle. And therefore, the relevance of institution of engineers is extremely high and is going to grow in the coming future. I commend institution of engineers for the great service they have done to the nation, and I wish them the very best in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We shall now request Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of the Institution of Engineers India, to very kindly felicitate Chairman, sir, Chairman of UPSC, with a shawl and a plaque commemorating this grand event. We sincerely thank President-elect, sir, and President, sir, for very kindly felicitating our chief guest. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now honored to invite to the stage Professor Arvind Chaubey, sir, Director of NIT Durgapur. Sir, please, we will invite you onto the dais, and I shall again request President sir and President-elect sir to very kindly welcome Arvind sir with a bouquet of flowers on behalf of the Institution of Engineers, India. Sir, please. We once again request Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, to very kindly deliver the welcome address.
dignitaries on and off the dais, friends, in this series now we have invited Dr. Arvind Chaubeji, who is presently Director of the NIT Durgapur. So friends, engineering education and research have long formed the foundation for innovation, technological advancement and skilled human capital. Faithful to its mandate, the Institution of Engineers hosts this session during the Engineering Congress to celebrate distinguished academicians whose leadership has enriched engineering education and inspired future generations. We are honored to share this forum with him and to gain from his valuable perspectives. We have with us today Professor Arvind Chaube, Director, NIT Durgapur. So again I request Major General Dr. M.J. Siali, Secretary and Director General of the institution, to formally introduce Professor Arvind Chaubeji on this grand occasion.
Thank you, sir. Professor Arvind Chaube, Director of National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, is a leading academician with over 38 years in research, teaching and administration. Formerly professor at HAG scale at NIT Jamshedpur, he served as founding director of IIIT Bhagalpur and director in charge IIIT Ranchi. His research covers DSP, communication, antennas, soft computing, and artificial intelligence. Notable achievements include an ICMR-approved COVID-19 artificial intelligence detection system and an artificial intelligence-driven pest and disease detection module for Bihar's agriculture sector. He is a fellow of the Institution of Engineers and IEEE member and recipient of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Award in 2019. Now I request Professor Arvind Chaube to kindly address the gathering.
Respected on the dais, dignitaries in front of me, directors, vice chancellors, CMD of the industries. It's my pleasure to organize this August Indian Congress meeting here, and NIT Durgapur is also the partner of this Institute of Engineers convention. So I am also the Institute of Engineers, the fellow members. So always when I was the NIT Jamshedpur faculty there, so each and every occasions I attended that meetings and something. So it is nice to this convention which is here, and we do needful whatever the facilities I have. And 5-6 months back, Institute of Engineers personals and all institutions, faculty and officials, how to organize this Indian Congress meeting here. So I think it is the proper way. It is going on the proper way. And if any feedback, something, any something shortage and drawbacks, kindly officers of the Institute of Engineers kindly told me that in future I care for you. So thanks again. And in the yesterday there are so many industries that is the award given to so many persons. So my blessing, my congratulations to all the persons. Thank you.
Requesting President Sir to very kindly felicitate with a shawl and a plaque our Director of NIT Durgapur, Professor Arvind Chaubeji. Requesting the team members of the organizing committee to please help President Sir and President-elect Sir in felicitating our guest. Now we move on to the segment of the Best Center Awards that recognizes outstanding professional performance and outreach of our IEI centers. For announcing these awards in the approved order, I respectfully invite Major General Dr. M.J. Syali, sir, the Secretary and Director General of the Institution of Engineers, India. Sir, Best Center Awards.
Each year, the Institution of Engineers India presents the prestigious Best Center Award for the best all-round performance of state center and local centers. It gives us immense pleasure to announce that Tamil Nadu State Center of the institution has been chosen as the best state center for the period of 2024-25. May I now request the Chairman Telangana State Center of the institution to kindly come to receive the award. Tamil Nadu State Center to kindly come and receive the award. And may I request the Chief Guest to kindly present the award.
Yes, sir. So let me picture. Has a requesting SDG sir to very kindly continue.
I have also a great pleasure to announce that Coimbatore Local Center has been chosen as the best local center for the period 2024-25. May I now request the Chairman Coimbatore Local Center to kindly come forward and receive the award. May I request our Chief Guest to kindly present this award.
We sincerely thank our chief guest, our guests of honor, for very kindly presenting the Best Center Awards to Tamil Nadu State Center and Coimbatore Local Center. We now request the dignitaries on the dais to very kindly release the technical volume of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. The technical volume of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, you may access the entire technical volume of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress by scanning the QR that is present on your tables. The QR on the tables will give you the access to the entire technical volume. We request the team members of the organizing committee to very kindly step on the dais and help our president, president-elect, and also our chairman of UPSC in very kindly releasing the technical volume of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. We thank the dignitaries, and now we request our dignitaries to very kindly release the souvenir of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress commemorating this landmark edition. Requesting the team members of the organizing committee to step on the dais with the souvenir of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress that commemorates this landmark edition. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now request the dignitaries to kindly release Abhiyanta Bandhu, and for that, we invite to the stage the chairman of Madhya Pradesh State Center, Engineer Ashok Kumar Sharma sir, and we request our dignitaries to very kindly release Abhiyanta Bandhu, the flagship publication of the National Languages Promotional Committee of the Institution of Engineers, India. This volume has been compiled by the Madhya Pradesh State Center of IEI. We sincerely thank the dignitaries on stage for releasing the technical volume of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, the souvenir of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, and also the Abhiyanta Bandhu, especially compiled by the Madhya Pradesh State Center of IEI. I now have the pleasure of inviting on the stage on the dais Vice Admiral Kishore Thakre sir, and he has a few encouraging words for us. Sir, please.
Hey, don't get worried. I'm just reading out 4 lines. Shri Ajay Kumar, General Sawhney, Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, General Siali, Kothari ji, President and everybody. I will just take 1 minute. I was sitting there and just jotted down, this has become a, aajkal main vella hu. I have no work. So I have jotted down 4-5 words of lines of shairi. One is for the Indian Engineering Congress and one is also, today is the Shahadat Divas hai. What is Shahadat Divas? This is the day, this week marks the Shahadat of the 4 children of Guruji and the उनकी माता गुरु गोविंद जी की धर्मपत्नी और 4 बेटों को जब कत्ल किया गया था उसके बारे में 4 शब्द कहूँगा। तो सबसे पहले इंडियन इंजीनियरिंग कांग्रेस इंजीनियरिंग के दीप जलाए, ज्ञान की राह दिखाए, इंजीनियरिंग के दीप जलाए, ज्ञान की राह दिखाए, राष्ट्र निर्माण में संकल्पों को फिर से साकार बनाए, राष्ट्र निर्माण में संकल्पों को फिर से साकार बनाए. So we engineers are only good when we execute. We are not only planners, we design, we plan and we execute. That's why we do it. Though I am a marine engineer by profession and I have served in the Navy and the nation for 43.5 years, first in uniform and then as the Director General of the ATV program. I do not call myself a marine engineer, I call myself an executive engineer. I knew how to give orders and how to push people. That was my specialty. And I was very fortunate right from my young lieutenant days. I had great team members who carried me on their giant shoulders. They did all the work and I got the credit. And many a times, of course, we will not talk about the details. Shri Sanjay is here. His firm has helped us making for the first time. When you talked about the nuclear pump reactors, for the first time we have got, and those have been approved even by the Russians. They were amazed how we have done it. Give him a big hand. And he is one of the 500. And I must thank the chairman UPSC who, in his role as the defense secretary, helped me get that additional approval when we went with a bowl asking for some money. He asked some very, very relevant questions. And I'd like to share that question which he asked me. You say that it is no platform names taken, up to 80% indigenous content, and you're going to also reach 94% indigenous content. That is the Atmanirbharta which we already have in the nation. He asked me, Lekin, uske andar, you will be having chips from outside, you will have certain components, will it be only relabeling? I said no. Yes, copper, when it is required, we will get it from Chile. Chips, which are not available with us, we have to get it from outside. That is what everyone does. But balance everything. This is value by material, not value by effort. Thank you, sir, for helping me with that. And we got that approval, sir. Both the approvals, sir. The first one and the second one also, sir. Thank you so much. I didn't ask too much. I asked first time 3,500. Next time was 5,000 crores. Thank you very much, sir. And coming to the Shahadat, लेकिन मन झुके इस अमर बलिदान की छाया में, when we are celebrating this, लेकिन मन झुके इस अमर बलिदान की छाया में, जहाँ गुरु पुत्रों ने धर्म निभाया साहसे दास्तान से, जहाँ गुरु पुत्रों ने धर्म निभाया साहसे दास्तान से, वो शहादत सिखाती है, वो शहादत सिखाती है कर्तव्य और कर्म का मिलन. यही समर्पण हो हमारा, यही जीवन का चिन्ह. जय हिंद, नमस्कार.
Friends, sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't hold myself from narrating one story about Dr. Ajay Kumar. caught him pre-COVID when he was a defense secretary. And I went with my member of parliament who was also an engineer. He started with an IDEX. So you go with an IDEX. So we registered many IDEX students. He funded also. But the way, why I stand again before, that the type of a person he is, that how to get the work done. That time Manohar Parrikar sir was the defense minister and Dr. Bhamre was deputy minister. So we wanted an defense innovation cluster to be started in India. He came up with an idea. We went first to his office. We had a nice 1 hour interaction, nice coffee, cookie. He said something and then we passed. Again we went, again same thing. But we didn't leave him. Third time we went to his office and he gave us an idea. And we are very much proud and thankful to you, sir. He is the father of making that innovation, indigenization cluster, manufacturing cluster in India. Dr. Ajay Kumar is the person who has initiated and taken up. So I wanted to just note it because he also didn't tell in his speech and nobody has narrated. But it's a very big achievement in India. He has done it. So one of the 3 clusters, which we were the first to get one of the 3 clusters in India. Thank you so much, sir. It's a very nice and visionary personality today we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is now time for the Durgapur Local Centre and its members to felicitate our dignitaries on stage. On behalf of the Durgapur Local Centre, this is a small token of gratitude and appreciation for the dignitaries who made time for us here today. I request our team members to very kindly help President Sir and President-elect Sir to felicitate once more Dr. Ajay Kumar Sir, Chairman of Union Public Service Commission, our chief guest, on behalf of the Institution of Engineers India, Durgapur Local Centre. We are honored with his visit in this great hall. We request we now request President Sir and also President-elect Sir to felicitate Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar Sir, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, our guest of honor on this joyous occasion. Thank you, sir. We shall again request President Sir and President-elect Sir to felicitate Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Shahni Sir, Director General of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers and Colonel Commandant of our guest of honor for the day. Requesting President Sir and President-elect Sir to also felicitate on the dais IAS Shri S. Suresh Kumar Sir, Chairman of Damodar Valley Corporation, our guest of honor. We sincerely thank President Sir and President-elect Sir for felicitating our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, for the faith, trust, and for the opportunity of hosting the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, I request Engineer Safiqul Islam Sir to felicitate President Sir and also President-elect Sir. Engineer Safiqul Islam Sir, we request you to very kindly felicitate President Sir and President-elect Sir. Requesting Safikul Sir to also very kindly felicitate Kothari Sir. And now, for the constant motivation and support, we request Engineer Safikul Islam Sir to very kindly felicitate Major General Dr. MJS Siali Sir, the Secretary and Director General of the Institution of Engineers, India. We sincerely thank the guests, the dignitaries on stage for very kindly making time for us here today. We also thank Siali Sir, President-elect Sir, and we also sincerely thank Engineer Safikul Islam Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now request Major General Dr. MJS Siali Sir, the Secretary and Director General of IEI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Ajay Kumar, Chairman Union Public Service Commission, our distinguished guests of honor, Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sani, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, PhD, Director General Electronics and Mechanical Engineers and Colonel Commandant, Corps of EME, Shri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Chairman Damodar Valley Corporation, Mr. Sanjay C. Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, our respected President Engineer V.B. Singh, respected President-elect Engineer Manish Mahendra Kothari, respected past Presidents of IEI, esteemed Council members and corporate members, office bearers of Durgapur Local Center, members of the media, distinguished guests including members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks as we draw close to the inaugural session of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, a momentous occasion that stands as the confluence of intellect, inspiration, and national aspiration. At the very outset, I extend the profound gratitude of the Institution of Engineers India to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar, for his incisive and thought-provoking inaugural address, replete with numerous examples which are of great learning to our budding engineers. Sir, your reflections, enriched by vast administrative and technological experience, have not only illuminated the path ahead, but have also instilled in us a renewed sense of purpose as we collectively strive towards Viksit Bharat in 2047. Your gracious presence has lent exceptional distinction to this august gathering. I take this opportunity to place on record our deep appreciation for our esteemed guests of honor, whose august presence has significantly enhanced the stature, solemnity, and national relevance of this inaugural session. We are deeply honored by the presence of Shri Sanjay C. Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, heads India's largest pump manufacturing and export enterprise, a mechanical engineering graduate from the Illinois Institute of Technology. He has transformed Kirloskar Brothers Limited into a global leader with 17 manufacturing plants. He pioneered the adoption of additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence-driven operations, and augmented reality or virtual reality systems. Kirloskar Brothers Limited has played major roles in the Sardar Sarovar project and the 2018 Thailand cave rescue. A fellow of INAE, he champions ethical growth, women's empowerment, and serves as president of MCCIA. We also express a sincere and respectful appreciation to Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sani, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, PhD, Director General Electronics and Mechanical Engineer, and Colonel Commandant Corps of EME, whose distinguished service epitomizes the seamless integration of engineering excellence with national defense and strategic preparedness, reinforcing the critical role engineers play in safeguarding our nation. We are equally grateful to Shri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS Chairman Damodar Valley Corporation, whose visionary stewardship in the domains of power, infrastructure, and regional development exemplifies the transformative role of engineering in public service and sustainable national growth. The gracious presence of our guests of honor today powerfully reinforces the symbiotic relationship between science, engineering, governance, and nation building, and lends exceptional prestige to the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. To our President Engineer V.B. Singh, I convey our sincere thanks for his inspiring and forward-looking address, which has articulated the strategic vision of the institution with clarity and conviction. Your leadership provides a strong compass for our collective journey ahead. To our President-elect, Engineer Manish Mahendra Kothari, we are grateful for your eloquent and uplifting words. Your address has reminded us that when ideas are nurtured collectively, they possess the power to reimagine the nation's technological and developmental landscape. I also take this moment to acknowledge with deep respect and appreciation our past presidents, council members, and corporate members whose wisdom, guidance, and unwavering commitment continue to remain the bedrock of this venerable institution. A special word of appreciation is due to the Durgapur Local Center and its dedicated office bearers. Their meticulous planning, warm hospitality, and tireless efforts behind the scenes have ensured that this inaugural session has unfolded with grace, precision, and exemplary organization. A special word of appreciation also due to the NIT Durgapur and their director, who has given us total help and support in conducting this august event. To the distinguished delegates from academia, industry, research establishments, government departments, as well as our international participants, your presence greatly enriches this Congress. You bring with you diverse perspectives, valuable insights, and reaffirm the enduring strength and unity of the engineering fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now move forward to the technical sessions, memorial lectures, exhibition, and knowledge-sharing platforms scheduled over the coming days, I invite each one of you to participate wholeheartedly. The true essence of this Congress lies in the meaningful dialogues, collaborative engagements, and innovative ideas that emerge from such collective deliberations. May the spirit of inquiry guide our discussions, the spark of innovation illuminate our path, and the collective wisdom of this august gathering steer us towards a future that is technologically advanced, socially inclusive, and nationally transformative. With these sentiments, I once again extend my heartfelt thanks to every dignitary, speaker, organizer, and participant who has contributed to making this inaugural session both inspiring and memorable. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We now request everyone to very kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नाम जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाएं सब यह गाथा। जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
भारत माता की
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural session of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. Meanwhile, the Congress Technical Exhibition will also be formally inaugurated, and we are also going to move on to the 68th Sir Moksha Gundam Vishweshwaraya Memorial Lecture, to be delivered by Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, Director of RV Engineering Consultants. Simultaneously, Technical Session 1 will also be in progress, and you may check the venue from the QR codes. Authors whose papers are scheduled for presentation in Technical Session 1 are kindly requested to proceed to the respective venue. Thank you everyone for your cooperation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Your cooperation was also instrumental. हाँ बोल दीजिए आ जाए.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to one of the most distinguished academic traditions of the Institution of Engineers India, the Sir Moksha Gundam Vishweshwaraya Memorial Lecture. Instituted in memory of Bharat Ratna, Sir Moksha Gundam Vishweshwaraya, one of India's greatest nation builders and engineers, this memorial lecture series stands as a tribute to his enduring legacy of engineering excellence, integrity, and nation building. Over the years, this lecture has been delivered by eminent professionals who have made outstanding contributions to engineering practice and infrastructure development in the country. We are honored to present the 68th Sir Moksha Gundam Vishweshwaraya Memorial Lecture as part of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress. I now request the following dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais for this session. Engineer V.B. Singh Sir, President of the Institution of Engineers India. Major General Dr. M.J. Syali, sir, Secretary and Director General of IEI. And our speaker of this session, Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, sir, Director of RV Engineering Consultants, and he's the distinguished speaker for the 68th Sir M. Vishweswaraya Memorial Lecture. Sir. Sir, please. I welcome the speaker, Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, sir, on the stage.
हाँ कंटिन्यू चल रहा है ना अब कहाँ जाएंगे हम ये कंटिन्यू चल रहा है लंच करेंगे
As a mark of our respect and welcome, may I please request Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of IEI, to very kindly present a bouquet of flowers to our esteemed speaker, Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, sir. He is the Director of RV Engineering Consultants, and he's our distinguished speaker of the session. We request the team members of the organizing committee to very kindly help Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, to felicitate our speaker of this session. Requesting Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, to very kindly felicitate our speaker. And now, I have the honor of requesting Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of IEI, to deliver the welcome address for our esteemed speaker of this session.
Come this side.
We request the members who are right now outside the hall to kindly take their places in the audience once more.
So, friends, now we are going to start memorial lectures, and this first lecture is 68th Dr. Sir M. Vishweswaraya Memorial Lecture. So, Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, Director RV Engineering Consultants, past presidents, my council colleagues, corporate members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to this 68th Sir Mokshagundam Vishweswaraya Memorial Lecture, instituted in the memory of Bharat Ratna Sir Mokshagundam Vishweswaraya, the great technocrat cum philosopher of the country. We have with us today Mr. Kishore Kumar, M. Kishore Kumar, Director, RV Engineering Consultants, to deliver 68th Sir Mokshagundam Memorial Lecture on this auspicious occasion of 40th Indian Engineering Congress. May I now request Major General Dr. M.J. Syali, Secretary and Director General of the institution, to formally introduce the guest and also present the background of the memorial lecture, and also to say something about Sir Mokshagundam Vishweswaraya. Secretary and Director General Sahab, SD Sahab, I am just calling.
Trying to get more people in. Thank you, sir. I will now recount the background of the lecture. The prestigious Sir Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya Memorial Lecture was instituted in 1957-58 by the Maharashtra State Center of the institution in memory of Sir Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya. Born in September 15, 1861 at a village known as Mudnahalli in Chikkabalapur Taluk, Sir Vishweshwaraya took BA degree from the Madras University in 1880 and received engineering education at the then College of Science, Pune. He had served the country for 28 years in various capacities. He was assistant engineer with Bombay Government Service in 1884, chief engineer in Hyderabad and Mysore State. He was president of Education and Industrial Development Committee in Mysore State. He was also a member of the Governing Council of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. After his superannuation in 1909, at the pressing invitation of the Maharaja of Mysore, joined service as chief engineer of the then Mysore State. A number of awards were conferred with Sir M. Vishweshwaraya, which include honorary membership of London Institute of Civil Engineers, Companion of the Indian Empire at the Delhi Darbar, Knight Commander of the Order of the Indian Empire. For his noteworthy contributions, he received the title of Bharat Ratna in 1955. To perpetuate his memory, the institution observes every year September 15 as the Engineers' Day. I will now introduce our distinguished speaker who will be delivering this prestigious memorial lecture. Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, Director RV Engineering Consultants, is a whole-time director of the multi-sectoral infrastructure consultancy organization located in Hyderabad, having wide global presence in many sectors. He graduated from Vishweshwaraya Regional College of Engineering, Nagpur in 1986. Prior to RV, he worked for over 12 years in Messrs. Afcons, Mumbai, a reputed construction company. During his tenure of 27 years with RV, he has been heading the highways vertical of RV in handling design, supervision and O&M projects across the country and abroad. He is known for his dedication, fairness and integrity in the Indian highway sector. He is a visiting webinar faculty in IAHE for dissemination of best practices in contract management. He is a part of G1 committee of IRC for over a decade. He actively participated in a few subcommittees. With these words, I humbly invite Mr. M. Kishore Kumar to kindly deliver the memorial lecture.
We request the team members of the organizing committee to very quickly help President Sir to felicitate our speaker of the session. So, speech के बाद कर लेते हैं sir. Yes sir, yes sir. Yes sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Actually, I have prepared a 45-minute lecture, but unfortunately, it got delayed so much, and my flight is at 3:10. And that actually I could do something, but again, unfortunately, tomorrow is my 40th anniversary, marriage anniversary. So, in fact, I denied to come only for that, but, and I have actually reserved another flight at 9:30 from Bhubaneswar that got cancelled as an alternative. So, I would try to cover what I wanted to tell. Basically, all of us have heard what has been told in the previous session, inaugural session. In fact, if we take the papers, each and every word, probably we have to think about that word, each and every phrase that they have told. It is so deep. जैसे गागर में सागर बना दिया डाल दिया हो. That was the kind of lectures those were given. And then this Viksit Bharat, basically we have to tie ourselves with this theme of Viksit Bharat, is such a big thing. And this is not the first lecture on this, and this is not the last lecture on this. Every month, every day, probably we will be talking about Viksit Bharat. And I don't want to tell what everybody knows. I am actually ground man, and I am seeing those things which can undermine the Viksit Bharat vision. Those are the things which I want to tell you. I am a highway engineer, so I have to tell from highway sector, right? I also thought our SK people and academicians are here, so I wanted to communicate something to them also. Viksit Bharat actually was announced on 15th August 2023, and the Honorable Prime Minister, he said, in every aspect of progress, we move towards the dream of developed nation. Developed nation. But then he said, it's not a dream, it's the resolve of 1.4 billion citizens of the country. He envisioned and he declares on our behalf that it is the resolve of 1.4 billion citizens. Now, as citizens, do we really know what is Viksit Bharat, and at our level, what are we supposed to do? And then, most of us have gone to some developed countries or the other. The moment you are in a developed country, you see some difference over there. Basically, the civic sense of the people, the cleanliness, the priority to fellow beings, the traffic rules. Means the rules are important over there. Now traffic is a very important and simple example as to how we behave at the ground level. We just don't respect them. We don't respect cleanliness. So we have not changed. In fact, we have seen the TV. Today we are seeing artificial, the mobiles with artificial intelligence, but our civic sense has not changed at the ground level. So that is what is more important for us. And being in a highway sector, though you people might not be knowing about highway sector, but you know roads, you have seen roads. So I would like to tell about what is happening there and then what we should do, right? So the Honorable Union Minister for Roads, he is envisioning that around 60 kilometers per day should be constructed. Today, we are probably at 30. 2 years back, we have done 37 kilometers per day, but after that, we came down, 24, 29, we are doing that. So now with this kind of vision and with this kind of targets, what will happen? That is the issue here. Now, how planning is going on? You know how the roads are. We have 27 roads. It's a grid of roads. 15 in east-west direction and 12 in north-south direction. And the 12 north-south ones are numbered even. And 15 east-west ones are numbered odd. And each road is spaced, it's a 250 kilometer by 250 kilometer grid. Earlier numbers have changed, you know anyway. Kashmir to Kanyakumari was 7, now it is 44, like that every number has changed. So this grid is a motorway grid which is similar to the developed nations. The budget is also almost 2 lakh crores, which is the highest for any infrastructure. So it is a matter of importance that highway sector has. Now what is happening? If you have already seen, by the grid of the roads, the existing network is getting infructuous. We are making, this is the only point I want to make in this particular heading of planning. Our existing roads, tollways are becoming infructuous and we are building competing roads to our own roads. See where this is happening, how this is happening, and then you can always raise your voice and take it to the administrators. Then for the developed country, if you go to US, you have got minimum speed and maximum speed regulations, not only maximum speed. So that is also necessary because accidents happen mostly due to the slow moving vehicles. That is why you have to have that. And then you have got 3 lanes, one for the slow moving in the sense they are moving at design speed, and the central one a normal speed, and you have got a overtaking one. This kind of a thing is not there in India at this moment. And the only difference between the roads in developed nations and us is the speed radars. Every 2 kilometers they have got a speed radar, so they monitor the speed of the people, speed of the vehicles, and they've got smart number plates, and then they get the tickets, and then the tickets for the cancellation of the license also. That kind of a thing has to come. Lane discipline is very important, that is observed in developed nations, and we have to start observing them. We don't have that. In fact, we have people coming from the opposite directions. Overloading. The most important thing is overloading. When we designed in one of the road in Jaipur, we have designed it for 15 years for 150 MSA, and the whole MSA was consumed in 1 year, and nobody knew as to why the road got settled and the whole corridor got settled. Nobody could understand, but the whole problem was the overloading due to sand trucks. So, and nobody is taking any decision on that. In the sense, what I mean to say, if a vehicle is overloaded, we collect more fee. Is it what we are supposed to do? The fee is not consistent with the damage that it would do. If an axle takes 8 tons, and if it carries 16 tons, that means double. It is going to have 16 times effect, damaging effect. So we should not allow overloading at all. Of course, people are taking some measures, but they are not serious. Then surveillance, the most important difference between developed nations and us is the surveillance. They are not seen. They are not seen in the sense, in US, the vehicles are somewhere and you don't know, but you will get a ticket. I traveled around 5,000 kilometers 5-6 months back. There are stop signs. The stop sign just means stop, look, and proceed. That is written in our signboards also, but nobody stops, nobody looks, nobody proceeds after looking. But if you don't stop for 3 seconds at every board, then somebody is behind you. And it is not an example, hypothetical, we have faced it. So 3 seconds you have to stop. So that kind of thing has to be inculcated into the citizens. Now, in fact, we are the best. I don't say that we are not the best. We are the best. In 2021, they wanted to make the country 100% FASTag compliant. And for 1 month or 1.5 months, all of us struggled on the roads. All of us means the engineers who were on the road supervising the thing. They were struggling on the road. We were monitoring the whole thing. And by February 15, 2021, 100% compliance has been achieved, and today we are enjoying the FASTag. So that is there. Then in this state itself, buses don't pay toll. You know that? Because gadget notification is there, and they do. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So now they might have changed, but it was so. Then ATMS, see, innovation, big data, then AI, these are the buzzwords. Now we are collecting a lot of data in ATMS, lot of data. The axle load data is there, ATMS data, this ATCC data is there, and now we are also monitoring the PMS, the pavement management systems. We run the network survey vehicles every 6 months in the entire country on all the national highways, and so much data is being collected, and this data will be analyzed. But then analyze and do what? So we find the trends and then we also project them. These are the things that are being done, but it will take some time. The I wanted to tell only two things about this developed nations. One is the civic sense, and the second thing is professional ethics. We are lagging in this area, the professional ethics, particularly in highway sector, whatever we are having and what we have to correct. Those are the things I have highlighted. Now the whole world, the whole country is talking about bad quality of DPRs. So bad quality of DPRs, when the minister keeps on telling we will put these consultants behind bars and something like that. But anyway, people have told that this is due to the low fee. So NHAI has come to a fixed budget based selection. So now we have a very good fee, and then people are selected, consultants are selected only based on quality. So that is a very good move that NHAI has taken. Ministry has not yet moved onto that, and will have to move. Then, you know how maintenance is happening? We have an app, NHAI One app. In that app, if we find a pothole, if we find some cracks, if we have any problems, we'll go there and take a photograph, and that photograph is uploaded in NHAI One app, and that the contractor has to see, and then he has to rectify, take a photograph of that, and then put it back into the system so that the compliance is recorded and registered. And if there is a delay more than certain time, then the damages are, he is liable to pay damages. Here the funny part is, 2% of performance security is the damages that he is liable to pay. And it may be above a crore, over a crore, 1 to 1.5 crores per day, if he doesn't mend a pothole or anything. Now it looks so stupid. Now what consultants would do then? What contractors would do then? They simply go to the people and say, yaar, chhod do isko. So this kind of things are going. But we are so rigid and fussy that we have calculated damages in one package to be 700 crores. Now the cost of the work itself is some 1,000 crores or 1,100 crores. Now we have calculated 700 crores of damages. But at the same time, there is a clause. The clause says, if the authority feels that a lower damage can be levied, they can levy. But then no authority takes that chance, because वो सोचेगा कि हम करेंगे तो क्या होगा. And now the concessionaires and the authority, they fight. If there are any claims, then this authority will negotiate with them. Oh, 700 crores का damage डाल दिया ना आपके ऊपर, so आपका जो claims है उसको निकाल दो, तब इसको निकाल देंगे हम. So these are some clauses which we have to correct. We cannot have unreasonable penal measures. So this is how maintenance is going on. But so far as innovation and other things are concerned, we have got a data lake. Can you understand, can you imagine the data of all the projects in the country being managed by NHAI is there in the data lake, including all the drawings, the correspondences, all the invoices are processed, all extension of time proposals, COS proposals, everything, anything and everything is processed through data lake. So that kind of a robust mechanism was made thanks to COVID. Thanks to COVID. So we are moving, NHAI is moving far. But the most important thing that I would like to tell you is the manpower. Contractors do not have qualified manpower. Consultants do not have qualified manpower. But is it true? We have a lot of manpower. So many students are coming out of college every year. But we want them to have 10 years of experience to get into this project, 5 years of experience to get into this project. How do we do it? Mr. Shyamaprasad Datta, who is sitting over here, he was the project director in the first road project that we have made from Panagar to Moragram. the consultant was consulting engineer services. There were only 3 senior people. One, highway engineer, and second, a bridge engineer, and third, a quality engineer, quality and material engineer. 3 senior people. And other 3 or 4 or 5 were juniors, very juniors, freshers. But within 6 months, those people could be trained and they became heads of the organization today in some of the organizations. So these freshers should not be treated as small people. They are big. In the sense, my boss was a fresher when he started this company. And that company is today 500 crore turnover company. He was a fresher. I did not know much when I joined this company. That time it was only 40 people. Today we have got 4,000 people. I see that there is enormous potential in the fresh engineers. So we have to do something about it. So here comes my clear suggestion. Now, another thing, NHAI is taking these freshers, good freshers, and they are training them for 1 year, 1.5 years, and now the chairman, honorable chairman, wants to release them to the public, consultants. So they can, because they are seeing a number of projects by sitting in one PIU, he wants to second them. It's a good thing. Similarly, I want, say, SKI and other engineering colleges, these colleges in each state can certify, can run certified courses for junior engineers, fresh junior engineers. So if they go through highway engineering for a month, then he will be certified and that man can be directly taken into a project. May it be with contractors or with consultants. PMGSY, when the program was launched, NIT Warangal has organized, it was in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, 40 weeks of training for all the engineers of the state. 40 weeks, of course, one batch for 1 week. I went and trained all of them for all the 40 weeks. So now, this kind of a training can be there in each state. It can be paid. CEAI is running paid courses today for DPR consultants. It can be paid. What I mean to say is freshers can be certified by 1 month course and then they can be incorporated in the system. Senior members, they have also forgotten whatever they have learned. Those people should at least have 1 week courses in same SKI or administrative staff, whatever, wherever in every state they can have. 1 week of course, if they are certified, orientation, then if they are brought back, entire country will become rich in knowledge simultaneously. So then another important thing is, now there is no full-time supervision on the roads. You may be surprised to know, we don't have full-time supervision. When we started in 1980s or 1990s up to 2000, 2005 also, we had full-time supervision. And every layer has to be approved for the contractor go to the next layer. And if it is not approved, then he will not be allowed to put the second layer. That kind of supervision was there. If somebody has laid the lean concrete, after that if a foundation has to be laid, unless the lean concrete is approved, the foundation will not be laid. Unless the reinforcement cage is approved, concreting will not be done. That kind of a supervision was there. But when we shifted to BOT, what happened was we thought he is putting all the money, so he will be careful about the quality, so we left the supervision. We have written there that the consultant will visit at least once in a month. It gave an impression that it is an audit. We are supposed to find the mistakes, find the defects, and we are not supposed to prevent the defects. And when the defects occurred, in fact, naturally when supervision is not there, defects will occur. Then there was a problem. Then we shifted to EPC type of contracts. EPC also they design, they redesign. So there also the supervision was 10%. They have written in the documents that it will be 10%. So only 10% supervision was being provided. Like this, the quality suffered. Now they are going to 100% supervision, the new documents. One one serious problem I'll flag, this may be my last problem that I'm flagging, that is fake CVs, fake qualifications, fake experiences. How dare a person produces a fake MTech, fake BTech, fake diploma, how dare, and why he is not behind bars, why he is only debarred. So, how they are doing, I do not know. Why they are doing, I do not know. Yes, qualification wise. But the experience also, fake experience certificates are being generated. The main cause of this generation is again in the RFP, the request for proposals which are there. Suddenly, they say, to be a team leader, you should have 20 years of experience as a team leader. To be a highway engineer, you should have an experience of 10 years as a highway engineer. Where will this come from suddenly, out of nowhere? Then, people start with junior engineers. They work for 10 years. And this man says that I want 10 years of experience as a highway engineer to become a highway engineer. This man writes all the assistant highway engineer, field engineer roles as this, and he manipulates all the experience in the position, and he generates new projects, new contractors, new employers. This is not the problem. He did it. All of them did it. Now these are all put in a portal by name Infracon in Moth, which is operated by NHIDCL. That means if we want to catch Kishore's CV can be seen over there, and you can actually verify those things and say he did not work over there. But those were verified by Moth. But again, out of 30,000 CVs, 300 CVs were found to be good in the first instance. Now what I want to say here is, we have created a lot of dirt in our house. Last 15 years, we have put something in this cupboard, that cupboard, there, top, and all. You have got a lot of dirt. Just because it got accumulated for 20 years, we don't want to clean it. We don't want to clean the CVs. What do we say about it? So when we are telling, allow the people to clean the CVs, it's not being accepted. In fact, they are wondering what to do. They are wondering what to do. So, this can be there in every sector. You know, that is why railways and other sectors, they don't ask for Infracon. They don't look at any fake experience or anything. Whatever is provided, we evaluate and do it. That's all. We are only evaluating agencies. We are not investigation agencies. That is how it goes. I am not telling anything. There are no problems over there. People are happy about it. But we have all the rules, all the regulations in highway sector, but this particular thing is not being addressed. We will address. We will address. Before I get out of the sector, before I get out of the industry, I will see that this thing is at least changed. Then low codes. This is everywhere. Low codes in PM, project management services and consultants and everywhere. Now DPR, they have shifted to FBS, fixed cost based selection. So there is, because when you say fixed cost, no plus minus, mind you, then there is no manipulation so far as the bid is concerned. So similarly in PMS also, people are going for, NHI is going for fixed cost based selection. So that is going to change. What I suggest is that we have got hundreds, thousands of financial proposals. That data can be taken, let AI work on it and see the trends and come up with the actual cost. Because the average cost is 10 and somebody quotes 5. And the authorities are not able to do anything just because vigilance guidelines or audit guidelines say that the lowest has to be accepted. So I have actually structured the whole lecture in a different manner. at the back of my mind, that poor flight. And I have tried to touch some points. So, subcontracting, I can't leave that point again. Level 4 people are working on the ground. Now 100 crore project, you know what happens, some part goes somewhere, and then you got the next level contractor, they retain something, next level, next level, next level. So 100 crore contract, probably 50 crores is available for construction. Apart from that, the level of this contractor is also so low that he produces bad quality. With this, shall we go for Vikasit Bharat? So I am seeing that there is some hollowness, or I would say some aspects which have to be corrected at the lowest level. We talk there, I can also talk. I can say that actually we have done the longest span cable stayed bridge in the country. So and automations and other things, I can project them, but I always have seen these problems in the grassroots. That is why I have brought these things to your notice. I have actually put the paper in the, means I have sent the paper, and if it goes into that, only these things are there in the paper. Okay. Sir, may I request you to allow me to terminate my speech here. Sir. No, without your knowledge, nothing can happen today, because if I am taking you, I have to create a team ID in Infracon portal. In the team ID, I have to put your number there. I mean, whatever your code, I have to put that code there, and only then the bid will take this. So without the knowledge of you, without your knowledge, I will not be able to put that seal. Infracon, whichever agency is following that, they will follow that. It's not the question of company, it's the question of the project proponent. So most of the people, ministry projects by states, these people are following. Sir.
Sir, I think memorial lecture में we do not, traditionally we do not ask questions.
No. No, he is our guru.
All right. Absolutely, sir.
Please, sir, please. Please tell me, sir.
When it is flooded, there is no road. It becomes an island. And they get the largest district at the half of the price of what the public sector undertakes. Why I am telling today that that day we produced at working bus speed, and that started the highway engineering consultancy and the highway engineering per se in to the World Bank, and the first World Bank highway project started. That was the beginning of the highway.
All of us acknowledge, sir. All of us. You are the father of consultancy industry, I would say.
You mentioned, I really appreciate that. And that is also the spirit of the Vishweshwara lecture when I delivered that lecture in 1992.
Sir, actually, I take Panagar Monogram with a lot of pride. In the sense, yeah, pride in the sense, of course, I saw engineers, I saw consultants. In the sense, this is engineer. Mr. Datta, SP the Samada, there was a problem in the site, and then the pile diameter was getting changed. It was at 7 o'clock, or the diameter of the rod that was not available. So immediately he drew the drawings. And then, of course, we didn't have mobiles, we didn't have anything to send. Gohata Kurda, he is engineer, he is consultant. I am telling with pride, those people, you people were consultants, and your names will be taken. Your names will be taken for generations to come. And I am, whatever you say, I have been there, and I am seeing it for the last, since 92, till date, I have been in road sector. 28 years I have been in RV, sir. And I take pride in telling again, those who are engineers, those who are consultants. With that, I would like to close this. Please, I don't know whether I'll get my flight, but I am happy. Aapko dekha aur aapka suna.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to felicitate our speaker of the 68th M. Vishweshwaraya Memorial Lecture. I request Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of IEI, to very kindly felicitate our speaker of the session. Thank you, sir, for such an enriching lecture. And now I request Siali, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks for our speaker of the 68th M. Vishweshwaraya session. Thank you, sir.
नहीं Our speaker had to leave, but I'm just giving the vote of thanks to him. Mr. M. Kishore Kumar, Director, RV Engineering Consultants, Engineer V.B. Singh, distinguished delegate, guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to propose a formal vote of thanks to our distinguished speaker, who has honored us by sparing his valuable time to deliver an enlightening lecture on the topic Viksit Bharat, a journey, not a destination. And Viksit Bharat is a continuous journey driven by transformative mindset, ethical conduct, and collective responsibility. Achieving the vision of developed India by 2047 requires strong professional integrity amongst engineers, administrators, and industry stakeholders. Unethical practices and corruption significantly undermines project quality, economic growth, and public trust. Despite existing rules, weak enforcement allows such practices to persist, highlighting the need for stricter laws and incentives for ethical behavior. Engineers and governance must address critical challenges such as urban flooding, infrastructure failures, pollution, and resource conservation. Sustainable development demands aligned growth of resources, skilled manpower, and infrastructure planning. Only through transparency, civic sense, and ethical governance can India realize its development aspirations. Thank you, sir, for articulating in such a depth and clarity on this topic of Viksit Bharat, a journey, not a destination. Your insights, grounded in decades of professional excellence, have greatly enriched today's session and offered valuable perspectives to all of us present here. I now propose a hearty vote of thanks to our distinguished speaker and request everybody to kindly join me in giving him a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time we move on to one of the most awaited sessions, and that is the glimpses of engineering personalities. Previously, we had a glimpse of Dr. Ajay Kumar sir and also the director of NIT Durgapur, Professor Arvind Chaubeji, who could not be here, who had to leave early because of prior engagements. And we are going to continue with the glimpses of engineering personalities from this stage right now. Please give us a while to prepare our hall for the next session, and we shall also wait and welcome our engineering personalities whom we shall be felicitating on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite on the stage Dr. Sandeep Singhal sir, Managing Director of UGVN. I request him to very kindly step on the dais. Please allow us to properly welcome Dr. Sandeep Singhal sir, Managing Director. I request Engineer VB Singh sir, President of IEI, to present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Singhal sir. And I request Engineer VB Singh sir to very kindly welcome Singhal sir onto the dais.
Friends, you might be waiting for lunch, but actually few of our VVIPs whom we have invited as glimpses of engineering personality, they have to leave early. So, because you know flight can't wait for them. So we have preponed it. So, distinguished delegates, and all the dignitaries on off the dais. I'm making it short. Engineers have consistently been at the forefront of the nation building through the planning, development and management of the critical power infrastructure. In alignment with the continuing mission, the Institution of Engineers brings forth this session of Congress to recognize accomplished professionals whose leadership and technical expertise have strengthened the energy and utilities sector. We are privileged to share this platform with such a distinguished personality and to draw inspiration from his experiences. We have with us today Dr. Sandeep Singhal, Managing Director, Uttarakhand Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited. So now I request General Siali, SDG of the institution, to formally introduce Dr. Sandeep Singhal on this grand occasion.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sandeep Singhal is the Managing Director of UJVN Limited and Kishau Corporation Limited and serves as Director Urja Cell in the Energy Department, Government of Uttarakhand. With nearly 38 years of experience in hydropower development in India and Bhutan, he holds a BE in Civil Engineering, an MBA in Finance, and a PhD in Power Management. He is the core chairman of ASSOCHAM's National Council on Hydropower and the Indian National Hydropower Association, and is a recipient of several national awards including the Water Digest World Water Awards 2024-25 and CBIP Award 2024. Dr. Singhal has led key projects such as 120 megawatt Vyasi, 300 megawatt Lakwar, and 660 megawatt Kishau multi-purpose projects, and is presently guiding initiatives in the pumped storage, green hydrogen, battery storage, and other emerging energy technologies supporting India's transition to sustainable power. May I now request Dr. Sandeep Singhal to kindly address the gathering.
Respected President, Institute of Engineers, India, BB Singh sir, SDG Major Siali sir, the distinguished personalities in the auditorium, it's my proud privilege to address all of you in this 40th Indian Engineering Congress. With Government of Uttarakhand, I have been involved in policy initiatives as to how we can expedite hydropower development. Hydropower development not only helps in energy security, the multi-purpose projects like Lakhwar and Kishau, they also help in food security and in water security. From Lakhwar and Kishau projects, 6 states, the states of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan, Haryana and Himachal Pradesh will get additional waters, and in addition, rejuvenation of river Yamuna will also happen by constructing these dams. Apart from this, another important thing will be flood control in Delhi. As we know, many times ISBT of Delhi gets flooded and the water level is up to 2 to 3 meters high near ISBT. So it will help in flood control, in rejuvenation of river Yamuna, and providing water for drinking purposes, industrial use, and for irrigation purposes. The need of the hour is also to have renewable energy development to achieve our COP initiative targets. As you all know, we are ahead of the targets that we set for ourselves. We have achieved 50% of net zero before 2030, the target which was set, and a lot of initiatives have been taken in solar power, but solar being variable and intermittent, it has to be clubbed with pumped storage projects and battery energy storage projects. UJVNL in Uttarakhand has identified 5 pumped storage projects of 3,000 megawatts, which will be a good combination with solar power to provide round-the-clock power. In addition, 500 megawatt battery energy storage system projects are also taken up, so that there is a good combination of solar and energy storage systems to have round-the-clock power. Also, Uttarakhand is blessed with geothermal energy. So, in the field of geothermal energy, I, along with my principal secretary, visited Iceland, the premier country where a lot of geothermal exploitation and usage in energy is being done. We have studied how they are transforming They are geothermal energy projects, and we have done an MOU with Iceland, and we are bringing that technology in Uttarakhand, and soon we will also be developing geothermal energy projects in Uttarakhand. Apart from that, we have also ventured into the field of green hydrogen, into the field of floating solar, and also into the field of hydrokinetic turbines. So these are energies of the future. In some cases, we are developing pilot projects along with IIT Roorkee, along with experts of Iceland. And soon, Uttarakhand will be an energy surplus state, having very good energy transition. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I shall now request Engineer VB Singh, sir, to very kindly honor and felicitate Singhal, sir. I request the team members to kindly help Engineer VB Singh, sir, in felicitating our esteemed guest, Mr. Sandeep Singhal, Dr. Sandeep Singhal. Now we again request Major General Dr. M.J.S. Siali, sir, to very kindly thank our esteemed guest, Dr. Sandeep Singhal, sir.
We have had the privilege of hearing from an engineering leader who is driving innovation and sustainability in the energy sector. The Institution of Engineers India records its sincere appreciation. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights, and may I request all of you in applauding our eminent engineering personality.
We sincerely thank Dr. Singhal for his time and his patience. Now we request Engineer VB Singh, sir, President of IEI, to kindly welcome with a bouquet of flowers Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Shahni, sir. Requesting President, sir, of IEI to felicitate Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Shahni, sir, Director General of EME. And we request President, sir, to deliver the welcome address for Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Shahni, sir.
The dignitaries on and off the dais. Engineers have consistently driven transformation by strengthening national security through advanced technology and operational readiness. Aligned with this legacy, the Institution of Engineers India organizes this annual session during Engineering Congress to acknowledge and applaud the remarkable achievements of the engineering leaders who have served the nation with distinction in strategic and defense domains. It is a privilege for us to interact with such a distinguished achiever and gain from his wisdom. We have with us today Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahani, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, Director General Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, and Colonel Commandant. So I request General Siali to kindly introduce him.
Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahni, Director General EME since 1st October 2025, is an alumni of National Defence Academy and Indian Military Academy, and was commissioned into the Corps of EME in 1988. He has held crucial command and staff appointments in challenging operational sectors and represented the Army in several expert exchanges with foreign militaries. A scholar soldier, he holds dual MPhils, dual PhDs in defense acquisitions and training imperatives, and is a certified Level A project director. As Director General Information Systems, he steered major digital transformation initiatives, including surveillance, situational awareness, decision support systems, and ERP implementation. May I now request Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sani to kindly address the gathering.
Okay, dignitaries on the dais and the ladies and gentlemen, as I said that it's a proud privilege to be forming part of this 40th Indian Engineering Congress. And today morning it gave me absolutely an opportunity for that, what kind of a innovative engineering solutions for Viksit Bharat 2047, primarily from the national security perspective, military in context. So the endeavor is that all possible departments, the engineering minds across the government sector, the public sector, the private sector units, because somewhere or the other, the kind of our dependence on the military equipment on the foreign soil has been humongous. And now with this goal of self-reliance and Atmanirbharta, somewhere it has creeped in that slowly we are innovating and developing our own platforms. But while those platforms will come in the times to come, the numbers are going to be lesser. Still, the focus has got to be on smartizing the existing legacy systems that we have got. So towards that end, those kind of a technology upgrades which we shall continuously strive for. And for that, primarily, we have got our own industry in the form of the Army base workshops and the base repair depots, which we call the Indian Army factories. They are committed day in, day out to receive the same. So it has been a pleasure being amongst you all and sharing the thoughts from the military perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I shall now again request Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, President of IAI, to felicitate our esteemed guest, Lieutenant General Rajiv Kumar Sahni, sir. We shall now request Major General Dr. M.J.S. Syali, sir, to formally thank him.
We are indeed honored to hear from such a distinguished engineering leader and an Army personality whose service exemplifies dedication and excellence. The Institution of Engineers India records its sincere appreciation. Thank you, General Sani, for sharing your perspective. And may I request all of you, for in respect of the Army, to kindly rise and give him a standing ovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to formally, again, warmly welcome to this stage our guest, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar sir, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited. I again request Engineer VB Singh sir, President of IAI, to present a bouquet of flowers and welcome once more Kirloskar sir. Requesting Engineer VB Singh sir to also formally welcome Kirloskar sir with a formal address.
Friends, throughout history, engineers have played a defining role in advancing civilization by building enterprises that drive economic growth and technological self-reliance. The Institution of Engineers is steadfast in its mission to nurture and recognize professional excellence, convenes this session each year to celebrate industry leaders whose vision and leadership have strengthened the Indian manufacturing. We are honored to engage with such an eminent industry leader and benefit from his insights and inspiration. We have with us today Mr. Sanjay C. Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, whom everybody knows. So may I request General Siali to kindly introduce him to all of you.
Shri Sanjay C. Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited, heads India's largest pump manufacturing and export enterprise. A mechanical engineering graduate from Illinois Institute of Technology, he has transformed KBL into a global leader with 17 manufacturing plants. He pioneered the adoption of additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence-driven operations, and AR/VR systems. KBL played major roles in Sardar Sarovar project and the 2018 Thailand cave rescue. A fellow of INAE, he champions ethical growth, women's empowerment, and serves as president of MCCIA. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon. I was under the impression that I would be called over here only once, but here I am again. Does anyone follow Bollywood? You know what a nepo baby is? That's what I am. I am third generation in the family, but always inspired by what India has done over the ages. 2,000 years ago, the Romans would come here for muslin, and we had, I guess, engineers who could take that cotton and convert it into muslin. If you look at the iron pillar at Qutub Minar, I mean, metallurgists are engineers. We'll claim them. I mean, iron rust free for so long. If you look at the Taj Mahal, civil engineering at its best. I was reading, some articles in Wikipedia and came across a ship called HMS Minden. And I was trying to sell something to the Indian Army a few years ago. And 3 times that tender got rejected. We were the only ones who were left at the end of the test, but every time it came up for redoing. And so I wrote a letter to Mr. Parikar, who was the defense minister, or Raksha Mantri as we call them over here. And I started it with the US national anthem, right? And he was very upset. He says, in Marathi, he says, "Kai lilo tumi? Char panacha patra ani te sudha kaviteni chalu kela." So I said, that the US national anthem, there's a verse which says, "By the rocket's red glare, bombs bursting in the air." And that was supposedly written on a ship made by Mr. Wadia in Mumbai, right? Correct? And the HMS Trincomalee is the oldest Royal Navy warship still floating in Portsmouth, right? So that is as far as defense is concerned, but that's not the only thing. The rockets Red Glare, what rockets were these? These were what were called Congreve rockets, and Tipu was using rockets against the British in the Anglo-Mysore Wars. And when he lost, finally, his factory was taken to Britain and improved by Mr. Congreve. So as far as, I mean, General, Indian, and there's a few young ones over there also, I think Indian industry is more than capable. My great-grandfather started this factory in a village. And in that village, he made pumps. He made diesel engines in an agricultural implement factory. He made electric motors. And so, you know, that's something that's inspiring. And for me, that is what drives me. And what I like to say is today, and I'm only in pumps, so the only pump series that meets European MEI standards, efficiency standards, is made in India, designed by Indians. The world's largest pump manufacturer, largest pumps, concrete volute pumps, Kirloskar Brothers is the world's largest manufacturer. FM, which is the American insurance safety standard, only Kirloskar Brothers makes pumps in the whole world which meet that standard for a certain duty for very tall buildings. The tallest buildings in the world have our pumps, whether it's the World Trade Center, the Shard in London, Marina Bay Sands, if any of you have gone to Singapore. So, you know, that's what drives us. We feel that Indians are no less than anyone else. And I'm very happy, you know, today is a Saturday. And I said, what am I going to do flying all over the country all alone? So I got my former chief designer, and it's colleagues like him who help companies like us really go forward. So I believe that our Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat hopefully will restore India to its glory. It's up to, now I guess I'm past retirement age, but it's up to the next generation to take it forward, and I'm sure that we will do it by 2047 or before that. Thank you.
So before you do the formal thing, just to prove us, please allow me, sir, don't stop me, Mr. Sanjay. I'm going to, am I safe? Something go to recording. Please, sir, and I would like it to be shared. Hello, Karamala. Don't drive me off from your office again. No, you have never driven me off. Don't drive me off because I am saying this. I'm going to share with you my personal experiences with such a great person. I have never done this before. I just did a search on the web as to what is the worth of Shri Kirloskar, who is sitting here with us. His net worth is thousands of crores. But four incidents I will narrate. When I took over as the Director General ATBP, that is the Advanced Technology Vessel Program, which is actually the nuclear submarine program. So basket, that's why we call it like that. And when I was going for the first review meeting with JBL, I was told by my predecessor, who had much more experience than me, that when you are going there, please request and insist on Shri Sanjay Kirloskar being present. Now Shri Sanjay Kirloskar was globe-trotting and jet hopping. But I put that request across, and he flew from Mumbai Airport straightway to the conference hall, and he joined the meeting. And then it was clear to me why my predecessor was insisting on it. Because whenever I raised some suggestion, maybe howsoever it may have appeared silly to him, he told his team, why don't we examine? And within 1 week, he came back to me with a reasoned kind of a response that yes, we can do it, but not exactly like this. We can modify it like that. So that was a big takeaway. That is as far as his approach towards approach towards engineering and manufacturing is concerned. Many a times we have ran into problems and we have raised uncomfortable questions and which has meant discomfort for him, but he always made sure that those were addressed. Then coming to his personal experience. We were co-chairing the review meeting at Kirloskar Wadi, and we were sitting at the head of the table and tea and glucose biscuit of that Parle G was given to us. Now normally at home, when there is that was my first cup of tea during the day, I just like that unconsciously dipped my biscuit into the teacup and started having it. Now after having spent so many years at NDA and then various places, it is unpardonable thing which can never be done. But just to put me at ease, Mr. Kirloskar looked at me and he said, "Oh, thank you, you have done it. I was also thinking of doing the same thing." Other example is that he does consider me as his friend. He used to come to Delhi and then if possible spend a few minutes with me. My office was near the airport. And I asked him, why do you keep on coming so many times? He said, apart from doing the rounds of the ministries, we have a case going on in the Supreme Court. And that I need to attend for the hearings. I asked him, what are the charges that the advocates will be charging? And he told me that they must be charging, I think, some 30, 40 or lakhs per hearing. Now, I was taken aback and I told him that what's the problem for you? Your company must be footing the bill. He turned back and told me that this is ethics, gentlemen. This is ethics in practice. He told me, no, this is between me and my cousins. Why should the shareholders pay this? I will pay it myself. I said, there's too much of a money. 1.5 to 2 crores a year. He says that with God's grace, we have earned enough. And I'm not a high-flying guy who believes in throwing high parties or being very fashionable. I can afford this because I'm not going to take all this to the burning hearts when I'm finally departing. All of us come naked and have to go naked. This is simple living and high thinking. And just the last one, last time when I met him, he always looks quite smart and dapper. And we came in and I praised him for his looks. He says, oh, is it? I said, yeah, your tie is looking very good. So he said, do you like it? I said, yes. So he immediately took it off and gave it to me. I was a little hesitant, but I took it still. While leaving the office, I put it in my pocket. And he, as is his habit, he's a big man. He came down 4 floors and he always saw me off at the car. I tried to tell him many times that please don't do this, I'm going to go. He says, no, just in case you don't go, I have to make sure that you have gone. Now, as soon as I left the premises, I looked at the tie. It was looking quite nice as this. And I looked, and a similar tie had been presented to me when I had gone to France for reviewing the Scorpion company, as the Director General of that. So I looked at it and it was written on that Hermes bags. I said, oh, it's very expensive. I said, 5-6 हज़ार का होगा. So I immediately asked Google Bhaiya, how much does it Hermes Paris tie original cost? And it was 25,000 plus. Then I immediately called him up and I told him I cannot take this. Then again he gave me the same gyan. My father has told me that if somebody appreciates it, if you can, please share it with them. I said that it is very costly. He said, I don't want to hear it again. I said, good thing you have said that whenever somebody praises it and your father has told you must share it with him. I said, next time I come to your office, I will say that I will pay you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We now request Engineer VB Singh sir to formally felicitate Kirloskar sir as an eminent engineer amongst us here today. I shall now request Major General Dr. M.J. Syali, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks for Kirloskar, sir.
We have had the privilege of listening to an industry leader whose engineering vision has created global impact. We have also seen the humble personality and what with the examples that is given shows the depth of his knowledge and the range of his experience that he has got in the engineering field. And the Institution of Engineers gratefully acknowledges these contributions. And thank you, sir, for educating us so much. We called you to felicitate you, but we learned a lot in the bargain from you. Thank you for your time and your insights. And may I request everybody for this industry leader, a standing ovation is due, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to formally and warmly welcome Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty, Chairman of SBBTC, and I request our team member of the organizing committee to very kindly help Engineer VB Singh sir, President of IAI, to formally welcome Chakraborty, Professor Chakraborty on this dais with a bouquet of flowers, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty, Chairman of SVBTC. I request Engineer VB Singh sir to now formally welcome with a welcome address Professor Chakraborty.
So friends, engineers have always been catalysts of progress by creating transformative infrastructure and institutions that serve society at large. In furtherance of its mandate, we recognize distinguished engineers whose pioneering efforts span infrastructure, development, entrepreneurship, and social impact. We are honored to engage with such an eminent personality and learn from his experience. We have with us today Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty, co-founder and former chairman of Second Vivekanand Bridge Tollway Company Limited. He is co-founder and chairman emeritus CES and founder and chairman Bengal Faith Healthcare Limited. So may I request General Syali to formally introduce him.
Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty, born in 1937, is a visionary engineer and co-founder of Consulting Engineering Services. Over 5 decades, he has contributed to iconic projects such as Vidyasagar Setu, Nivedita Setu, the Golden Quadrilateral, Worli Bandra Sea Link, Atal Setu, Trans-African Highway, and Oman Capital Complex. He is the only Indian to receive the ICE United Kingdom Gold Medal and has won the African Development Bank Excellence Award and Oman's Legion of Honor. After retiring as CMD of CES, he led innovations such as Burdwan Health City and founded CCSID at IST Shibpur in 2025. May I now request Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty to say a few words. He may say while sitting down only.
Mr. President, the honored and dignitaries, first and foremost thing that I'm honored to be in the galaxy of this eminent engineer, and all of my life I'm always feeling proud that I am an engineer. And then I have found that I like to underscore that I am an Indian engineer. I'm telling you what in a couple of minutes' time. After graduating from one of the eminent universities in India, and after obtaining an overseas scholarship from the government of India, and getting educated in Germany and in UK, I then, while I was working in UK with Imperial College, then I applied for a membership in the Institution of Civil Engineers. It was refused on the plea that the graduate of an Indian university could not be recognized. I'll have to appear for Part A, Part B, and Part C. And Part B is physics, chemistry, mathematics. And Part B, a little bit of engineering. And I'll have to go to the fundamentals of science. I said I refused. Not because that I am not willing to read physics, chemistry, mathematics, but I refused that I could not be equated to an UK engineers. And I fought, and I fought, and I fought. And then they accepted me in the institution, in the Academy of Engineering, in the form of Institution of Civil Engineers. They recognized, and their charter was changed to include the Indian engineers of selected universities who are fairly old, and I must submit it here. IIT was then not considered because they must have that standing of so many years. And I belong to an university, and their Roorkee also was that 170 years old. But there it established that how deep is the Indian civilization and how deep is the engineering civilization's growth. That is one point. And the second point, and then ultimately that Institution of Civil Engineers, as just now sir, you have mentioned, that we got the Lifetime Achievement Award, the gold medal, and after that, when I got the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian National Academy of Engineering after 5 years, then the Institution of Engineers has sent me a letter, which I don't want to explain it further, that how great that could be. So this was, I will stop here only to say that if you have got an element of engineering and combine it with an element of Indian, probably you are one of the best there. And this best is coming from all of you. I request that you go for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and arts. That's why I said STEM and mathematics. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you indeed.
We sincerely thank Professor Chakraborty, and now we request again Engineer V.B. Singh sir, President of IAI, to formally felicitate Professor Sudhanshu Shekhar Chakraborty sir, Chairman of SVBTC.
Embracing each other. Your record says that. Sir, one will be dressing together. So that you can stand.
And now we request Major General M.J. Syali sir to very kindly, formally thank Professor Chakraborty.
It is indeed a proud privilege to honor a towering figure in engineering whose legacies continue to inspire us. And seeing his achievements, really, it is really commendable that how much he has achieved in this little time. The Institution of Engineers places on record its deep respect and gratitude to you, sir. Thank you for enriching this session, and for this engineering veteran who has achieved so much. May I request the audience to kindly give him a standing ovation.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to receive on the stage Mr. Satish Jha, Chairman cum Managing Director of Eastern Coalfields Limited. I request the members of the organizing committee to very kindly help President of IAI, Engineer VB Singh sir, to warmly welcome Mr. Jha with a bouquet of flowers. Once again, requesting Engineer VB Singh sir to warmly welcome Mr. Satish Jha, formally with a welcome address.
Friends, from fostering innovation to enabling large-scale industrial operations, engineers have been central to powering economic growth and resource development. Upholding this spirit, the Institution of Engineers dedicates this session of Congress to recognize such professionals. So we are privileged to share this forum with Mr. Jha and be inspired by his professional journey. We have with us today Mr. Satish Jha, Chairman cum Managing Director, Eastern Coalfields Limited. So I request General Siali, our SDG, to kindly formally introduce him.
Mr. Satish Jha, Chairman cum Managing Director, Eastern Coalfields Limited, is a mining professional with over 30 years of experience. A graduate of Nagpur University with MTech from IIT ISM Dhanbad, he is pursuing his PhD at IIT BHU. With global exposure in Japan, Australia, South Africa, Switzerland, and Poland, he holds a first-class mine manager certificate and is a certified project manager. His leadership across Coal India subsidiaries strengthened technology adoption, digital innovation, land reforms, environmental clearances, and advanced mining systems such as longwall and in-pit conveying. He received the Mining Innovation Award in 2025. May I now request Mr. Satish Jha to kindly address the gathering.
Let me begin by due apology for being a bit late. I was scheduled to come here at 2. We have also organized an international conference on underground mine mechanization at Asansol, a 2-day program, and I found it a bit difficult because this was a prior commitment. At the outset, I would thank the 40th Indian Engineering Congress for having invited me here today this afternoon. Being from the energy sector and that too coal sector, and in an engineering institute, I would like to give a perspective how the engineering sector or the energy sector today and the way ahead for our students, particularly here. March 24, we had per capita electricity consumption in our country approximately to the tune of 1400 kilowatt per hour. A dream projected by our Honorable PM for a Viksit Bharat 2047, developed nations on an average have per capita electricity consumption approximately to the tune of 5,000 kilowatt per hour per capita. It shows that today we have to approximately take leaps and bounds in the energy sector. As on date, we have approximately 500 gigawatt of installed capacity in the country with
approximately 50% being non-fossil fuel. But the total electricity generated by the non-fossil fuel segment is to the tune of around 20%. The fossil fuel, including coal, oil, and little bit of nuclear energy, contributes to 80% of electricity generation today. And if you look at only the coal sector, it is contributing for the last decade around 70 to 75% of the electricity which is required in the country. Now, as you all know, that the Paris Agreement and the COP26 agreement which the country has signed, that we have to, by 2030, have approximately 50% installed capacity related to non-fossil fuel, which we have achieved much earlier. The transition from thermal generation of electricity to non-fossil fuel based has to be done during this period. And that's why, to make non-fossil fuel electricity generation much sustainable, the sector, the coal sector also, and the other energy sectors are working on, you can say, the storage capacity for compatible with the renewables. And for that, again, critical minerals are a necessity. It again involves mining and along with it the rare earth elements also. So in totality, the coal sector and the mining sector will play its role in the energy fulfillment of the nation for coming at least 2 decades. The students here can opt for mining or its allied engineering disciplines related to electronics, even AIs, because we are transitioning from basic thermal use of coal to clean coal technology. For clean coal technology, gasification, both on surface coal gasification as well as underground coal gasification, for which out of all the coal sector, Eastern Coalfields Limited is spearheading it. We have an underground coal gasification pilot plant ready to be flared up somewhere from 6 months from now in the Kasta block near Pandaveshwar area. It falls in the Jamtara district of Jharkhand. We have also come up with a plant for surface coal gasification near Sonpur Bazari, very near to Durgapur. We will be establishing a washery also. All these provide greater scope for all the mechanical engineers, the other branch students here, who can think and opt for cleaner coal technology in the days to come. Coal is abundant in India and it will continue to be the major source of energy for our nation. Coming on to Raniganj, where we are located, it has been the mother of mining in India. Coal mining started in this region in the year 1774, and it has many historical legacies associated with it, and this region taught whole of India all major technologies which are taken up in whole of India. All major mining technologies innovated in this region itself. So you are blessed that you have a institute here in this Raniganj, near to Raniganj coalfield. Students can benefit from that also. Coming to this occasion, I am fully indebted to NIT Durgapur for having invited me here. We, as a public sector, proposes to engage with the academia here. There are many R&D projects coming up which the institute can also take up, particularly in the field of gasification of coal, use of 5G for communication in both surface mines and underground mines, and similar other areas, particularly involving electronics and telecommunications. We will be very happy to engage with NIT Durgapur. So through you all who are sitting in this auditorium, I welcome each one of you to engage with ECL and the students who can benefit from here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we request Engineer VB Singh, sir, to formally felicitate Mr. Satish Jha, Chairman cum Managing Director of Eastern Coalfields Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would like to come to a close of the Glimpses of Engineering Personalities session. Please allow us a few minutes. Major General M.J. Syali, sir, will be joining us right now. And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We have had the privilege of recognizing an engineering professional whose leadership has strengthened a critical national sector. The Institution of Engineers India conveys its sincere appreciation to Mr. Jha. With these words, this Glimpses of Engineering Personalities program is over, and I am sorry for the late lunch, but because of the unavoidable reasons, as I have told you, that few of the personalities have to leave early because their flight is early. So you have to bear with us, and with these words, I request all of you to kindly proceed for lunch and have an early lunch. And we will just meet after 20 or 25 minutes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for a 20-minute, a very short lunch break for 20 minutes. We request all of you to kindly come back here in the hall 20 minutes later for the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture, which will be delivered by Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Group President of Reliance Industries and former Chairman of IOCL. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for lunch. We hope to see you here back soon.
लोग जुड़ते गए, चलते चलते कारवां बन गया। किसी का है, मेरा खुद का नहीं। Days of 9 days of oh yes, and I know DJ Joshi is my friend. It's very similar to me, but I think he tolerates me.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I again please have your kind attention, please? We shall now proceed to another distinguished memorial event of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture, instituted by the Institution of Engineers, India. The memorial lecture will be delivered by Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Group President, Reliance Industries Limited and former Chairman of Indian Oil Corporation Limited. I request Mr. Sanjeev Singh to kindly step on the dais, and I request Engineer VB Singh Sir, President of IEI, to kindly bring Sanjeev Sir onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture commemorates the legacy of late Shri Bhailal Bhai Patel, popularly known as Bhai Kaka, a visionary engineer and pioneer of rural engineering and institution building. His life and work, particularly in education and village uplift, continue to inspire the engineering profession. I would also like to inform all our delegates here that while the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture is in progress here, Technical Session 4 is also being conducted parallelly. Authors and delegates, if you are here from Technical Session 4, you are requested to kindly proceed to your venue. And now, may I please request the dignitaries, and as a mark of respect and welcome, I first of all again request Engineer VB Singh Sir, President of IEI, the Institution of Engineers India, to kindly present a bouquet of flowers and warmly welcome Mr. Sanjeev Singh onto the dais and to the memorial lecture speak. I request Engineer VB Singh Sir, President of IEI, to kindly welcome Mr. Sanjeev Singh with a welcome address.
Friends, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, presently Group President, Reliance Industries Limited and former Chairman and Managing Director of Indian Oil Corporation Limited, past presidents and our council members and distinguished guests. A very good afternoon to all of you, and I welcome you all to the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture instituted in the memory of Shri Bhailal Bhai Patel, a guiding star to all social workers towards rural upliftment of country. Today we are happy to have with us Mr. Sanjeev Singh to deliver this 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture. So now I request our Secretary and Director General, Major General Dr. M.J.S. Syali, to formally introduce him.
Thank you, sir. I will now recount the background of the lecture. The prestigious Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture was instituted by the institution in the memory of Shri Bhailal Bhai Patel, popularly known as Bhai Kaka. Born in 1880 at Sirsa in Gujarat, Bhai Kaka took the LCE diploma in 1911. He joined the PWD of Bombay Presidency and was then appointed as engineer in the canal section of the Sukur Barrage plan, the successful completion of which brought him an invitation from the government of Afghanistan to work there as an engineering advisor. But Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel insisted on his joining as the chief engineer in the Ahmedabad municipality. In 1942, he came to Anand in Gujarat and established the Charotar Vidya Mandal and became its chairman. As its chairman, his efforts resulted in the establishment of Sardar Vallabhbhai Vidyapeeth in 1955, with Bhai Kaka ji as its first vice chancellor. I am now honored to introduce our distinguished speaker for this prestigious memorial lecture, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Group President, Reliance Industries Limited and former Chairman, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. a distinguished chemical engineering graduate from IIT Roorkee in 1980 batch, Mr. Singh brings nearly 45 years of experience across the petroleum, petrochemicals, fertilizers, and engineering sectors. He has served in pivotal leadership roles as chairman, director, and executive director in major organizations in both public and private sectors. As chairman of Indian Oil, he led several landmark initiatives, the nationwide rollout of BS6 fuels within 3 years, saturation of PMUY, commercialization of innovative refining technologies such as ENDMAX, OCTMAX, and AMLIMAX, and the expansion of clean energy pathways including CBG, 2G ethanol, solar and hydrogen technologies. His efforts also played a major role in mainstreaming LPG as a clean cooking fuel across rural India. In his current role at Reliance Industries Limited, he leads strategic initiatives in the energy and materials vertical. He has previously served as first vice president of the World LPG Association, chairman of FIPI, member of CPCB, and chairman of CPCL, HURL, and IOTL. His contributions have earned him prestigious honors, including the Distinguished Alumni Award from IIT Roorkee and the Global Excellence Award in Petroleum Sector. A sought-after global speaker at platforms such as CERA Week, the World Economic Forum, and ADI-PEC, Mr. Singh continues to contribute to energy transition with sustainability dialogues worldwide. With these words, I warmly invite Mr. Sanjeev Singh to kindly deliver the memorial lecture.
Good afternoon, everyone. After lunch, it's always a little heavy for the audience. And anyway, let me try. Engineer V.B. Singh, President, Institution of Engineers India, Major General Seali, respected engineers present here, faculty members, students, although I don't see many students. Nevertheless, the topic, first of all, it's a privilege to be invited to deliver a memorial talk on Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture. It's truly a privilege for any engineer to get this chance and deliver the thoughts. The theme of this year's conference, the engineering solutions, innovative engineering solutions for Viksit Bharat 2047, is a wonderful theme. It's a very, very apt theme in today's times. Each one of us, I presume we all are practicing engineers, except for a couple of faculty members. And we perceive the solution, although we all realize that what will be the face of Viksit Bharat by 2047. But probably we all perceive the pathways to achieve that end goal differently. So let me share my perspective, my thoughts. I've been closely associated with the core manufacturing sector. Initially, I used to think that I was associated with fuels, but today I realize that I am associated with energy and materials. Now the scene is changing very fast. Now let me share my thoughts. And I have a couple of things. I mean, there are few points which probably we collectively need to address. I'll come to that in the last. There are a few points which are specific for students. Again, I will try to probably answer a couple of obvious doubts which come to our mind today. Now, as India moves towards the centenary of its independence, the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 has become a shared national aspiration. The vision is not only about higher income levels, it is about technological leadership, energy security, environmental sustainability, and global competitiveness. Let us remind ourselves of a fundamental truth. No country in the world has become developed without strong engineering and manufacturing capabilities. Now this engineering, let's not limit only to engineering, let's manufacturing not limited to one sector. If you look at manufacturing, it covers practically each and every sector. Nations that lead today invested deeply in factories, energy system, materials, and industrial skills. India today is the world's fifth largest economy, and it is projected to become the third largest within the decade. But to sustain this growth, we must strengthen our industrial and engineering foundations. This is where engineers, especially those in core manufacturing, become central to nation building. I mean, I come from the core manufacturing background. So, but let me share my thoughts. How do I link it with the future developments? Manufacturing has been a backbone for national developments. Manufacturing plays a foundational role in economic resilience and employment generation in India. Manufacturing currently contributes around 40 to 50 lakh crore annually to the economy and employs over 6 crore people directly. However, when we compare globally, a gap becomes evident. The countries like Germany, South Korea, Japan, manufacturing contributes nearly 1/3 of GDP. For India to achieve developed nation status, increasing manufacturing share to above 25% would have a transformation impact on jobs, exports, and innovation. India already operates some of the world's largest industrial assets in different sectors. We have 20 plus refineries operating, in fact 23 to be exact, and 24th is being commissioned. We are the second largest steel producer, the third largest power producer, and a global hub for pharmaceuticals. What is changing now is scale and complexity. Plants are larger, feedstocks are more variable, environmental norms are tighter, global competition is intense. These factors increase, not reduce, the need for highly skilled engineers. Now, while we talk about manufacturing, but when we talk about tomorrow's manufacturing, we use the word smart manufacturing, which is transforming the practice of engineering. Manufacturing today is no longer about manual control and periodic inspection. It is about managing complex systems in real time. Modern plants deploy tens of thousands of sensors today, generating millions of data points every day. This data feeds into advanced analytics platforms that give engineers real-time visibility into performance, safety, and energy usage. One of the most powerful tools in the transformation of is the digital twin. Digital twins allow engineers to simulate operations, test design, changes, and evaluate risk virtually. In Indian refineries, the adoption of advanced process control and digital twins has reduced troubleshooting cycle time drastically, improved energy efficiency, and enhanced safety margins. These may sound very little, but at a national scale, even a 1% saving is tremendous. It'll be in the lakhs of crores. Every electrolyzer, compressor, pipeline, storage vessel must be engineered for efficiency and safety. This transition represents one of the largest and most enduring engineering opportunities of our generation. Now, let me share my thought about the manufacturing excellence through engineering innovation. Across sectors, manufacturing excellence is now defined by precision, consistency, and speed. And this has been, it's not that it is something which has evolved today. It is something which has been over the years. And we have become used to manufacturing excellence. Many of you who have driven old cars like ambassadors of Fiat, you compare the reliability of those cars with today's car. Today you don't even know how to open the bonnet because there is no need to open the bonnet. While the engines have become extremely complex, the reliability has increased many, many folds. This is only one example. Now you look at the engineering center, we are so used to excellence in engineering that has become the second way of life. You look at your mobiles, they never fail you. So in each field of engineering, I mean, I think we have taken a lot of right steps, but the future is still, I mean, we are still not there. I think it's a continuous journey, it's a continuous effort which has to be pursued. India's integrated solar manufacturing capacity has crossed 80 gigawatt, and this has surprised the world, creating demand for engineers in materials, automation, robotics, and quality analytics. AI-based inspection systems in automotive plants have reduced defect rates by 30 to 50%, while cutting inspection time dramatically. But I'm saying we are still not there. You compare, the brand value of made in India versus made in Germany or made in Japan. I think it speaks a volume about the excellence they have achieved. That should be, and that is our goal. These are not IT jobs alone, whatever I mentioned. These are engineering roles, deeply rooted in physics, materials, and systems understanding, supported by digital tools. A message to students particularly, and I'm sure that each one of you, if you are convinced, then probably this can be passed on to the next generation of the young engineers. The choice you make today will define not only your career, but India's future. Manufacturing and core engineering offer early responsibility, long-term relevance, and resilience against automation. India faces a growing shortage of skilled engineers. In fact, I was looking into some data and I was surprised that today India produces nearly 15 lakh engineering pass-outs every year. It's a huge, huge number. But are we somewhere compromising on quality? In fact, I was very closely associated with campus interviews in my previous role as well as in the present role. And I'm surprised, I'm not excited. And there are a lot of corrective actions because while the number is very good, number is probably meeting the country's increasing demand, but is it at the cost of quality? I think that is something which collectively we all need to address. If you want a career where your work results in building India in real terms, sustainable solutions, cleaner energy options, safer operations, and national capability, core engineering offers unmatched purpose, unmatched opportunities. Now, let's see that how do we prepare engineers for 2047 Viksit Bharat? To succeed, engineers must focus on 4 areas. Strong fundamentals, and this is irrespective of discipline, irrespective of the branch, irrespective of the field. Strong fundamentals, digital fluency. Not tomorrow's manufacturing, although we call it manufacturing, it is going to be extremely digitally integrated. The workflows of tomorrow, they will be exponentially speed fast using AI and similar solutions. The traditional workflows, which today, whatever we are doing by humans, whether it is analysis of a data, whether it is including, preparing a report is a very small work which can be automated in no time. But even the basic analytics which can be done, it can be done by the system. Now let me share one example. We recruit people, we recruit engineers, a large number of engineers. The seeking of application, shortlisting of application, screening for the first interview, even the first interview can be done by the system. So, identification of the requirement, which is all platform driven, up to the shortlisting for the final interview, everything can be done by the machine. Now, this speeds fast everything, and a lot of probably the human intervention is required. I'm not saying that machine replaces human, but human is required where the human is actually required. So whatever can be done by the machine, probably it makes things very fast. You look at the pilots, the aircrafts, today because of one of the airline, everyone is becoming expert in the field. We all use autopilot today. We all use autopilot. After the takeoff or before the landing, 99% flying is done by the autopilot. But when the pilot takes over when there is a crisis, when there is a problem with autopilot or there is a crisis. So my pilot for tomorrow or pilot for today has to be smarter than the autopilot. The challenge remains, the same thing applies in industry. When you move towards heavy automation, the human, while it looks like he is taking a back seat, but he has to be smarter than the machine at all times. He takes over when autopilot fails. So how do you ensure that your pilot is always smarter than the autopilot? It's not an easy answer. It requires strong fundamental. And it's not only strong fundamental of physics, chemistry, maths or engineering, it requires strong fundamentals, digital fundamentals. So while today's generation, which is in the decision-making roles, probably is not that much digitally wired, while the tomorrow generation is digitally wired. The problem is when you are using machine, it's very difficult to identify that if machine is giving a wrong output, if your fundamentals are not strong. So while you are moving towards using more and more machine, more and more digital solutions, we should not lose our connect, our strength with the fundamentals. I mean, you will find the best engineers can still do calculations on their fingers. That's how you check the simulation results. So even the best results which are given by the best programs or the best digital models have to be checked by the basics and the basic fundamentals. So digital fluency, it's becoming absolutely necessary today, but it should not be at the cost of fundamentals. Sustainability thinking. Now I'm using the word sustainability. I mean, we all understand that environmental pressures are more. The solutions have to be, now it's not only green fuel always, I mean, majority of people, many times we think that sustainability means solar power, wind power and the green energy. No, that's not enough. Whatever we do, even the fuel efficiency gives you much more benefit than what the EV can bring in. Now look at the engines today. I mean, if you look at BS6 engines or even the two-wheelers, today all two-wheelers are four-stroke engines. You compare their efficiency with the two-stroke engine, there is a hell and heaven difference. So even, each thing what we are doing today, each activity, each work process, if it is done efficiently, I think we are moving towards the sustainable operations. We heard Eastern Coal CMD, Mr. Jha was speaking in the morning. Now coal is still, India has set to be net zero. India has set its target as 2070 because we know very well that our industries need energy. As we are moving towards more and more on the development journey, we need more and more energy. Coal today produces the cheapest power. Now tomorrow may be different because while the solar power is cheap, the moment you try to get round-the-clock solar power, it becomes expensive because of the energy storage. Now coal is not bad. It is the emission which is challenging us. If I can find a solution to emission, then coal becomes a very good fuel. So the problem is not coal, the problem is emission. So this is a way of thinking. So I think if each one of us, irrespective of the field what we are doing, irrespective of the work what we are doing, even if I am working in HR, I can still make my own processes more efficient. So I think it's a largely, I would say, it's a way of thinking. It's a way of sustainable thinking. If I cannot do anything else, even if I'm switching off lights when it is not to be used, I'm taking the step in the right direction. Now, electricity, we all understand that it is moving in, we all understand the requirement, but there are a lot of other natural resources which are also part and parcel of the sustainable solution. So I'm not trying to give any very specific dose or specific answer to this, but I think it's a way of thinking and it's a way of collective thinking. And systems thinking. So I said four things: strong fundamentals, digital fluency, sustainable thinking, and systems thinking. Now, a large society like ours, it's not individual or the pockets of excellence which are going to make India great. It is the complete system which has to become great. Now, we have seen these excellences. Even within a single organization, we have seen a couple of departments which are outstanding. In an institute like this, you will find there will be a couple of departments which are outstanding, and probably a few people are making the difference. Now, if we want the whole India to become developed by 2047, if that is our aspiration, then collectively as a whole system we have to do our part. Now, if the thing is, number one, each one of us, irrespective of discipline, irrespective of the area where we are working, we should be able to connect our action with a bigger theme, with a bigger objective. If we are able to connect our role with a bigger objective, then 90% of the job is done. Then we have to see that how do I make my own work, my own output as efficient as possible. Engineers who combine these capabilities will not only remain relevant, they will lead. As India moves towards 2047, we will build new factories, energy systems, industrial ecosystems. These will not be created by algorithms or policies alone. They will be built by engineers, engineers who choose to work with real systems, real risk, and real impact. Now, I'm again giving a lot of focus on the physical assets of physical building of physical facilities. I'm not diluting the requirement of the digital. I'm not diluting the requirement of either AI or similar solutions or the platforms. Now, again, very briefly, I'll give another example. We all are using Uber today. Till a couple of years back, when we are using a traditional taxi stands, we find that today Uber has really changed the transportation. The assets, the cars or the taxis, they are best utilized. They are not remaining idle. The customers are getting the advantage. There is no middleman. So whoever is providing the service, he is providing the service directly. What was needed for this? We needed a platform, so we needed technology. We needed a digital solution which is continuously evolving. But was that enough? What is fundamental which we should not miss? We needed a car. So so what I'm trying to convey is digital solutions without the physical growth, without the physical assets, they have very limited application. Not today, unfortunately. There is a very big attraction for different reasons, that as if this industry, which is providing platform, digital solution, is the only one which is going to grow. No, it's not so. It is going to, I would say, improvise the whole processes. It's going to make the processes more efficient. But let's not forget the fundamental. So you require a complete chain of activities. You require a complete chain of processes, which, with the use of platform and digital solutions, can be made more efficient. Now, if the students today are largely getting attracted only to AI and those, suppose I say, there's nothing against IT or AI or ML or digital solutions, but that's only a small part of the whole picture. If you look at any large organization, now incidentally, I've been part of two large organizations. Two of the largest, they are number one and number two of the country. These organizations, they themselves, they are building their own assets. They are using their own models. They are using your own platforms, and they are providing the complete solution. So any young engineer today, you become part of the team. It doesn't matter where. Then you are end to end. You are part of the whole solution. So my only appeal is, especially all of you, probably you can influence the next generation, because they would realize that after 10 years, after 15 years, after 20 years, that probably if they are pursuing only a small part of this and building capability there, then probably they'll be losing something in the long run. So I think the best, I would say, the best satisfaction one can derive is once you are part of a big solution. And I think the kind of aspiration India has, the kind of capability India has today, and the kind of confidence India has today, sky is the limit. Someone mentioned about Euro 6. Let me share with you. The Indian industry jumped from, we all know that we were on Euro 4 types of fuel. It's basically emission standard Euro 4, for which, or BS4, for which the fuel quality required was BS4. Nowhere in the world any country has jumped from 4 to 6 in 3 years. In fact, from 4 to 5 also no one has gone in 3 years. Even when we launched 4, it was in a phase. Couple of cities have gone to 4, then balance cities have gone to 4, and then so we have gone in a phase way. Now, while the fuel supply has to be taken up to 4, all car manufacturers or auto manufacturers, all whether it is heavy duty, medium vehicles or light duty or two-wheelers, everything had to be shifted from BS4 to BS6 in a span of 3 years. Now, if fuel were not available and they have switched to BS6, they could not operate those because they required BS6 fuels. So it was a chicken and egg story, and it was a very tough task. Now, I'm saying that the beauty is not that we supplied in 3 years. The beauty is we knew that we could supply in 3 years. I think that's the confidence, and it's not one industry, it's not one company. There are two large sectors. In the automobile sector, we all know that two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, multiple companies, private sector. Similarly, the oil companies also, multiple companies. So collectively, I think it's this fraternity of engineers, they demonstrated that collectively they can provide a solution which was never done before. So similarly, there are tremendous lot of success stories which we have done. And today, I mean, as we speak today, the confidence within, the self-confidence level within India is extremely high. So I think 2047, I'm sure that we should be there much before that in real terms. It's not a single term, it's not the financial number. When I say that we are a developed country, it is where everything works. You look at, when you look at reliability, I keep giving example of automobiles today. I have not opened the bonnet of my car. And there was a time when I was driving Fiat, every 300 kilometers I have to travel, you have to make sure I had a stepney, I had a fan belt, I had a spare water pump in my dicky. Because you never know what will conk off when. Today nothing breaks down. I mean, there are a couple of car models, they don't even give you stepney, they say our tire will not fail. So this is the level of reliability we have reached in a couple of sectors. And it has not come easily, it has come with a lot of hard work, collective hard work. So tomorrow's solutions, they'll be built by engineers. I strongly believe so. I'm not saying because I'm in the group of engineers, but I strongly believe so. Engineers who choose to work with real systems and real risk and real impact. Let me conclude with one thought. A developed India will not merely be digital, it will be engineered. Thank you very much.
We sincerely thank you, sir, for such an insightful address. And now I'm honored to again request Engineer VP Singh, sir, President of IAI, for very kindly felicitating our guest here for the session, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker of the session, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, sir, Group President of Reliance Industries Limited and former Chairman of Indian Oil Corporation Limited. And now I request once more Major General Dr. M.J. Syali, sir, SDG of IAI, to kindly propose the vote of thanks for the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture.
Engineer V.B. Singh, President of the institution, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Sanjeev Singh for delivering the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture on the topic India's aspirations for Viksit Bharat at 2027 will be driven by the strength of its engineering and manufacturing capabilities. The talk emphasizes India's industrial future will be driven by digitally enabled engineering, where smart manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and advanced process technologies combine with the energy transition to create strong demand for engineers who have solid fundamentals, digital skills, and a commitment to nation building. Shri Singh highlighted the most important aspects of India's industrial future, offering valuable insights drawn from his extensive experience and leadership in the energy sector. I now propose a hearty vote of thanks to our distinguished speaker and request everybody to join us in giving him a big round of applause for his thoughtful and inspiring contribution.
Ladies and gentlemen, we once again thank Mr. Sanjeev Singh for his time and for delivering the 51st Bhai Kaka Memorial Lecture. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to a distinguished memorial event again for the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, the 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture. The memorial lecture today will be delivered by Mr. S. Subbaraj, Executive Director of Alloy Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India Limited, Durgapur. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to welcome our speaker of the next session onto the dais. The Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture has been instituted by the Institution of Engineers India to honor the memory of Dr. K.L. Rao, an eminent engineer, visionary, administrator, and one of the foremost architects of India's water resources and infrastructure development. Dr. Rao's pioneering contributions to river valley projects, irrigation systems, and national planning laid a strong foundation for India's post independence infrastructure growth and continue to inspire generations of engineers. I would also like to inform all the delegates here that while the 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture is in progress, Technical Session 3 shall also be conducted parallelly. Authors and delegates who are scheduled to participate in Technical Session 3 are kindly requested to proceed to their respective venue. As a mark of our respect and welcome, may I please request Engineer V.B. Singh, President of the Institution of Engineers India, to kindly present a bouquet of flowers to the Memorial Lecture Speaker, Mr. S. Subbaraj. Sir, please. And with that, I formally request Engineer V.B. Singh, Sir, President of IAI, to kindly address the audience to warmly welcome our speaker, Mr. S. Subbaraj.
Friends, in the series of these memorial lectures, now we come to 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture. All of you know Dr. K.L. Rao. He was a great engineer. I myself have read his concrete structures book. So, this memorial lecture will be delivered by Mr. S. Subbaraj, Executive Director, Alloy Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India Limited, Durgapur. So, I welcome you all at this memorial lecture, instituted in the memory of Dr. Kanuru Lakshmana Rao, a dedicated civil engineer by profession, who was associated with number of important technical assignments and served Government of India in various capacities, and he also happens to be past president of this institution of engineers. Today we have with us Mr. S. Subbaraj to deliver 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture during this auspicious occasion of 40th Engineering Congress. Now I request General Siali, SDG of this institution, to formally present the background of the memorial lecture and also to introduce the distinguished speaker.
Thank you, sir. I will now recount the background of the lecture. Dr. Kanuru Lakshmana Rao was born on July 15, 1902. After passing his intermediate examination in science from the University of Madras, he took the BE degree in civil engineering with honors from the College of Engineering, Guindy, in 1925. His first appointment as an assistant engineer in the Visakhapatnam District Board in 1926, and subsequently he worked in the College of Engineering, Rangoon and Guindy, and later in the Kaveri Mettur project. During this period, he also qualified for the MSc Engineering degree of the University of Madras by research, being the first recipient of a research degree in engineering from that university. In 1939, he proceeded to England to specialize in reinforced concrete and obtained his PhD degree from the University of Birmingham. Between 1943 and 1945, he was employed as a senior lecturer in Loughborough Engineering College, England. On his return to India in 1946, he was appointed by the Madras government as design engineer in the Rama Padasagar project, and in 1951 joined the Central Water and Power Commission at New Delhi as Director Dams. In 1954, he became Chief Engineer Planning and Designs and then became a member Design and Research in the same commission. During these later years, Dr. Rao was closely associated with major dam projects in this country, notably Lower Bhavani, Tungabhadra, Hirakud, Malampuza, Kosi and Umtru, and with flood control on the Brahmaputra River at Dibrugarh. His personal contributions to these projects are acknowledged as outstanding. Dr. Rao is the author of well-known standard work, Calculations, Designs and Testing of Reinforced Concrete, which was published by Sir Isaac Pitman and Sons. His contribution to technical journals are numerous. Dr. Rao joined the institution as a member in 1947 and became its president for 2 sessions, 1958 to 1960. He was also a minister of Government of India. About the speaker, and I am honored to introduce our distinguished speaker for this prestigious memorial lecture, Mr. S. Subbaraj, Executive Director, Alloy Steels Plant Authority of India Limited. Mr. Subbaraj is a B.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Delhi and brings over 3 decades of rich cross-functional experience across the steel value chain. He began his career in maintenance at Bokaro Steel Plant, gaining deep hands-on experience to plant operations and equipment management. He later spent 15 years at Sales Corporate Office, where he contributed significantly to strategic planning and policy formulation at an enterprise level. On returning to Bokaro, he led production planning and control as Chief General Manager, ensuring seamless alignment between production targets, raw material logistics, and customer requirements. For the past 6 years, he has been serving as the Chief Executive of Alloy Steel Plant Durgapur, steering the unit through transformation, performance enhancement, and product diversification in a highly specialized steel segment. With his strong technical foundation and wide-ranging leadership experience, Mr. Subbaraj continues to play a pivotal role in shaping sales growth trajectory. Today, he will be speaking to us on very detailed readout lecture script on transforming Indian steel making for Viksit Bharat at 2047, technological and sustainability challenges. With these words, I respectfully invite Mr. S. Subbaraj to kindly deliver the memorial lecture.
Very good afternoon. Director General, Institute of Engineers, President, Institute of Engineers, members of Institute of Engineers, and distinguished delegates. I would like to thank the Institute of Engineers for inviting me and share my thoughts on the Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture. Syal Sahab has read out my resume, but I would like to share with you about from where I come from. I represent Alloy Steel Plant. It's an alloy steel based on the scrap technology in Durgapur itself, alongside the main Durgapur Steel Plant. We are supplying about 60% to railways and defense. The importance of alloy steel plant you can judge from the fact that most of the axles, and especially the Vande Bharat, runs on alloy steel plant steel. And the defense, especially our armor plates in the tanks being manufactured at Avadi and other areas, the steel for which is manufactured at the alloy steel plant. So we are a major partner in building the infrastructure of the country. So coming to Dr. K.L. Rao's memorial lecture, a brief background has been given by by Syal Sahab. So Dr. K.L. Rao, as you all know, was a visionary, and his most significant achievement, you can say, is the designing the Nagarjun Sagar Dam. It's still the largest masonry dam is still as it is, as it was built. So you can see that in 1960s, whatever facilities you were having, at that time it's a great achievement that dam being built and still stands strong. So those are the capabilities which we need to develop. And aptly, my topic for today is transforming Indian steel making for Viksit Bharat at 2047. And we'll be talking about all the technological and sustainable challenges which we'll overcome to achieve that. So I think I have some slides. I think, I don't know, we can be operating from there, because as per, it used to be long time back, 30 years maybe, people used to have a system where somebody operates their slides and you can speak, because normally nowadays you can do it yourself. I don't know why it's not been arranged yet. Okay, let's see how much I can connect with my person sitting there. Uh, Talking about Viksit Bharat 2047, and as you all know, our Honorable Prime Minister has set a vision for India for the next 100 years. So, when we talk about steel industry, definitely when you have to see that what are the capabilities we need to develop so that we reach the 2047 targets. And one more thing is that steel industry, as you know, all know 1850, the first steel making started, so it's already 175 years old. And a lot of changes have come about. The way steel was made earlier and what are the challenges which we have faced, and a lot of transformation has taken place. And still another 25 years when you talk about 2047, lot of new expectations and lot of challenges are there. And we'll be talking about those. So when I'm talking about the challenges, so I'll be focusing on two. One is technological challenges and one is sustainable. So first, before going into that, we will see that where we are today in terms of the steel. Steel, as you all know, is the integral part of, I think next slide, of all the infrastructure, whether it be railways, whether it be construction, or whether it be automobiles, everywhere steel is there, and it forms a major part of our nation building. So, I think next slide, I can go to the next slide. Next slide. As you can see, our India is the second largest producer of steel today. China has got 1,000 million tons of steel produced by China, and all over the world we produce about 2 billion. So 50% is produced by China, and the second country, which is India, in roughly 150. You can see what a gap between the first player and the second player. And so a lot of challenges there. We need to ramp up from 150 to maybe 500 tons by 2047. So the focus mainly will be on how we can achieve that. And the installed capacity as on today is around 200 million tons, and we are roughly making around 150 million tons. And our capability and the steel ministry has set a target that we should be at 300 million ton by the year 2030. Next, I think next, you can go to the next slide. Steel contributes to 2% of the India's GDP, and it has got a direct and indirect connection with our GDP. And it's also employment generator, that more than 6.6 times it generates both tangible and intangible employment, and is backbone for the industrial sector. I think good. You can see in this slide that the steel production has increased from around 20 million tons to around 160 million tons, and the GDP also is increasing along with it. So last year you could say that steel production in India went up by 8 to 9% compared to the previous years, and the world average was at I think 1%, maybe less than 1%. And GDP, as you all know, 6 to 6%, 5 to 6% we are growing. So steel has a very major role to play in the increasing the GDP of the country. I think next slide, we can go to the next slide. Previous one. Steel, you can see that in construction, more than 60% we are using in construction. The next is capital goods, automobiles, defense, and other areas. So more or less, the construction sector forms the major user of steel. And steel is capital intensive, and for each, you can say that for each 1 million ton, you require around 8,000 crores of investment. So putting up a steel plant is, it's a big business, and definitely the returns are as of now, because it's a cyclic industry, because the long term you may gain, but for short term gains, it is not such a profitable one, but definitely India needs to invest to have growth in its economy. So even the national steel policy envisages around 10 lakh crores investment to 2030. And I think we'll go to the next one. So one more area of concern is that the per capita consumption of steel in India, it is around 85 to 90 in India, and whereas the global average is around 200 to 25 kgs. And developed countries, it's around 400 to 600 kgs. So this reflects the large untapped potential in the country. And the government of India also is taken up a lot of policy measures to see that the consumption of steel goes up. There's a lot of massive infrastructure push in terms of roads, railways, metros, housing. And Make in India is one concept which our Honorable Prime Minister also has advocated. To see that preference is given to Indian companies, you have the DMMIMS policy in place. And urbanization is increasing from 33% to 40%. So I can go to the next slide. Next one. After this. Yeah. So we will be talking about the technological challenges. So I have been discussing on 4 fronts. One is productivity and process efficiencies. Second is quality consistency in the high-end steels. There will be raw material quality and security. And fourth is digitization. So talking about the productivity, labor productivity in India, you can see that, and then the next graph, I think it will be there. It's quite less compared to the international norms. Ours, most of the public sector is around 600 tons per man per year. And private companies are a little bit better. And international norm is more than, I think, 2,000 tons per man per year. So this is because you can see that the level of automation, because we have both facilities, old facilities and new facilities together at the same plant. So it's manpower intensive. So the focus will be on how to automate the system so that our productivities, labor productivities go up and our financials also get improved. So another next slide. So some of the steel plants you see that, though not all of them, the lower metallic yields is one area of concern. Higher losses in melting, scrap generation, and higher energy consumption. Our energy consumption around 6 to 6.5 Gcal per ton of crude steel, whereas international norm is around 4 to 5 Gcal per ton of crude steel. So that is one area where the steel companies need to work upon. Frequent process interruptions, inconsistent quality leading to rework and downgrade, because the quality of ore and coal which are available in India, we need to blend some of the coal also. So definitely that is one area where all the steel companies need to work upon. I think we can go to the quality high-end steels. Next one. Next. Yeah. So special steels, as you know, India is importing around 1 million ton of special steels. Those steels are which we are not able to make in India. And another reason is that some of the steels are maybe China is producing at a lower cost. So both cost and the capability of producing special steels is hampering the Indian industry. Smaller players like us, that how we can produce a special steel of the required quality, stringent quality, and at the price. So customers' demands, as you know, are very narrow. Chemistries are very stringent. And another thing is that some specifically when I come from a alloy steel, I can see that some grades of steel we require very stringent raw material composition. That is not available in India. So we need to import from China or some other countries. Especially if you see that low cobalt, low phosphorus, manganese, those are not available in India, and we have to depend on other countries. And that is a requirement of especially your atomic sector, the nuclear sector. So those are areas we need to work upon how we can arrange for those raw materials. And another thing that the quality of cleanness of steel, ESR, VAR, and new facilities of secondary refining which we need to develop. I think we can go to the next one. Next we talk about raw material security and the steel industry. As you all know, the main ingredient of steel making is iron ore, coal, ferroalloys. So iron ore, in India we have abundant iron ore, but coal, coking coal, which is available in India, is having high ash, around 19% ash, and it plays a very important role in the productivity of the blast furnaces. So what Indian companies are doing is that they are importing coking coal from Australia, New Zealand, and America. They have around 90% of ash. So and blend it with indigenous coal. And we're talking about the major player in India, that is Coal India Limited, and the coking coal is primarily from Bharat Coking Coal Limited. Even if the inherent ash in the coal which is available in India, around 19% to 30%, even if you wash it, the yield will come down, you'll have lower yields, the quantity will be less. So availability of coal will be less in that case, the yield is less. So that is one area where we need to work, that how we can improve the quality of indigenous coal. And when you talk about 300 million tons of steel, you'll be requiring 200 million tons of coking coal there. So dependence on imports, because costly foreign exchange also will be affected. So we have to see how we can use the less coal, that is by technology, and another is by using improving the quality of indigenous coal available. And especially in this electric arc furnace route, apart from scrap, you can use DRI. So DRI, right now we have coal-based DRI, but going forward, pressure is on how to use gas-based DRI. For that, you require gas at a competitive price. And scrap availability is a cause of concern going ahead, because India, you can see that though Indian government has brought out a scrap recycling policy, and 10 to 15 years cars, there's a policy of returning it back to the scrap, but it is not coming on the ground. Though it's on paper, it's not coming on the ground. So availability of scrap in that route is still a cause of concern. So when you talk about other countries where electric arc furnace and blast furnace technology, electric arc furnace is more than 50% in some of the countries, 50 to 60%, and blast furnace is 40%. But India, we operate at 70% blast furnace and 30% electric arc furnace route. So our challenge is that availability of scrap is going to be a major point of worry, and to augment it, definitely DRI will be used. So talking about ferroalloys, chromium, nickel, moly, manganese, silicon, and fluxes and refractories. That is also an area where, though refractories, we have a lot of companies coming up. So they are geared up for the 300 million ton target. So I don't see any issues regarding refractory. And iron ore also, if you see that 60 to 64% Fe ore you require, and especially if you're going for pelletization or DRI, you require rich ore. And the challenge of today is that what to do about the ore which is less than 60%. So beneficiation, as you see, is one area where we have to see that how we can use those low grade ores. And that is an abundant quantity in India. So NMDC, SAIL, all of them are working together to see, maybe government policy will be there that you have to use less than 60% ore also. So in the, going ahead, that will be one area where all the technologies need to work upon. Another thing, cost of coal. Cost of coal right now it's around $100. Earlier, I remember it used to be $400 some 3 years ago. So volatility in the input market is there, and it's got a straight reflection on the steel price also. And one more issue which, though we will be able to get coal and iron ore, the main issues we will be facing is logistics. Like when if you are moving coal around one rake right now, 3,000 tons, you carry 3,000 tons of coal. And going ahead, if you see that if you have to move 200 tons of coal, so where the rakes will come from and the traffic on the tracks, it is not geared up to meet the challenge of all the steel companies. And apart from that, iron ore 1.6 times you require for 1 ton of hot metal. So you can see 1.6 tons of hot metal, 1.1 ton of coal, and 0.5 tons of limestone and dolomite. So around, you can see on 3 tons for every ton of steel you have to move. So there are investments in slurry pipelines. The iron ore has been transported over long distances, maybe 200, 300 kilometers on slurry pipelines for preparing pellets. So that is one area where you can reduce the dependence on the railways. And though it's a capital investment and there are issues regarding laying off the pipes, slurry pipelines, because there are a lot of R&R issues in wherever the projects are coming up. So that is one area where all the companies need to work upon that how we can move so much of raw material to the steel plants. I think we can go to the next challenge which the steel industry shall counter is digitalization and Industry 4.0. As you all know, in each sector, the automation and digitalization is coming up in a big way. And steel industry is not a new area. Sensors, automations, AI, machine learning, digital twins, all have been incorporated in the latest investments which we are making. And ISCO steel plant, where new plant has come up. In the earlier modernization itself, all these digital twins in the blast furnace, automation level of the highest order. So we have incorporated all those things. And going ahead, this will be one area where we need to see that how we can digitalize most of the systems. Because the state-of-the-art systems will definitely give us better yield, better productivity and better quality. So those are the, and labor productivity definitely will be using less manpower to operate, and the skill sets required will be different. And another area which we need to look at is sustainability. I think we go to the sustainability slides. Next one. Next. I think next one. Next. Yeah. In sustainability, two areas which we need to work upon is energy intensity and carbon footprint and transition to green steel and circular economy. So, as you all know, energy cost is around 20 to 30% of cost of steel. That is basically coming from coal. And steel also accounts for 10 to 20% of the carbon emissions. So this is one area where there is a challenge, and there's by 2070, when we need to work upon that 2070, we need to see that our carbon emissions are also net zero. So our presently what steel plants are operating at is 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. And the global average is around 1.9. And as I told you that 70% we are operating at blast furnace. So blast furnace minimum CO2 is 2.2, which we have achieved in India, 2.2 per ton of CO2. And by electric arc furnace, it can move from 0.5 to 1.5 depending on if you are using 100% scrap or DRI. So keeping a balance of blast furnace and electric arc furnace and induction, India needs to see that how we can go up below 1.9 tons per ton of CO2. And there are many leverages to this. The levers of this is basically if you go in for reduction of coking coal, injection of hydrogen in the blast furnaces, either you go for green power and green hydrogen. So those are one area where we need to work on, and basically reducing the energy consumption in the steel making. That is one area, because right now our Indian average is hovering on 6.5 and world average is around less than 5. So as I told you, the major part is that high ash of indigenous coking coal and less use of our pellet and sintering burden, the quality of ore. So we need to push in more of coal to augment the ash in the ore. So that is one area where we need to see that our energy consumption comes down by below 5 Gcal per ton. So that is one area where we need to see how the low grade ores can be used. Then best available technology, a lot of new technologies are come on, CDCP in coke ovens, blast furnace, you have that are TRTs, and the steel making you have slag, heat recovery in the slag, rolling mills you have the frequency drives, walking beam furnaces, and high efficiency furnaces. So those are the areas where we need to see how we can reduce our energy consumption. And coming to the next one is green steel. As you all know, green steel is one area which is looking up in India. So green steel main focus is that how to achieve your net zero by 2070. For that, the focus is on that how we can move from the blast furnace route to DRI production through natural gas or hydrogen. Because hydrogen, if you see hydrogen, as of now, it's commercially not viable. Maybe in 10 years' time, you will see that hydrogen will be an important fuel for reducing our iron ore. And there you can see that though minimum carbon will be there, so that is one area where the green steel will take over. And right now, practically, if you see green steel, Government of India is designated that less than 2.2 ton of finished steel is to be called as green steel, where different star ratings have been earmarked by the Ministry of Steel. But going down 2.2, below 2.2 requires a lot of changes, because you have both the old equipment and new equipment together, putting up new equipment. Because once you put up a blast furnace today, that means it will work for 40 years. So till 40 years, you have to bear with that technology, because you cannot remove coal completely from the blast furnaces, because it has to hold the burden, and maybe you can just accommodate maybe 5 to 10% with hydrogen in the long run. So if you are planning today and your focus is on green steel, I think we need to shift from blast furnace route. But the main dilemma is that hydrogen, we are not sure what the price with the hydrogen will come from. So I will see that next to 10-15 years, by 2030, we have to go with this blast furnace route, and maybe after 2030 onwards, 2040, we see that there is development in this field where you use of hydrogen, even natural gas, to reduce ore and make green steel available. And one more area is, though we can see that though carbon is used and released in the steel industry, one area where we need to work upon is this capturing of this carbon and utilizing this. Because if there is generation there, to become net zero, you need to see that how you can capture it and utilize it and become net zero. So that area, I think, not much work has gone around that. But definitely I feel that maybe next 20-30 years, that is one area we'll be working upon. So I think we can go to next slides. Mission. And one more area, circular economy and resource security in steel. As you can see that I was telling you about the scrap, recycling of scrap. That is one area where India lags behind in terms of because each steel has a certain life period, and tendency in India is that not everything comes back to the system. So we need to see that those scrap policies in place, but on the ground we are not able to see the direct impact of the policy that material once produced, because ore has a definite life, but steel can be recycled many number of times. So you can see that last 100 years we've been producing steel, but that steel has not come back to the system. After maybe 50 years cycle, 60 years cycle, that is one area. If it keeps on coming back to the system, then you can see that your carbon emissions is going to be very less, maybe less than 1, because maybe 70 to 80% of your steel making becomes electric arc furnace route or induction, and you have abundant amount of scrap available, and will come back to the system. Maybe 2047, you will see that you don't have blast furnace and iron ore is not required. The same steel you are recycling over and over again, and you just need to spend money on electricity, and that electricity will be renewable. So renewable electricity with your electric arc furnace route with scrap, definitely there will be no green steel will become carbon free. So that area we need to see that how that vision will come about. And going by all this, we see that though all these new technologies are coming in, but there is one area where a matter of concern is that the skill sets required to operate these equipments, especially when you talk about automation, digitalization, and the equipments and the workforce needs to be tuned to that. So because equipment alone cannot sustain production, we need to see that how our manpower becomes productive and develops those skills to operate this equipment. So that is one challenge I think I've been talking about. So and one more is the self-reliance, because our Honorable Prime Minister has already talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we need to see that how we can produce the best steels in the country, and with the available raw material. There is a talk about rare earth materials. For example, I have been in alloy steel plant, I've been looking out for zirconium because we have a special grade of steel. It's not available in India. So we have to see that an NFC is Nuclear Fuel Corporation is making it. So we will see that how we can utilize the in-house material available and to reduce our dependence on international companies. So that is one area we need to work on 2047, because 100 years from 1947, we should see that how we become self-reliant. So that will be the vision which we have to see. And rightly, Dr. Rao, you can say that he had a vision at that time that with the limited resource, developing a dam and putting it in place. So those visions we need to see how we can become capable to see that India becomes self-reliant in steel production and sustainable. We grow sustainably and with the least energy consumption. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me.
We sincerely thank our speaker of the session, Mr. S. Subbaraj. And now I am going to request Engineer V.B. Singh sir, President of IAI, to kindly felicitate our speaker of the 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture, Mr. S. Subbarao, with a shawl and a plaque. I request the team members of the organizing committee to kindly help Engineer V.B. Singh and also Major General Dr. M.J.S. Sayali sir in felicitating our esteemed speaker of the day. And now, to formally conclude this memorial lecture, I invite Major General Dr. M.J.S. Syali sir, SDG of IEI, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Engineer V.B. Singh, President III, Mr. S. Subbaraj, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. S. Subbaraj for delivering a very highly insightful lecture. And his perspectives have enriched our understanding and offered deeper insights into nuances of this very important topic. On behalf of everyone present, I convey our sincere thanks for his graciously accepting our invitation and delivering the 11th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture. Just for your information, he had to rush from Kolkata to Durgapur to deliver this lecture, in where he had a meeting there, and I want to thank him for that. I now request all of you to join me in offering a big round of applause to Mr. S. Subbaraj.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to another distinguished memorial event of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress, the 60th Nidhu Bhushan Memorial Lecture, instituted in 1966 by the illustrious metallurgist philosopher, late Professor Guru Prasad Chatterjee, in memory of his late father, Nidhu Bhushan Chatterjee, who believed deeply in service to society through science, discipline, and ethical living. We request our speaker, Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor, former senior Indian Army officer, Chief Operating Officer of Grey Cement, JK Cements Limited, and founder of Accelerina, to kindly step on the dais. I would also like to inform the delegates here that while the 60th Nidhu Bhushan Memorial Lecture is in progress here, Technical Session 5 will be conducted parallelly. Authors and delegates who are scheduled to participate in Technical Session 5 are requested to kindly proceed to their respective venue. As a mark of respect and welcome, we request Engineer V.B. Singh, President of the Institution of Engineers India, and we thank him for presenting a bouquet of flowers to the memorial lecture speaker, Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor. Thank you, sir. And we now request to briefly recall the spirit and legacy associated with Nidhu Bhushan Memorial Lecture, and to introduce today's memorial lecture speaker, I would now invite Major General Dr. M.J.S. Syali, SDG, the Institution of Engineers India, to kindly address the gathering and conduct the proceedings further.
I will now recount the background of the lecture. The prestigious Nidhu Bhushan Memorial Lecture was instituted in 1966 by the illustrious metallurgist cum philosopher, late Professor Guru Prasad Chatterjee, in memory of his father, late Nidhu Bhushan Chatterjee. In Nidhu Bhushan, we find a man who, without being an engineer in the conventional sense, served mankind through his knowledge of science, coupled with great inspiration derived from the knowledge of metaphysics. With his strong determination, Nidhu Bhushan, a science graduate, could raise himself to a position of an inspecting accountant in the finance division of the Central Public Works Department. He continued to serve the society, never caring for name or fame. Nidhu Bhushan was a firm believer in the fact that only fundamental discipline in the life helps a person from within to face life without fear or frustration. About the speaker, I am privileged to introduce our distinguished speaker for this prestigious memorial lecture, Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor, retired senior army officer, founder of Accelerina, and former Chief Operating Officer, Grey Cement, JK Cement Limited. Colonel Kapoor embodies the rare fusion of engineer, soldier, business transformer, and leadership coach. An IIT Mumbai alumni with an MTech in electrical engineering and a silver medalist from the Military College of EME, he served the Indian Army with distinction for 23 years, commanding India's first Prithvi missile workshop and leading advanced engineering units with exemplary professionalism. After transitioning to industry, he drove some of the most notable business turnarounds in the sector. As Managing Director of Holcim Bangladesh, he led a complete financial revival, and as Chief Operating Officer of JK Cement Limited, he steered a transformative growth journey, tripling capacity, expanding EBITDA more than sixfold, and elevating the company into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Today, as founder of Celerina, he is sought after executive coach and leadership facilitator, partnering with the chief executive officers, founders, and senior civil servants. His works blend psychometric rigor with battlefield clarity, empowering leaders across manufacturing, logistics, IT, BFSI, and government domains. His popular LinkedIn series, Arena with Rajneesh, continues to shape contemporary leadership thinking, and this is something that I also follow. He holds distinguished global credentials, including programs from INSEAD and IMD Lausanne, certification as an ICF Associate Certified Coach, and expertise as a Hogan Assessor. With these words, I warmly invite Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor to kindly deliver the memorial lecture.
So good evening. It looks like we are at the end of the evening, and the blue chairs, with so many blue chairs there, they don't demotivate me. I'll try to put in my best. And for all the people who are sitting in this room, I hope that you have a memorable next 45 minutes. So at the outset, thank you very much to the President, Engineer V.B. Singh, General Sayali, all the members of council, my course mate, Colonel Bana sitting there, and all of you who have weathered the storm and are now at the fag end of today's program listening to my lecture. I feel deeply honored today to be talking on a platform which I feel is so distinguished and so important. I am humbled that I am talking from a pedestal from where many senior leaders, many thought leaders and engineers have spoken to so far. And I hope that when I looked at the topic for today's, this complete Congress, 40th Engineering Congress, with looking at Viksit Bharat, looking at how we can grow, what are the next steps. Since morning today, we heard a few words. We heard Mr. Kirloskar saying that it's not a technical challenge, but a self-esteem challenge. Then we heard it's innovation over imitation. We heard capability is there, but confidence is missing. Courage, creativity, conviction. These are the kind of words we heard all through the day. So I'm now going to take you slightly away to those things and try to discuss with you what it is, what some of the leaders who have built organizations, who built the nation, have taught us and taught me in particular during my life journey. So my topic today, therefore, is on engineer leaders, people who build organizations and consequently build the nation. People who are actually the catalysts for Make in India. And today I speak not just as an engineer, but as someone shaped by years in the armed forces and in the industry. And now as an executive coach, where I am talking to a lot of industry leaders to understand, to support and partner them in the challenges that they face in their industries. Next slide. So this already General Sayali has spoken, so we can move on to the next one. So what is India's growth story? Just go back, please. So for a nation, our country, which was ruled by an exploitative regime for many centuries, and which got fractured at the dawn of independence, and which had a war thrust on it right within a few weeks and months of our independence. The challenges have been immense, and I'm going to show you how in these challenges we, the engineers, have actually risen up and come to the, come to a situation where we have risen up to help the nation. Next. So we had, in this period, the nation had to prepare defense capabilities, right from engineers who built missiles, satellites, nuclear capabilities, and played a decisive role in securing the nation. And then next came, the next. came infrastructure miracles. We know that, right after independence, we started building dams. We had today somebody from Damodar Valley Corporation, and we heard so many great things being done. Dams, power plants, highways. The country's landscape is changing. Mr. Ajay spoke about the tunnels which have got created. When we were in army in our earlier days, reaching to even the very normal location, a company headquarters, sometimes we had to walk for 1.5 hours. Today, those things are changing, the border roads and other things. So the nation is constantly moving forward. Infrastructure is getting created. Industrial transformation is taking place. You can't do all this. Just now we heard about steel sector. The challenges of steel sector are almost similar to the challenges of the cement sector, which I was part of for 15 years. And our industry has grown, and now we have digital challenges coming in, the UPI, the Chandrayaan, and look at what we have all achieved. And when we look at this, we'll see that every milestone, each of these milestones had one common thread. We had men and women who decided, who dared to lead, and who were there, who dared to dream. But dream is not everything. You have to execute the dream. So they dared to dream and they dared to execute. And let's move on to the current context. How is today's world? The challenges in today's world have even magnified. If you look at, if you look at the geopolitical tensions, we will see that in last 4 or 5 years, the Russia-Ukraine standoff, the Israel and Palestine war, Op Sindoor close to our borders, has all changed the way the whole dynamics of the world were working. Suddenly with America we have sanctions, suddenly Russia, China are together, and we as a nation and we as engineers who are part of this nation have to understand that geopolitics can play a big role. And the next thing is technology disruption. Everybody today has been talking about AI. Are we as, people on whom comes the burden of translating and converting the possibilities and the potential of AI for the benefit of our nation? Are we going to lag behind, or are we going to make sure that our nation capitalizes on this? The next, again, a very important point is climate change. In the industry in which I was working, the cement sector, 8% of the global CO2 emission happens from the cement plants. Every ton of clinker produced has 45%. So 1 ton of cement has got 45% of CO2 emission. And we all today owe it. You go to Delhi today, your flights get delayed. You go walk out in Delhi, people have started joking that if you're doing yoga in Delhi, you are actually harming your health because you're inhaling bad air. What is happening? Where are we as engineers? What are we doing for sustainability? So sustainability is a real challenge in front of us. Every business has to be sustainable. And last is, we all saw during COVID what happened. Suddenly, one fine day, all factory gates got closed. All roads got closed. All vehicles stopped. In between countries, business stopped. And therefore, all this is pointing that our nation must become self-reliant now. This is the time. We can't wait. We have to work in that direction. And who will do that? It is us, the engineers. So our challenge, therefore, is no longer technical. It is about leadership. It is about ability for us to navigate these complexities. And based on this, I'm going to build my today's talk, the next part of my talk. And the key questions. So before, we have seen the challenges, we saw the challenges which the nation faced in the beginning. What is the current context of the globe? And how I want to share with you that this group sitting in this room and people who are engineers are so well equipped to handle this. The first thing that we have is, we have a system thinking approach. Every engineer thinks in a system approach. We understand the interdependencies, we understand the constraints. We just need to move it out of just the engineering part to also how organizations work, how people work, how we can galvanize teams. The next thing that is there is that we are very comfortable with complexities. The first time when I was doing my engineering, and during engineering, General Siali also taught me at some point of time, when we would go through so difficult, complicated equations and mathematical, solutions, sometimes one would feel, what is this? But we are so comfortable with complexity. Navigating complexity is the natural language of engineers' leadership. We are well equipped for it. The next, we dream, we innovate, but we also look at what is feasible. So we balance the vision with feasibility. We convert the dreams into what can become feasible. We look at the impossible and try to make it possible. So this is what engineers bring to the table. And last, which I think is so important, there is an execution discipline. And I call it, we don't just admire problems. Oh, bada acha problem hai. Oh. We don't admire problems. We solve problems. And that gives us the strength to be the nation builders. Next. So sorry, just go back. So what I wanted to say, build systems. The systems are going to build, with systems build people, build organizations, and you will build nation. Nation building is, so many times we are asked, "Arey, hum kya karenge yaar? This country is so big. I am just an engineer, executive engineer working in PWD department or some other department." Oh, you do your system well, your organization does its job well, the whole team does the job well, and the nation will automatically grow when everybody starts doing it. So that is the message that I want to give. Next. And therefore, I now want to tell you that, okay, all this sounds very well, but what can we do? And there is one very interesting thing which I learned when I moved into corporate world. My boss used to tell me, copy with pride. You see what the other competitor is doing? Copy it with pride. And today let's copy with pride from the leaders who have built our nation. So, how do these leaders think? Next. How do the great leaders think? What sets them apart? Next. What sets them apart? You can get all of the four, yeah. What can we learn from them, and how do we multiply the impact? If you look around, you would have found inspirational leaders in your journeys. What is it that we learn from them? How can we multiply that positive energy? Something that we call as pride builders. How can we build pride in the organizations? So move to the next, please. So I am going to now, in my life journey, I had an opportunity of working with many great people who taught me a lot. I am going to take out 4 of these leaders with whom I had a close interaction in my life and share with all of you 1 or 2 things that I took away from them which became my life mantra. So the first leader that I'm going to talk is, click the button please, is Colonel S.P. Wahi, who retired as the chairman of Oil and Natural Gas Commission, who was also the chairman of Cement Corporation of India, and who was also a very esteemed army person. And I had a chance of watching Colonel Wahi as a young kid when he became my father's boss in Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, Ranipur, Hardwar. And I saw the transformation as a kid in my father and in the uncles who were working around me. And I'll share a couple of learnings from there. My next person that I'm going to talk about is Dr. V.K. Saraswat. I think all of you would be knowing him. He is today the member of Niti Aayog, and he was also the DG or the scientific advisor and DRDO head. But I had a close interaction with him for almost 4 years when he was project director Prithvi, and I was commanding the Prithvi workshop, the army people to operationalize something which was in development and design. And the third leader that I'm going to talk is, after having seen a public sector person, having seen a scientist and a lab and a nation creator, I have picked up a global leader, Paul Hugentobler, who is today the chairman of Shyam City Cement Group based out of Thailand, but was earlier a senior leader with Holcim. And Holcim had, if some of you may know, were the owners of Associated Cement Companies, ACC and Ambuja in India for many years before they sold it out to Adani.
And today Paul is the director on board of Dalmia Bharat and JK Cement, two of the best performing cement companies in the country. I had the opportunity of working with him during my Wholesome tenure and also in my JK tenure. And the last leader, I'm going to go to next generation. There is a lot that young generation, today's leaders are doing, which we can see and feel proud. I had a chance of working with Mr. Madhav Krishna Singhania, who is the Deputy Managing Director and CEO of JK Cement, and he was my direct boss when I was working in that company. And I'll share quickly in 3 minutes some of the key learnings from each one of them. So let's move to the first leader. Tanal Wahi, and so when I was, as I said, in 1973-74, when I was in BHL Hardwar, a young boy, suddenly a colonel from the army comes as general manager of the plant. And the whole energy shifts. Punctuality suddenly became the norm. That office dress became suddenly something. And time became such an important thing. And I saw that energy shifting in my father and in the uncles around me. He introduced a deep sense of, professionalism, making punctuality, workplace attire, doing things correctly. And there is a famous story that what Vahi uncle did at that point of time was that in the initial days, people were used to not coming on time. The meeting time was 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, he closed the doors. And all the senior people of BHL, Hardwar, they all were waiting outside, but they were not allowed inside for the meeting. वो दिन था और उसके बाद कभी कोई late नहीं हुआ. So sometimes leaders have to take such measures. So he taught that. But more importantly, this is okay. This you can expect from any army officer to act a little, funny in these things. But he set a very bold vision. Those days in BHL, there was a central foundry forge plant which was to be established. And this plant was hanging fire for almost 10 years. This man comes and says, 18 months, we will establish this plant. And we were having a collaboration in BHL with Creuset Lawyer in France. And I know my dad traveled so many times and so much of work was done. And I saw that in the evening when my father and his friends would sit down, their earlier conversations, which were gossip, suddenly became into murmurs of a little bit of revolt. Ki ye kya bol raha hai? This cannot happen. We can't do this. And then slowly, how we'll handle this challenge. And finally, when the target was achieved, there was a pride, there was a feeling that our company can achieve anything and everything. And one can say that all these things are fine, so that means he was a danda master and everything. But what stood apart for this person was that he also had empathy. I recall in class 8th, I had got seriously ill and was to be admitted in the hospital. I was in the hospital for almost a month. And my father had to travel abroad for a month-long course on advanced data processing. Those days, BHL was importing mainframe computers. So Colonel Vahi called my father and told him, Amrit, you don't have to worry. Your son is like my son. Just go. And every day evening, this man would come to my hospital room like a breeze. He would walk in, see, pat my back and go away. From him I learned what executive presence really means. Today I conduct lectures on executive presence for people. But executive presence is the presence that makes you feel that moment that leader walks into the room, the energy he brings, the kind of shift he brings. I learned it from him then. And lastly, he created a lasting legacy, His contributions in ONGC and other places are just legendary. I am just talking what I saw as a small kid. Now let's move on to the next leader that I wanted to talk about, is Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Now, we talked of missiles. We today, General Sahani was talking of so much of integrated, systems, sensors, missiles, your drones. But imagine, go back to 70s and 80s when India was dreaming of building missiles in India. It was a difficult job. A creation of such a weapon system needs people from different segments. You need DRDO scientists, not just from one DRDO lab, from 8 to 10 DRDO labs, from RCI, from DRDL, from your labs in Bangalore, from your labs in Hyderabad. And then you need many public sector companies, Bharat Dynamics Limited, Bharat Electronics Limited, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, ECIL, name it and you have it there. And then not only this, you have private sector. Wipro was providing the main multi-bus computer. Wipro, Tata Advanced System, Kirloskar, KG Khosla, so many companies. Each person, each organization with its own culture, with its own value system, style of doing work. All of them to be brought under one mission, one goal, that we will deliver Prithvi missile to the Indian Army and make nation strong. It needs leadership. It teaches us that great leaders are versatile in creating great teams. They cut across the boundaries and they make their teams. So that is something which came out. Second point, I want to share a story. When I was commanding the Prithvi workshop, a young lieutenant colonel, 13.5 years of service, and in the first meeting that we were having, where all the stakeholders were sitting, there were senior people from public sector, private sector, and scientists, and even army headquarters. And I had to bring up a very contentious issue, to bring it to them and tell them that this is not going to work. And I was very hesitant. Dr. Saraswat sensed that in me, and just patted me and took me aside and told me, son, you are the CEO of this workshop. Nobody knows your job better than you. Go out there and speak up your mind. I was not just the only person he allowed and empowered to speak. All his scientists were empowered to speak up. And we have seen what happened in Columbia Space Shuttle. If some of you don't know about it, just go and Google. When the Columbia Space Shuttle had a crash, there was a scientist sitting in that room who knew exactly what the cause could be, but never spoke up in the last mission review meeting. And afterwards, when he was asked, why did you not speak up? He said, oh, how could I speak? She is here. The mission leader was a lady, and I am here. How do I speak? Such leaders create a psychologically safe working environment where they allow their team members to speak up. And that was a lesson that I carried with him. And of course, strategic self-reliance, I know that when we were doing Prithvi, there were so many critical weapon systems and special parts in it, which we were not having. We had to import. People were not giving us technology. And what do you need here? You need men with resolve, men with high commitment to the nation, who would go out of their way to make it happen. So that is something. And last point, we were having a very critical Prithvi trial happening in the ITR ranges in Balasore, and it failed. All of us were devastated. We had primed up so much, and we were going back to the mission control room and worried that Dr. Saraswat is now going to, really scream at us and say that we didn't do our job well and feel very unhappy with us. But when I went there, I found he was so composed. All the tension, because he was the last stakeholder. What flack he would have got from Prime Minister, others, I don't know. But he called us and said, okay, relax. Let's examine what went wrong. What is it that we learned from today's mission? Let's look at all the data. We have got another one coming up in 2 days. Let that be success. And therefore, I that day learned that failures, don't be afraid. The most successful men in the world have had the largest failures because they try more audacious and more ambitious goals. And when you try audacious and ambitious goals, failure is assured. Are you learning from those failures to make sure that you succeed? That is your choice. So next. So I want to now move to Mr. Paul Hugentobler, and you're going to see a photo there. Just see that photo. I'll come to this photo later. Paul's story with me is very interesting. In the summer of 2008, I had decided to transition from Indian Army, and I had somehow managed to get selected in the first 2 rounds for the occupational health and safety head for Wholesome Vietnam. So I was to meet Paul in their office in Hagenholzstrasse in Zurich on a Sunday morning. And I had prepared everything from safety ke liye, jo karna hai, army mein kya kiya hai, ye, all those things. I walked into his room, so many papers kept, and he spoke to me for 5-10 minutes. And then suddenly he says, young man, are you ready to take over as the CEO of Bangladesh? Literally, the earth below my feet started shaking. A colonel from army who has no idea of how to do business suddenly is being offered country head of a multinational company. Can you imagine? He is putting himself at stake. And I learned that day that great leaders have an eye for talent, but eye for talent is okay, all of us have. Do we have the courage of conviction of going with the sixth sense that comes to us that, okay, I am going to take that call. It was his call. If I had failed, he would have failed. Everybody would have asked him the question, why this man has been selected. He took that call. So I think great leaders want to pick up talent. All great leaders you will see will always try to pick up the best people. Somebody gave me an advice when I was moving into corporate world. I asked him, what should I do? He says, surround yourself with people smarter than you will start looking smarter. So I always followed that. My team was always better than me. I was always the worst chap in my team, wherever I worked. The other thing Paul used to tell us always was, go to the market, go to the customer, talk to your customer, go to the plant, go to the shop floor, meet every person, understand his problem on the ground. And at the age of 62, once he came to my cement plant, and those of you who are aware of cement, I think there must be some civil engineers here who would be aware. In cement plant, we have a preheater tower which is 170 meters tall. हम सब लोग उसमें लिफ्ट से जाते हैं, मैं भी फौजी भी. I used to also take the lift and अपना लिफ्ट लेके 7th floor पे गए और अगर कोई VIP आया तो उसको वहाँ से पूरा प्लांट का लेआउट दिखाया, 2 फोटो खींचा, उसको फ्रेम में डाला और उसको गिफ्ट कर दिया. This man refused. Summer, peak summer, June in Rajasthan, so hot. He started walking up. And my team was looking at me and everybody is feeling what a crazy guy. But at every floor, there are 7 floors in preheater tower. For every stage of the cooler, we have that, preheater stage, we have 1 floor. Every floor he would stop and he would walk around, take a round, and he would see left and right. And I would see all kind of crap lying there because nobody has ever visited that part of the cement plant. In that one climb up the 160 meters, 70 meters, he gave me a real lifetime lesson of management by walking around. And therefore, great leaders don't just preach, they lead visibly. And that is the message I carried. And of course, now let's come to that photo. The person with Paul is Mr. Narottam Sheikh Saria. How many of you know Mr. Narottam Sheikh Saria? Have you heard his name? Anybody? Just show of hands. Do you know Narottam Sheikh Saria? So Mr. Narottam Sheikh Saria is one of the most iconic Indian industrialists who created Ambuja Cement. It's a family legacy issue that his next generation probably he felt was not ready and he had a throat cancer because of which he sold off. But he created a world-class cement company in a matter of 25 years. Today, of course, Ambuja is adorned by Adani. But now why I showed this photo was, right from early 70s, late 80s, Paul used to work in a consulting company called Holder Bank. He built strong relations with senior industrialists across the countries. And when time came, he did a deal with them and grew Holcim. As a consequence, in his time, Paul acquired business in India, ACC and Ambuja, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, in Indonesia. Great leaders also know who are the big stakeholders who matter for their growth. Firstly, they are growth driven. I think any leader who is not growth driven will always fail. It will fall flat. You know, like river mein, agar pani chalta rahega, to it is going to stay pure. If it gets stuck at one place, it is going to get impure. So these are the lessons I learned from Paul. Let's move on to the next one. Next. So now I want to share with you the story of Madhav Krishna Singhania, who's very much a very active leader now. So Madhav joined JK right after his engineering college, 23, 24 years of age. His uncle, who was the chairman that time of the company, sent him to the plants and said, you're going to get involved in the construction of cement plants. After constructing our cement plant in Fujairah, I had by that time joined JK. Madhav spoke to me and said, yeah, Rajneesh, I don't know what is happening. Our per ton cost, dollars per ton cost of construction of cement plant is far more than our competitors. We take much more time and the quality of our construction is also the worst. And I know that from 2014 when I joined JK till today, every day Saturday is a holiday in JK. Every day Saturday from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Madhav carries out a project review meeting with the project team for various projects of JK which are going on. And today, JK is among the best project establishment teams in the country. We have grown from 7.5 million ton in 2007-8 to 30 million tons today. All profitable and economic growth, all greenfield or brownfield expansions, nothing acquired here. So he taught, now just go back please. So he taught that great leaders build execution excellence. They catch the hold. आज कहीं पे भी execution की बात हो रही थी कि execution, ultimately all theory, all concepts have to be translated into execution. He taught what execution excellence is. Now I want to show you two photos. Go to the. नहीं, sorry ये क्या हो गया? Okay, just press, go back. Now press. Okay, press again. Okay, there is something wrong. I think my two photos have gone. So, basically, just click the photos again, please. So you can see these two silos falling down. And what do you see around the silos? You see the cement plant. So we had a major crisis in 2016 in our cement plant in Durgapur, Karnataka, where the silos developed two cracks and it was carrying 20,000 tons of material inside it. Our plant could have got damaged and we would have been wiped out of operations from South India if the silo had fallen down in the wrong direction. And why I am showing this? Because Madhav and myself, we camped on the plant site for almost 45 days, worked with our team and brought the silo down in a manner that we did not lose more than 7 days of production. And that is what great leaders do. Next please. They show up in crisis. They act as, we have seen that army ke andar to leaders show up in crisis, but it is equally applicable in corporate world. It is equally applicable in, scientists, researchers. Yep, next. So, leaders show up in crisis, they calm the team. And last 2 points, just press the next one also. Great leaders maintain a strategic focus and age is no barrier. So never feel that somebody young, let's say if you're going, some of you go into private sector, I don't know if anybody is there, and suddenly you find there's a 25-year-old or 30-year-old owner who's driving the business. Don't think that he doesn't know. They can also do great jobs. So age is no barrier. Huh? Now let's move on to the next. I would have loved to ask you the question, so what do you think these leaders have in common? If anybody wants to say. Anji? Courage. Okay, great. Huh? Ambition and belief. Very good point. Foresight. Yeah. Team building. So you talk team building, courage, ambition, foresight. And aapne bola? Foresight. So, passion. Anything else? Hanji? Positive attitude. They look at challenges to solve them. Anything else? Leadership quality. Generic है. कौन सी quality आपको अच्छी लगी इनमें? चारों में? Yeah, they are not afraid. They call a spade and they look at the, they look at the challenge in the eye. They say the biggest quality a leader can have is to expose himself to vulnerabilities, that he can go wrong. So let me just put the 4 which I have put. They lead by example. They build people first. That is the starting point. They take culture before the numbers. Because numbers to follow करेंगे. You can get sales number, you know, business में मैंने देखा है, एक महीना डंडा मार के और कर करा के discount दे के you can get sale number. But if you not build a culture, your sale number is never going to follow. But if you build a culture, your sales will come, whatever you may do. And lastly, they show up in crisis. They lead by example. They build people, they build organizations, and they build the nation. So now let's move on to the next part of my slide. I hope you all are not looking at your watch and wanting to go back. This is me when I was in army commanding an EME battalion. And my journey has been from barracks to the boardroom and now to an isolated coaching room. From shouting in the army to learning to shout less in the corporate world, coaching is only about listening. And the way I am speaking, probably you will think कि ये तो सुनता ही नहीं होगा किसी की. So, and my lessons are forged not just in success, but in struggle, transition, failures, and consciously and unconsciously shaped by every great leader I worked with, but many brilliant team members with whom I worked. And I'm going to share just a few examples with you, few more points. Okay. So let's first read this. Okay, इसको जरा एक मिनट बंद कर दीजिए, please go back. Yeah. So I want to share again a story, and you will say that I am sharing a lot of stories. I feel that we are able to relate to what I want to say better with that. In the National Defense Academy, in the second semester, I had almost given up. The training was so tough, the physical strain was so much, the mental strain was so much. Sayali sir will resonate those thoughts. I think every NDA guy in the first or second term at one point of time thinks that he has to go back. And I wrote a letter to my mother. I knew कि मेरी mother बचा लेगी मेरे को. I told her मुझे बचा लो यहाँ से, I can't handle this. So my father was dispatched to Pune with 20,000 rupees in his pocket. Because that is the amount of money you have to pay to the government for the 8 to 10 months of free, you know, khana that I had and training I had. And we went to Pashan Lake. Next to NDA, there is a lake called Pashan, a beautiful lake. And my father stood with me and we were talking. We spoke of everything under the earth, but my leaving NDA. I thought he will bring up the topic. He said, let him bring up the topic. We both didn't bring up the topic. And then finally he said, what do I do with the money in my pocket? It was late in the evening and in NDA, before the light gets dark, you have to be back in your room. I looked at him. That temptation था कि अगर मैं अभी हाँ बोल दूंगा, I will get the comfort of the quilt and the bed, and I will get first class khana and I will get all the relaxation. But I looked into my dad's eyes and something told me, no, don't give up. I didn't give up that day. And that taught me to never give up in my life. And I am talking of a very important leadership and any human being's quality called resilience. And now I'll share the quote of Louis Armstrong. Next, please. This quote says that pain is temporary. It may last a minute or an hour or a day or a year, but eventually it will subside and something else will take its place. But if I quit, it lasts forever. That surrender, even the smallest act of giving up, stays with me always. So whenever faced with a difficult challenge, just take that next step. Once you take that next step, probably the things are going to become easier. So I learned this the hard way, but I learned it. I don't know, I shudder to imagine what my life would have been if that day my dad had paid 20,000 rupees. I don't know where I would have been. I would certainly not have been standing here today and delivering this talk. Next. Next, please. Next. One thing which I feel after starting coaching, one quality which any human being can learn more and do more is to listen. Half the time we feel that communication is telling my thoughts. We don't bother to hear what our team says. And listening is not just into the words of what the other person is saying. Listening is also not what he's not saying. What is his body language? How is he responding to what you're saying? What is the context? The context of a situation of something, somebody who's totally rich and has a lot of money and somebody who's got no money, whatever they say, the context totally is different. The whole meaning changes. And I can take a 1 full day session on listening. It is such an important thing. And I will encourage you all, if anybody wants to improve his listening skills, there is a wonderful book by Nancy Klein called Time to Think. It just opens up your brains. Aapne padhi hai? It's a brilliant book here, Time to Think. So we tend to listen to answer. We don't tend to listen to absorb. Half the time when conversation is going, have you felt कि 4 लोग बैठे हैं, एक ने कुछ बोला, आपके दिमाग में कुछ आ गया, now you stop thinking. You are waiting moment, he will give you a break, you will jump in and you will say what you have to say. So this is one. Communication is a leader's strongest arsenal. Because what he has in his mind, if he has to convert it to action, he has to translate it to the team so that the team understands what he's saying, but importantly understands what the team is thinking about it and what they are going to do, and then convert it into action. The next is, this is a topic which is my passion these days. How to get the best out of teams and accountability. In the podcast series that I am doing, I have done about 12 to 15 podcasts only on accountability. So accountability को मैं खाली एक ही लाइन में खत्म करूँगा. Ask the question to yourself. Does everybody in your team does what he says he will do? I repeat. Does everybody in your team does what he says he will do? And think, meeting में क्या होता है? अरे बोल रहे हैं यार ये नहीं करेंगे. बॉस ने कुछ टारगेट दिया, ठीक है यार, हाँ बोल दो, अभी तो हाँ बोल दो यार, ना क्यों बोलना? When all of us start doing what we say we will do, imagine the kind of trust, the kind of power that is going to come. Again, this is a very important thing. And one of the things which I realized when I started working on accountability is that we tend to look at accountability vertical, top to bottom, bottom to up. Leader team को accountable करता है, team से सवाल पूछता है, team जवाब देती है. There is also something called as peer accountability. How do peers make each other accountable? Because peer accountability is the strongest form of accountability. So let's move to the last point, and that is about change. One thing that you are certain in your life is change. Sometimes technology is going to thrust you change. Sometimes your job is going to bring you change. Sometimes a new competitor is going to come in for change. So look at change as an opportunity and never feel afraid of change. So these are some of my life learnings. So I'm coming almost to the end of my presentation. Just 2 more slides. So next slide, please. And I want to read this slide first. I want to tell you a little context. So leaders working in any work environment, people who are actually working, there is a beautiful quote by Theodore Roosevelt. It is called The Man in the Arena. And that is how my company, Excel Arena, came into being. An arena where I accelerate growth of the partners who work with me. But this quote is so beautiful. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of the deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error. Don't feel afraid of committing mistakes. When you're going to put in effort, mistakes to hongi. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, is trying to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms and great devotions, who spends himself on a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails daringly. He has no regret that he has failed because he is given in his best. so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know the taste of victory or defeat. ट्राई नहीं करोगे तो ना विक्ट्री होगी ना डिफीट होगी, ट्राई करोगे तभी फेल होगे, फेल हो रहे हो तो मतलब ट्राई कर रहे हो. That means you are getting closer to success. And in our leadership challenges in different departments, whether you are a college professor or anything, these are the kind of man who actually does the work. ना लोग उसको हमेशा criticize करते हैं, but they have no right to criticize. The man who's working, he knows what the challenge is, he knows what is the issue there. And with this I come to the last slide of today. So I would only, say two things. One, as I reflect on my journey and the leaders who shaped it, there is one truth that stands tall for me. And that truth is, these leaders built people. They built systems. They built organizations. And as a consequence, the nation got built. And my message to all of you engineers here today is that you are already a builder. Engineering means that we are already into a creative space. We are already a builder. Just go out there, build with purpose, build with courage, build with empathy, and build with passion. Because I strongly feel that when engineers look into the leadership part of it, the nation automatically rises. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an engaging address, for such an engaging lecture for this great occasion and in this great hall. And now I am again honored to invite Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, and we request him to very kindly felicitate our speaker, Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor. I request our team member to kindly help Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, in felicitating our speaker, Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor, retired former Senior Army Officer and Chief Operating Officer of Grey Cement. We sincerely thank Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor for his time and for that lecture. And we also thank Engineer V.B. Singh, sir, for again felicitating our guest. I shall now request Major General Dr. M.J.S. Syali, sir, SDG of IAI, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Engineer V.B. Singh, President IAI. Distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to extend a heartfelt appreciation to Colonel Rajneesh Kapoor, retired, who is a Senior Army Officer, founder of Accelerina, former Chief Operating Officer, Grey Cement, JK Cement Limited, for delivering the 60th Nidhu Bhushan Memorial Lecture on Engineer Leaders, Building Organizations, Building India. In his inspiring address, Colonel Kapoor underscored the urgent need to nurture engineer leaders who blend technical excellence with vision, empathy, and execution. Drawing from his rich experience in defense industry and leadership development, he eloquently demonstrated how purpose-driven engineers can build stronger organizations and contribute meaningfully to the nation building. We, the engineers present here, are grateful to him for an insightful and thought-provoking discourse that allowed us to engage deeply with the theme. His perspectives have enriched our understanding and broadened our appreciation of leadership in engineering. I have personally also gained a lot of good lessons, and I could correlate with a lot of them in my whole life. I think this is the kind of talk that we need to nurture future leaders, and really we are all very grateful to him. And I now invite all of you to join me in offering a very warm and resounding round of applause. I'll say standing ovation because the kind of quality of lecture that he has delivered is simply amazing and outstanding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next phase, and for that, there is a presentation in our next phase. I invite to the stage Messrs. Fresinet Manad India Private Limited and its representatives. I kindly invite them to take the stage. They have a presentation for us and we'll move on with it.
Good evening, everyone. Respected President, IEI, and distinguished dignitaries and esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So today I am going to presenting how integrated Fresinet technologies contribute to resilient and infrastructure in line with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So, next. So first I will start with our company presentation. So Eugen Fresinet, Fresinet is the legacy of Eugen Fresinet. I think most of you know about the inventor of pre-stressing, who invented the pre-stress in building technology or infrastructure technology. It is a great breakthrough that fundamentally changes the structural engineering. We continue the same spirit to solve engineering problems with practical and sustainable solutions. So this legacy is not carried forward alone. It was strengthened by being a part of a much larger global family, that is Vinci Group of companies. We comes under Vinci Group, that under the Solidarity Fresinet network. So what we do at Fresinet, sustainability is not an add-on. Sustainable is not an add-on. It is embedded in every design that we do. We reform the systems and we optimize the systems, and we do that efforts is continuously putting on to make it a sustainable. Our technologies focus on durability, reduced maintenance, controlled structural behavior, and life cycle performance, all of which directly reduce the environment and economic impact over the life of the structure. So what we do? So Fresinet operates in a full life cycle of structures, that is in new build and repair. Next. So we do cable systems in cable stay bridges, bearings, expansion joints, construction methods, and also bridge and deck construction. Next. So when it comes to the repair works, we will work as a main contractor, and we do the complete design as a EPC contractor. We do for bridge repairs, buildings, industrial area, facilities, heritage structures, ports. So all kinds of infrastructure projects that we do execute in repairs also. Next. So across both new construction and repair, our approach remains the same, that is a system integration. That is how we work in Fresinet. Next. So I will quickly go through what and all the systems that we have developed in the infrastructure approach that I will try to explain one by one in next slides. So pre-stressing systems. So especially in pre-stressing, mainly it is not only the strength, it is the durability that also it matters a lot. So durability will be achieved by redundancy and proper detailing and selecting the appropriate components and careful installation. These are the main key approach that we are following in Fresnel. Next. So when it comes to durability, that is high level of production level. That matters a lot. In pre-stressing technology, there are 3 levels of measurable protection, that we'll call it as a PL1, PL2, PL3, that depend upon the protection provided by the structure and also depending on the aggressivity or exposure criteria. This will be designed according to the category of corrosion protection. Next. So when it comes to PL2, this is a full leak-tight polymer duct system that we will use all along the length of the tendon. And PL3, it is a full leak system, insulation plate and also wiring, that is for the monitoring purpose. Next. So in electrically isolated anchors, this is a part of a PL3 only. So this is where we use this electrically isolated complete length of the tendon, even including the anchorages, segment junctions, and also we will monitor this one by electrically measurements like impedance, capacitance and resistance for the long-term surveillance. Next. So we have executed a couple of projects in pre-stressing. Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, complete pre-stressing of the bridge. Next. So currently we are executing Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project. So it's almost 50,000 metric tons of cabling that we are installing right now. Next. We have advanced systems like for repairs applications, mainly we have developed 1R15 system. This is externally we can easily place wherever the bridges or distress happens, so we can do the externally without any additional anchorages or blisters. Next. And also the other system that what we have developed is 1R15, 2R15, 1X15, 2X15. This is when the silos and all, when it's got distressed, then it's easily to wrap and to increase the hoop stress. That is the main advantage of this 1X15 and 2X15. Next. And the ground anchors. So this is another set of application of pre-stress. Next. So what it does, ground anchors mainly to retain the retaining structures where it is unstable when you do the vertical excavation. So these ground anchors will hold back. So the distal end will go into the ground and it will hold back the structure in the stable condition. Next. So these are the applications of ground anchors. So vertical excavation, slope stability, retaining walls, buoyancy forces, bridge abutments, tunnel walls, resistance of overturning. Wherever the instability is coming into picture, this will help you to stable the structures. Yes. So this is one of the iconic projects that we have executed, China Bridge project. These are the pre-stressed anchors with 40-meter length and fully double corrosion protection. That is 120 years design life that we have designed and we have executed. And also Pinnapuram, Andhra Pradesh, world's largest integrated project. So this is a Greenco project. Here also we have executed double corrosion protection anchors. So it's around 200 metric ton capacity, almost 521 anchors that we have executed. Next. So this is Tindariya. So when we are going to the Darjeeling, this is the. slope protection system, that also we have executed the anchors for the slope stabilization. And this is one of the Ponasangshu hydroelectric project. Here the issue was mainly there was some collapse happened in this tunnel, so because of that they have requested our services. Then we have visited and we have estimated the problem, how they have done the previous the vertical anchors. So then we have changed the methodology and then we have executed. Almost 1 year it was, no one was entered, and after completion of our execution of the additional measurements, then they have started again the project. Next. And underground metros, that we are into vertical excavations wherever there is underground metros like Mumbai Metro, Delhi Metro, even high-speed rail projects, that we are actively involved and currently working on these projects as well. And the next system is the stay cable systems. So over the period of time, the stay cable technology got evolved, that is from lock coil to monostrand technology. So currently, second Hooghly project that was executed with PWS parallel wire technology. Currently we are executing replacement of this cable also. So the latest technology that it is a parallel strand system technology, that is each strand will have a good corrosion protection values. Next. So here you can see that how this whole strand system is has a very good corrosion protection, 3 layer of corrosion protection. One is a wax throughout the length of the strand, and at the location of the saddle where it is resting on the pier, that resin was placed so that it will give the good bond capacities at that location. Because of this we are getting, and also next. So we are using the multi-hole saddle system that at saddle location. So it will give the very high friction factor to balance the unbalanced forces, to transfer the unbalanced forces on either side of the pylon. Next. So these are some of the cable stay bridges that we have executed. This is a Chambal bridge, Rajasthan. Next. Gujarat Lakadia stay cable bridge. Next. West Bengal Bardhaman stay cable. Next. So Jabalpur. Next. The Sharavati project. Next. So MCRP Bowstring Arch Bridge project. This is in Mumbai, Coastal Road project. So it was one of the iconic project, and it was constructed by using the clevis anchorages, not the normal anchorage of cable stay anchorages. Next. So currently we are executing Ishwar Setu Gupta Kalyani Expressway, West Bengal, with the saddle system. So casting embedment into the concrete, so there is no corrosion happens, and 100% durability. Next. So these are all the cable strand system that whatever we are executing, this is satisfies all the compliance with the international recommendation like CETRA, FIB and PTA recommendations. So this will follow all these norms and all. Next. So now we are also executing the stay cable LED integration, so beautification of these stay cable bridges. Next. So we are using the double decked. So basically, I mean, these strands are parallel wire strands. These are all placed in one duct, and the outer duct will encompasses these LEDs and also the wiring network. These from the deck to the pylon, so that these LEDs will be integrated with along with the cable stays. Next. So this is one of the project we executed in Burlu Bridge in Australia. So this is a currently ongoing project in Mumbai, Baikula. So it's completely under Indian production. All the duct suppliers, everyone is from India only. So we are not procuring anything from international. Next, bearings and movement joints. So in the bearings, next. In bearings we have, I want to say that here there is a one PTFE material that we will use for the rotation or sliding of the bearing. So, but what we have developed is extensive of this PTFE, that is isoglide material. So the properties, if you see it will be more strength. Can you go to the next slide? So it has a very high vertical capacity. So it resists the contact pressure up to 180 MPa. So double those of PTFE. And also it is tested for the overall displacement of 50 kilometers, and the temperature ranges also it will vary. That is up to 90 degrees, whereas the other materials it will be 48. This is a proprietary product of Resine only, so we are executing in all the spherical bearings and all pot bearings, spherical bearings, we are using this kind of product. Next. Yes, this also approved from European Technical Authority. Completely it is approval. Next. The seismic isolation and advanced dampers. So currently the seismic code also is changed now, the revised. There was a change in the seismic zones from previously it was 2 to 5, now it was extended one more. So all North Indian, northeastern part, everything it is coming zone 6. The seismic coefficients and everything it was changed drastically, and the way the system currently, I mean the buildings and all, there is a building code also changed in terms of seismic analysis point of view. Can you go to next slide? So there are different types of seismic isolators that we are using in buildings and bridges. So it depends on the how much stiffness and damping capacity that the requirement based on the seismic analysis, that we will choose this type of products, and it has to be evaluated at the start, from the starting stage, that when you are doing the analysis or type of construction or type of analysis or seismic parameters, the requirements. So you have to choose this kind of seismic isolators. Next. So what we do in seismic isolator, what actually does this seismic isolator? So it will, so suppose if the building has a 10-story or 11-story, the frequency is having very high. So our time period is very less of that building. So because of that, it will become as a brittle structure. So when you increase the time period of the structure, fundamental natural frequency or fundamental natural period, then automatically it will move into the flexible structure. So that is what seismic isolator does. So if you see the right side, there is a building movement, there is a lot of displacement at the top. But what happens in the seismic isolator, the seismic isolators will take that deformations or damping capacity of the seismic isolator. It will restrain the building not to deviate more displacements. But seismic isolator is already designed for that kind of movements or displacement. So it will take that kind of resilience. Next. So this is how, I mean, the shift will happen. So we have also supplied for Tokamak complex in ITER project. So total 493 numbers of seismic isolators, elastomeric isolators that we have supplied. So these are all taking the load of almost 300,000 tons. Next. Yeah, as I mentioned, we have to select these isolators based on the stiffness requirements and also the damping requirements of the seismic analysis point of view. Next. So we also does not only the new buildings, we also does the repair works for the buildings by replacing the column. At the column position, we can place the seismic isolator for existing structures also. By shoring system and also the clamping system, these are the two different methods that we'll follow. Next. And this is a preloaded damping spring. This is the additional, this is a very important damper that we will use especially for the bridges where high speed rail, where the braking force is very high. So what we will do when it comes to service condition, it will become as a fixed point and it directly transfer the loads to the structure. When it comes to the dynamic actions like seismic forces, it will dissipate the energy. So that is and after seismic event, it will fully recenter it to the new, original position. And also this system we will integrate with the other isolators to achieve the more damping requirement. That is more than 30%. Generally, other seismic isolators up to 30% will go, but here we can go up more than 30% also. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is the one project. As I mentioned, the active force is 1100 kilonewtons, that almost 110 tons. So where up to 110 tons, it will become as a static. It directly transfers the force. But it has a damping capacity, so it will absorb the energy. But it is a rigid spring. But whereas after this 110 tons, I mean, it will behave like a normal spring, not a rigid spring. So that is how the behavior of this pre-stressing damping system will work. Next. And also we have the testing facility in Italy. So we have one of the largest machine, that is at 70 meganewton capacity of the testing machine. So we were testing our own all the isolab. That's called isolabs. So we will test all the seismic isolators and bearings in our own laboratory. Next. And the expansion joint, when it comes to expansion joint, there is a, can you go to next slide? Next. So expansion joint, this is elastomeric element that vulcanized in steel inserts designed for accommodating the traffic loads. This is a specialized expansion joints mainly to accommodate the service as well as the seismic conditions. If you see the video, so when in the service condition it will it will come close, and when it comes to the seismic condition it will move up, so that the maintenance and everything will remain. It won't be any issue, because the fixity and all, it's very easy, and maintenance point of view also it will be very flexible. Next. So, and also we does repair and monitoring projects. Next. So Chambal stay cable bridge that we have rehabilitated after collapse. Next. 9 stay cable bridge, the articulated joint that was strengthened. Next. Ranaghat suspension bridge, this completely main cable replacement after it got distressed, and we have retained its original position. Next. And currently we are executing second Hooghly bridge. It's currently going on. Replacement of these hanging cables. So here what we have done, so we have installed the temporary stay to remove the existing stay. So by using the temporary stay only, we have made a kind of pulley arrangement, so to drag down this main cable, so that with the help of the temporary cable. Next. Yeah, so that's all from my side about Fresnay. Fresnay, what we do is mainly the system. It's not the one product that we are selling. So we do the design, execution, as well as complete production, and we will supply the material as well. So that is a complete cycle of project. We will be there and we will execute in terms of the cable system and pre-stressing activities. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we do. We do design and also we will execute. Yeah.
I thank our representative from Messrs. Fresinet Menard India Private Limited for their presentation. And with that presentation, the technical and memorial events scheduled for day 1 of the 40th Indian Engineering Congress comes to an official close. The program for today will continue in the evening with a cultural program that is scheduled to be held from 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. and it will be followed by the Congress dinner from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., providing an opportunity for informal interaction and fellowship among all the delegates. We also wish to inform you that Day 2 of the Congress will commence at 10 a.m. with the 38th Dr. Ajudhya Nath Khosla Memorial Lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to inform you that from 7 p.m., the cultural program that is to be held will happen in the IEI Durgapur Local Center. So all of you are requested to kindly visit the center for the dinner and also for the cultural program that is to be held. Thank you everyone, and tomorrow again we begin the program right in this hall, and we are going to start with 38th Dr. A.N. Khosla Memorial Lecture, which will be held concurrently with technical session number 6 as per the program schedule. We look forward to your continued participation and wish you a pleasant and an enriching evening. Thank you, everyone.
Sudeep?